Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
The gap between Higginshina District and Wall Maria has been successfully blocked, which indicates that the Southern Theater has achieved a phased victory. In the absence of any action from Marais, the security of this area can be guaranteed to a certain extent. Assure, of course, the expedition is not over yet. Now the Northern, Eastern, and Southern theaters have basically completed their missions, leaving only the Western Theater that night. With the arrival of the orderlies, the originally inexplicably excited atmosphere was broken, and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Because the volunteer army in the Western Theater has almost lost all casualties, and almost died together with the Titans in the theater. According to the descriptions of the messengers and patrol members, there are now no scaleless Titans in the Western Theater, and the number is very rare for this reason. Mankind paid the lives of more than 100,000 volunteers, even though they knew that the battle was basically over. The people present were not happy at all, because the price is too great. Even if they have long been psychologically prepared, they still feel depressed. If they could end the battle here earlier and support the Western Theater, wouldn't the battle be much smoother? This is bound to be an unanswered question. Crack tilde crack crack tilde tilde tilde. Ronan clapped his hands, broke the silence, and said with a stern expression, "The war has developed to the present situation, which we don't want to see, but since it has happened, we must face it, and escaping won't solve anything." The problem, looking around at the people in the tents, Ronan said sternly, "The war here is basically over. We just need to leave a certain number of people to strengthen and transform the city wall. And we can't let people in the Western Theater die in vain. There has not been a large influx. We should rush to the battlefield as soon as possible to recover all the lost ground." Ronan is right. Now is not the time to feel sorry for yourself, tilde. Standing up from his seat, glanced at Ronan gratefully. And Erwin continued, "Notice. The main force will go directly to the Western Theater tomorrow, and strive to recover the lost ground within 10 days and bring Wall Maria back under control." "Yes, Zhang," with a sound of agreement. Everyone walked out of the tents, ready to mobilize the corps and volunteers to the new battlefield. Soon only Ronan, Erwin, Levy, and Sanmao were left in the tent. As for Hange, he did not go out with the army this time, as Ronan's deputy Petra and Emir had heavy tasks, so they didn't have time to communicate or stay here. "You said it just now, tilde." Erwin stared at Ronan with admiration. Levi and Sanmao also have the same expressions, but they are full of sighs in their hearts. They have rich experience and more experience. When facing the bad news in the Western Theater, they are not as calm as Ronan. It actually lived on the dog. At the same time, it is even more recognition for Ronan. Not only is he a formidable fighter, he's also an excellent leader. This is commendable. The Survey Corps actually does not lack elite fighters, but there are very few high-level executives with qualified leadership and management capabilities. They can be called excellent, and there is only Erwin alone. And now Ronan is added. Facing the gaze of the three, Ronan seemed very calm. With his current willpower and self-control ability, he has long been comparable to any old fox. "I just reacted a little faster. I think the leader will recover soon, tilde," Ronan said modestly. Hearing this, Erwin shook his head slightly. Excessive modesty is pride, tilde. Without further entanglement on this topic, Erwin said bluntly, "Next let's assign a task. Captain Sanmao lead the team to garrison here, renovate and strengthen the city wall, and monitor the activities of Titan in Zigenshinna District State." "Oh yes, Captain." For this task, Sanmao had no objection, but he was relieved. The team members under him have always undertaken harsh tasks, and now they have all reached the limit state. If they march in a hurry, their bodies will probably collapse. It is undoubtedly the best choice to be stationed here. Sanmal glanced at Irwin without gratitude. After the problem of the garrison personnel is solved, it will be a matter of the Western theater in the end. After exchanging opinions and ideas with Ronan, Irwin decided to divide the army into two groups. Ronan led the team to the direction leading to the Rose Wall in the Western theater, and Irwin, who had more troops in the corps, went to the wall Maria direction and strived to seal the gap in the Urned City. Of course, after completing the clearing work along the way, Ronan will also rush to the direction of Urned City to meet Irwin. The expedition plan has come to an end. As long as the western battlefield can be regained, the pressure of survival inside the wall will undoubtedly be reduced a lot. The Survey Corps can also gain greater independence and start exploring activities outside the wall again. This time their goal is already clear. They are no longer running aimlessly like headless chickens, but going straight to the edge of Paradise Island, the place where you can see the sea. Knowing the existence of Marley and what he did, neither Ronan nor Irwin has the idea of being beaten passively. They want to take the initiative to attack. These are things for another time. At noon the next day, the Streamlined Corps and the Volunteer Army split into two groups and marched towards the Western Theater, starting the final journey of this expedition. At the same time, the royal government received information about the Ziegenshina area and the Western battlefield, and all of them were delighted. Great. From this point of view, all Maria should be able to recover. This time the Survey Corps finally showed its role eyes. The pressure will be much less after that. I can go back to the previous state of life again. This period of time has kept me busy. Yeah. Thinking about it, the old life is still comfortable. There was no mention of the more than 100 volunteers who died in the Western Theater, nor the loss of Ronan and Irwin. All the ministers looked relaxed, and their eyes looked forward to the relaxed and comfortable past, without breaking the wall for Titans, and the reappearance of the normal days of social unrest concerns. Looking at all this, the President Darius Zachary had a look of disgust flashed in his eyes, but he quickly disappeared and regained his calm, talking to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Right, it's really ugly. In the Western war zones, traces of battles and human limbs and arms can be seen at intervals, which makes Ronan sigh involuntarily. It's so tragic. Immediately ordered to gather these bodies, and then find a place for centralized cremation. The weather is cold in winter, so naturally there will be no big problems. But as the temperature rises, if these severed limbs and arms are left alone until they rot, it is undoubtedly very inhumane. For these heroes, it is very unfair. It is also very likely to cause disasters such as plague. Out of respect for the deceased, as well as the prevention of deceased cremation, is a must. Along the way, the atmosphere in the team has always been very depressed. I didn't participate in the battle here, but just looking at the surrounding scenes, I can already imagine how tragic the volunteer army was fighting at that time. How hopeless and powerless they were. At the same time, I am very happy in my heart. If it weren't for Ronan's leadership, I'm afraid they would have the same result. One odd species Titan is enough to defeat their defense line. Once they encounter more than a dozen Titans gathered together, it will be a disaster all the way forward. After only 5 or 6 small battles, Ronan led the team to the Kalualuba area, the Urned City located west of the Wall of Rose 733. After continuous high-intensity marches, everyone was extremely exhausted, but with so many soldiers, it was definitely impossible for them all to enter the city, and Ronan had no plans to do so. From thrift to extravagance is easy. From extravagance to thrift is difficult. Now the volunteers have always maintained the belief that death is their home, and what they have seen and heard along the way has strengthened their determination to fight. If they enter the Wengcheng at this time, this momentum will definitely dissipate immediately. This is not the result Ronan wants to see, but the necessary supplies are definitely needed. The moment the city gate opened, A pair of eyes full of expectation and nervousness came into view. These are the people of Yoruba district, as well as some old, weak and young refugees who have not been incorporated into the volunteer army. Their eyes are all focused on Ronan, who is standing at the front of the team. Aware of all this, Ronan showed no signs of timidity, walked forward calmly, and said loudly, "The expedition is coming to an end. We humans." Looking at all the people gathered at the gate of the city, Ronan's eyes were sharp, and his whole body exuded a majestic temperament. And he continued loudly, "Wins. We human beings have won this war, be patient. And the family will soon return to their original homeland." Hearing this, the scene was terribly silent, but soon it was filled with a series of noisy discussions. Win. Humans won, we defeated the Titans, I can go home. I can finally go home. I don't want to be looked down upon anymore, I want to go home. I want to go home, it's great, it's really great. We humans have defeated the Titan and regained our homeland. Yeah, it's really surprising, Titan was defeated. I just don't know when my son will come back. He joined the volunteer army, ignoring these. Ronan turned around and walked into the camp. Soldiers were not allowed to enter the city. As a leader, he naturally had to lead by example. Back in the tent, Ronan was a little disappointed. Is it because there are too few people to face? Or is it because of other reasons that the majesty value has not been increased? Could it be that my method is wrong? Emir murmured next to his ear, "You know how to be in the limelight. Y'all don't say a few words. Let's eat something, Tilda," Petra laughed. His gaze was on King Ronan's body, showing admiration unabashedly. Joining the Survey Corps as a woman, Petra undoubtedly worships the strong. Ronan is undoubtedly a strong player. You biffed. Mir couldn't help curling his lips when he saw it. Time passed quickly after resupplying and camping at the gate of the city. After half a day of repairing, Ronan led the team to embark on the journey again. After they arrived here, the gate of the city has never been closed. People in the city and refugees from other places have been gathering at the gate of the city, watching this illustrious team with gratitude and reverence in their eyes. Ronan's popularity was also known in the process, especially the team members. Each and every one of them spread Ronan's deeds widely, showing no stinginess in admiration, of course. Ronan knows about this, but his subordinates are from the bottom of their hearts, not cheating or sycophanting as a leader. He naturally has no reason to discourage the reasonable enthusiasm of his subordinates. Tilda. Secretly, someone added a chicken leg to these guys' meals. In the next few days, the march went very smoothly. And along the way, some small groups of volunteers left in the Western Theater were gathered. After all, the entire battlefield has a vast area, and it is impossible for patrol soldiers to set foot in every inch. Such fish that slip through the net must exist. With joy, Ronan accepted these soldiers. Someone is alive. Being alive represents hope, and there are still many possibilities. Has the regiment commander arrived at the Western Urn? Ronan looked at the orderly. I just arrived yesterday. Because there are a lot of Titans in the city, I didn't launch an attack directly. The regiment leader camped 3 kilometers away. After preparing to join forces with youth captain, we will start the operation. Tilda, the orderly responded respectfully. Hearing this, Ronan nodded, understood. You change horses and go back to tell the leader. I should be able to arrive at noon tomorrow. Yes, Captain. After paying a military salute, the orderly didn't care about his exhaustion, so he changed his horse and rushed towards the west. Seeing that cheese figure completely disappeared from sight, Ronan took a deep breath and said to himself, I hope there will be no unexpected situation. Tilda. However, just as she was about to return to the tent, Petra's gentle voice came from her ear, Krista. You will follow me from now on. I was driven to work in the pioneering area when I was only 12 years old. Being forcibly placed into the volunteer army. Isn't that just letting you out to die? Krista is still a child, so she can no longer participate in battles. Emir's voice was rare and gentle, Krista, frowning. Ronan followed the sound and looked at Krista, who was being held by Petra and Emir. A little confused, is it such a coincidence? With her petite stature, people unconsciously have a desire to protect her. Her beautiful long golden hair is exceptionally eye-catching. Her blue eyes and snow-white skin are even more lovely. Krista Lance, her real name is Historia Le Yassi, the illegitimate daughter of Rod Le Yassi. She has the blood of the royal family, and she will also be the queen of the wall in the future. Looking at Krista, who was staring at him timidly, Ronan looked a little dazed, thinking, why did I see this girl here? The key is that Emir and Petra brought it back. It seems like a coincidence. What? Krista is still a child, Captain. I advise you to be kind. Emir's teasing words interrupted Ronan's thoughts. Ronan looked calm. This is survivors of the volunteer army. I really don't know what the conscription department thinks. To let such a young child go to the battlefield. Isn't this the same as sending him to death? Petra looked very angry. Emir also had the same expression. I really want to know which B*******D agreed to recruit Krista into the volunteer army. So what if you know, what can you do? After being surprised at the beginning, Ronan has adjusted his mind. Now Krista is just a little girl in her early 10 years old. And she was directly abandoned by Rhodes. The only value may be her beauty that has already begun to take shape. And she has the royal blood in her body. It's just that Ronan already has Dana Fritz as his target. And he doesn't need Krista for the time being. But he can use it as a candidate list. Provided that he has enough loyalty, hearing Ronan's words. Both Petra and Emir were slightly taken aback. The former didn't say anything, and his expression was a little dark. But the latter said confidently, although we can't do anything. You can, Captain Ronan tilde, you are still so cold-hearted. Patting Emir on the shoulder without waiting for a response. Ronan spoke again, it's impossible to take care of everyone. But one or two is fine, let her stay with you two from now on. Necessary teaching is not left behind. N tilde Petra smiled sweetly. Emir turned his head a little flushed, as if he didn't want Ronan to see her current expression. As for Kristash looked curiously at Ronan, who was not much older than herself, and thought he is Captain Ronan. He really looks very young, really amazing. There was not too much communication, and the rest time was enough. Ronan immediately led the team to continue westward. Krista's appearance was just a small episode, and did not attract much attention from Ronan. The key point now is to have a round with Erwin and completely subdue Wall Maria. There were not many obstacles encountered along the way. Just a few sporadic battles. As long as the job was to collect the corpses of the volunteers and cremate them centrally to prevent the plague from appearing. After 5 days of steady marching, the group arrived in Erwin smoothly. The location of the camp, this is the end of this expedition. As long as it can be resolved, the wall will enter a recovery period, and everything will return to its original rhythm. Of course, the importance of Survey Corps has been widely recognized after the incident of breaking the Wall of Titan and the subsequent series of social conflicts. And many subsequent actions will become much simpler. Head I am not late tilde, entering the headquarters. Ronan looked at Erwin and the others who were waiting for him with a smile on his face. It's just right. We have conducted a detailed investigation of the situation in the urban area. Unlike the previous situation in the Shiganshina area, the number of Titans here is not too much. As long as we join forces, we should be able to kill them all. Totally clear tilde, Erwin explained, hearing this. Ronan naturally understood what it meant, and said bluntly, I have no objection. It's just that there are huge stones used to block the gap. It's already in the tent, and the transportation team has also been prepared. Just waiting for you to arrive, the victory is close at hand. Erwin and the others all looked excited, but they did not lose their minds. What happened before was enough to attract everyone's attention. So we still have to act with caution. You've just arrived here, so let's rest for the night first. And start off at noon tomorrow, Erwin suggested. For this, Ronan naturally would not refuse. Next, everyone perfected and refined specific details. Ten Chong will not end the discussion until late at night. Sanmao and the others returned to the team one after another, ordering tactics and orders. Only Ronan, Erwin, and Levi are left in the headquarters. Is the march going well this time? Erwin said with a smile. Asking for flowers. Levi, standing behind him, had an indifferent expression on his face, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. But there was a sharp look in his eyes. Obviously, his heart was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. It's not my style to always be passively beaten. I have to take the initiative when necessary, Ronan said calmly. Shaking his head, Ronan replied, not yet. We really know too little information about the situation outside the wall. Although we already know who the enemy is, we definitely can't compete with it with our current strength, Development direction, Erwin looked thoughtful. Staring at Erwin and Levi, Ronan's expression suddenly became serious. I don't think the other party will allow us to live safely on the island. And the outside world is really vast. Don't you want to go and see it? That's right. The king's government has wrongly estimated the combat power of the volunteer army, and even more greatly underestimated the power of the Titan. The volunteer army in the Western Theater is almost extinct. And maybe not even one of them survived. Erwin looked full. It is emotion, Ronan nodded. It's okay. I haven't experienced too many battles. There should be some Titans that slipped through the net, but definitely not too many. Then we can organize people to hunt and kill them. Seeing this scene, Ronan took a deep breath and said meaningfully, this expedition is coming to an end soon. Without any accidents, the Maria Wall will be successfully recovered, Captain. What is your opinion on the future development direction of the Corps? Any thoughts? Erwin murmured for a while. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I trust your judgment, Of course I want to, it's just, I know. But the timing won't appear on its own. It still needs to be pushed artificially in many cases. Ronan looked directly into Erwin's eyes. There are some things that cannot be rushed. Levi looked over. I guess you already have an idea. It's just that the volunteers suffered a lot this time. Push, do you, He lowered his head and muttered. His eyes flashed with excitement, but soon, as if thinking of something, Erwin suddenly raised his head and said solemnly. Have plans? Erwin asked. Thank you, 7. After joining forces, the strength of the troops outside the city reached more than 70. 0. Cooperating with the elite combat power of the Survey Corps. With Ronan and Levi as the double arrows, they began to sweep the Titans in each street. For 3 days in a row they were spent in battle, however. The results were remarkable. The Titans in the urn were completely cleared, and the boulder began to slowly move towards the gap. And then it was only necessary to prevent the influx of Titans from outside the wall. With Ronan and Levi leading the elite corps guarding, and cooperating with the Sanmao team leader who rushed back from Ziganshina area. The gap is as solid as gold, and it is obviously impossible to break through with Wugu Titan's combat power. The moment the gap was sealed, the expedition that took several months finally came to an end. Next, you only need to clear the 223 from the Titan in the wall, Maria. And you don't need volunteers to go out. You can rely on the power of the Survey Corps to complete it. It is finally over, standing on the city wall, facing the rising sun slowly rising at the junction of heaven and earth in the distance. Pate stretched his waist, revealing his beautiful figure, and he couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief on his face. She has been in a state of anxiety for months, and now she can finally relax, stepping forward. Standing beside Petra, Ronan followed his eyes to look at the sun, and whispered, treasure the present, stable time soon. All of this will no longer exist. The end of the expedition indicates that some things are going to be on the agenda. Ronan, do you know that you look disgusting now? Petra laughed. Without turning his head, Ronan did not respond to his expectation, but changed the subject. Where is Amir? It should be with Krista. She seems to like that little girl very much. Petra said sourly. In the past, Emir was always attached to her. But now he has shifted his target, this flirtatious woman. But soon as if thinking of something, Petra looked at Ronan curiously. You seem to care about that little girl. Well, his identity is unusual tilde. Without entanglement on this topic, Ronan took a deep breath, exhaled slowly and said, go back and have a rest. We should be on our way home tomorrow after that. The transfer of residence and the treatment of the free Titan. It shouldn't be necessary for us to make a move. That's the best way. So you don't have to sleep in the open every day, Petra whispered. After patrolling the city wall all night, she really felt sleepy at this moment, and the dark circles under her eyes were extremely obvious. For a woman who pursued her own appearance, this was undoubtedly very sad, as Ronan said. The city was successfully recovered, and the expedition was over on the second day. After leaving relevant personnel here to organize the repair and renovation of the city wall, Ronan and others set off on their way home. The temporarily organized volunteer army also had no use for it, and they were all arranged in the urban area to be responsible for the restoration of the city. On the way home, Ronan didn't need to be wary of the Titan he might encounter anymore. Ronan relaxed a lot. He looked at the direction of the king's capital with anticipation in his heart. Wonder how things are going with Grisha this time. Ronan's contribution is undoubtedly extremely great. In the case of leading an army alone, he and Erwin are actually at the same level. Coupled with Rhodes' help, promotion is a sure thing. The only question is how far it will go. It depends on how much Rhodes trusts Ronan. I don't know what kind of expression you will show when you see that your illegitimate daughter is still alive and by my side. Ronan thought curiously. He is now the sub-captain of the Survey Corps, although he has such a name since he got in touch with Rhodes. The troop he leads has actually been separated from the Survey Corps itself and has great independence. When operating, there is no need to report to Erwin at all, which is equivalent to the human troops under Kenny Ackerman. That is to say, Rhodes himself doesn't have much desire to control, and he only wants to maintain the idea of the Twilight Paradise inside the wall. Otherwise, he would definitely not allow characters like Ronan and Kenny to hold real power. Originally, because it was just a preliminary test, and the government couldn't allocate more resources. Ronan could only organize a team of 100 people, which was undoubtedly not enough in terms of numbers. But now, Erwin has adopted a tacit attitude towards Ronan's rise and independence, and has a tacit understanding. The achievements of the expedition are large enough, and Ronan can look forward to his future position anyway. The number of places in the team will definitely increase. Those soldiers who were eliminated before and served as backup can already welcome them back, and they can recruit recruits again as a result. Ronan will also officially become a member of the top management inside the wall, which will undoubtedly be very beneficial to his future plans. Only by entering the high levels can he get in touch with those who hold the real power in the wall, and can he pull those who can be won over into his camp, so as to realize a series of plans afterwards. After all, he alone cannot manage the country in many cases. He still needs the assistance of some capable personnel who will not pose too much threat to his status in order to maintain a stable situation inside the wall. Thinking of this too, Ronan couldn't help but see the figure of Darius Zachary in his mind. As the current president and an artist with great pursuit and personal bottom line, his ability and background are undoubtedly extremely strong. It is impossible to be the president all the time, combined with its performance in the plot. This is undoubtedly an object that can be won. Other than that, because there is no special introduction or appearance in the plot, Ronan doesn't know the reality of them, so he can only know through personal contact. With such thoughts in mind, after several days of marching, the group finally arrived at the El Mija district. Before Ronan returned home to reunite with Alan and others, he was stopped by two soldiers just as he entered the city gate. In a hidden manner, Ronan Rod Ray Yassi and Kenny Ackerman sat facing each other. That's about it. Except for the Higginshina district, which is the hardest hit area, which cannot be subdued in a short time. The other areas within the Maria wall have returned to control. Next, we only need to organize a batch of supplies to bring the people back to their original state. Your home is fine, Tilda, Ronan reported calmly. Before Rhodes could speak, Kenny said directly, "Well done. I thought I was just letting those people die. But it actually made you succeed. And the wall should be restored to its original state soon. How is your life? It will take at least 3 years to recuperate, after all. The loss of population, soldiers, buildings, and fields and other resources this time is very large. It will definitely not be able to return to the original level in a short period of time. The premise is that it can always maintain stability, Tilda." Ronan meant something. Hearing this, Rhodes' eyes showed a trace of irritability. And he looked over in a timely manner. "Did you encounter a smart titan in this operation?" "No, for 14. But we only caught one of them in the previous operation. And the other 2 lost their tracks. We don't know when they will jump out. At this point, we are relatively passive." Ronan looked directly at Rhodes. You can clearly see the impatience and restlessness in the other party's eyes. Kenny on the side is not without exaggerated emotion. Who would have thought that there are intelligent titans? "I thought there were only..." "Kenny, please be careful." Rhodes looked serious, shrugging. Kenny smiled indifferently and secretly met Ronan's eyes. "Suck and breathe." Taking a deep breath and calming down his emotions, Rhodes smiled and asked, "Ronan, you have contributed a lot this time. Do you want to go further?" This action is enough to show Ronan's ability. And judging from the current situation, this person should be his own and can be used by himself. Rhodes doesn't mind pulling Ronan again. "Of course I wanted Tilda." Ronan unabashedly revealed his desire for power and status. Seeing that Rhodes has strengthened his inner thoughts. As long as Ronan has desirous, it is a good thing. Which means that he can still control it. As everyone knows, Ronan is all about acting. "I see. Go back and wait for the news. The reward this time will definitely not let you down." Rhodes laughed. "Thank you very much for your generosity. Then I will leave first, Tilda." After saying goodbye, Ronan got up and walked towards the door. It wasn't until the door closed and the sound of footsteps disappeared that Rhodes turned his head. "What do you think of him?" "A very good kid who can take advantage of Empress Kai's faint smile." Hearing this, Rhodes nodded thoughtfully at the same time. Ronan had already left and did not return to the station. Instead, he went straight to the house as soon as he entered. Alan, who hadn't seen him for several months, surrounded him. "Brother Ronan, you are finally back." Alan ran forward at the first time, looked at Ronan's body, and couldn't help heaving a sigh of relief when he didn't find any wounds. Mikasaho came over a step behind. Said obediently, "Brother Ronan, Tilda." Rubbing the heads of the 2 brats, Ronan laughed and said, "You 2 haven't made Aunt angry these days, have you?" "No, Tilda, we are very good." Alan and the 2 shook their heads. "Mikasa has always been very well behaved. We don't need to worry about it at all, but you." Before Ronan could finish speaking, Grisha, Carol, Uncle Harry and Martha Aunt walked out. The moment they saw Ronan, they all breathed a sigh of relief and showed joy on their faces. "We haven't seen each other for several months, and everyone has endless words to say." Ronan also tasted the warmth of home for a long time. It wasn't until late at night that everyone was about to part. Ronan and Grisha sat opposite each other in the room, drinking tea while low the sound explains the process of this period of time. "Well, I have successfully gained the trust of most of the high-level officials, and other powerful factions have not doubted me. As long as I can identify the target, I can take action at any time, Tilda." Grisha looked expectant. Even with a hint of urgency, Ronan, who understood the meaning, pondered, "Don't worry. I will dare to complete the plan before the time is up, Tilda." The time left for Grisha is running out. On the one hand, Ronan feels sad after all. The other party cannot fake his feelings. On the other hand, he also feels a sense of urgency in his heart. As an extremely important part of the whole plan, Grisha, who has the power of attack on Titan, is very important. That's good. I believe in your judgment, but in many cases, we can't expect everything well. And we can't be without the slightest risk. So when it's time to take risks, I still feel the need. Grisha reminded in his eyes. Ronan is extremely capable and scheming enough. But he is too cautious, which undoubtedly restricts Ronan's progress, of course. Ronan knew about this, but he only had one life. So he couldn't help but take it seriously. Well, I know, Tilda. Nodding his head to show his understanding. Ronan turned his head, watched the quiet scenery outside through the half-opened window, and said with emotion, more than 100. 0 people died in this operation. But Rhodes didn't show it at all. It seems that it is not people who died, but some insignificant ants. Well, when I first entered the city wall, I also had thoughts and hopes for the rulers here. But as time passed and as I got to know them better, I deeply realized their corruption and stubbornness. What cannot be broken cannot be established. If you want to achieve a breakthrough, you must break the current inherent situation. Equally emotional. Grisha couldn't help thinking of Dana Fritz and those colleagues of the Aldia Restoration faction. They were so high-spirited and full of mission at that time. But now he is the only one people live. On his shoulders is not only his own dream, but also the ideal of all of them to liberate the people of Aldia. Thinking of this, Grisha couldn't help asking, Ronan, this time have you had S*X have you seen her? I see I'm wandering around your house. I won't leave the Higginshina area in a short time. I will find a chance to capture her back and restore her to a human body. Ronan comforted Rode, thank you Tilda, don't say that. She is a very important link. Whether it's from the perspective of feelings or our plan. Ronan said truthfully, Dana Fritz, who has the blood of the royal family, can activate the power of coordinates, which is very important. Of course, now he still has the alternative plan of Krista. It won't be quiet for too long, and it will be turbulent again soon. I hope Marley won't come over too soon. Ronan thought to himself, early the next morning, Tilda. Brother Ronan, you're back. Armin arrived early and looked excitedly at Ronan, who was exercising in the courtyard. Are you looking for Alan and Mikasa? Ronan smiled and touched Armin's small head. Although he is only a few years older than them. After going through many battles, his temperament is undoubtedly much more mature. And his ability is obviously much higher. With action, naturally there is no dissatisfied thought. On the contrary, it is very useful, even Mikasa, who is very indifferent to everything, likes Ronan touching her hair very much, and feels very at ease. Well, we made an appointment to join the Survey Corps like Brother Ronan when we are old enough to participate in the conscription meeting. Armin's face was full of seriousness, good ambition. The outside world is very exciting, Tilda, Ronan praised. Hearing this, Armin seemed very pleased at this moment. Accompanied by eager footsteps, well-dressed Alan and Mikasa rushed out from the door. Seeing Armin, who was communicating with Ronan, they were very jealous. Armin, you are too cunning to talk to Ronan alone. Brother Ronan didn't even call us when we talked. How cunning, Tilda, Mikasa said in a low voice. The voice was so small that only she could hear it. I didn't. Armin looked worried. All right, Armin has just arrived, now that we're all out. Let's go to the regiment's garrison for training, Tilda. Ronan waved his hand, interrupting the conversation of several people. Can you? The 3 pairs of eyes stared straight at Ronan. Nodding his head, Ronan said with a smile, of course, let's go. Count the time of training over there should have started. And there is a new friend who can let you know, Tilda, new friend. With anticipation, the 3 of them followed Ronan into the Survey Corps garrison. Originally it was impossible to let the idlers enter. But after all, Ronan's status is there. And now he has the independent power comparable to Irwin. And the Captain Irwin has not returned yet. The most current resident, it is no problem for the top executives, with the greatest real power to go through the back door. As soon as she entered the training ground, Sanzio was shocked by the lively training scene on the ground. Amazing, Tilda. Should I go for a B*****K morning run in such cold weather? It's all amazing. He brought Sanxio to Petra, who was directing the training on the sidelines. Thanks for your hard work. You will be liberated when Aluwu and the others return. Since you know I've worked hard, you should come here sooner, Tilda, Petra said coquettishly. As soon as he said it, he realized that his words were inappropriate. With a blush on his face, pretended to be calm and said, okay. Since you're here, I'll go catch up on sleep. Since you're all awake, don't rush to do me a favor, right? Ronan smiled and pointed to the master behind him, who was beating Petra curiously. Are they? And Petra looked puzzled. Looking at the third child, Alan and Armin were subconsciously ignored but Mikasa. The faint hostility in those seemingly empty eyes made her very puzzled. Hostile, he glanced at Ronan involuntarily, as if he understood something. They are all my family, Tilda. Ronan smiled softly. Family. Petra's eyes softened a lot when she looked at the three of Alan. Immediately patted his chest and promised, since it is your family. Ronan, it is also my family. Leave it to me. I will take good care of them, Tilda. It's not for you to take care of them, but to train them, Tilda, Ronan explained. Train. Seeing the distrust in Petra's eyes, Alan immediately became unhappy. Don't look down on people. We will join the Survey Corps in the future. Follow in the footsteps of Brother Ronan. Drive the Titan out of the city wall. And give our hearts to the freedom of mankind. Both Mikasa and Armin nodded solemnly, forehead. Petra looked at the three of them with a strange expression. Didn't Ronan tell you? The Titan has been expelled from the city wall. And the Maria wall has been recovered. Tilda, three people. Noticing the gazes of the three, Ronan touched his nose. Didn't I tell you guys last night? No, Sanzio shouted. The number of Titans independently hunted reached 58. And the number of assisted crusades reached 73. The number ranks first in the entire Survey Corps. This is too amazing. Petra is undoubtedly the best candidate. In the following time, he briefly explained the results of this expedition and the current situation. After the three were shocked, Ronan directly joined the training camp and handed Alan and the three to Petra. Train? I should have forgotten it anyway. It's not too important, Tilda, Ronan said indifferently. Petra, is it really okay for you to say that? The whole morning passed quickly during the training. No, the third elementary school is still young, so it must not be able to withstand the intensity of adult training. So it is natural to send someone to manage it. What I just told has refreshed Alan and the three's understanding of Ronan again and again. In my impression, my brother Ronan seemed to be playing mud with them not long ago. But now he has reached a level it can only be looked up to. Drip the host trains hard in the cold winter. Willpower +1. Endurance +1. Looking at the figure of Ronan, who was exercising with the team members and whose intensity was significantly higher, the three of Alan were even more shocked. Looking at Sangxiao's expression at this time, Petra was proud and at the same time full of recognition. Even as an adult, she was extremely shocked and moved when she thought of these achievements. She always felt that she seemed to be living for so many years. To the dog, amazing, Brother Ronan is really amazing. But when he was about to go to the place where Alan and the others were, he was stopped again. The captain of the corps, who is only 15 years old, is independently leading a well-equipped white squad. How do I feel that I will never be able to catch up with Brother Ronan? Hearing the system sound in his ears, Ronan looked calm and didn't take it seriously. With his current physical strength, he couldn't clearly feel the change after 1 or 2 points of value increase. And there was no fluctuation in his heart. Why do I feel that I have always underestimated Brother Ronan? He is so strong. Brother Ronan is so powerful. 3 small, sweet Ronan squad leader. The regiment leader has already returned to the outside of the station. Are you going to report to the capital? Ronan asked. Yes. The leader asked me to come and inform you that we will gather at the gate of the station in 1 hour and head to the capital together. Understood. You go first, Tilda. Yes, Captain. After paying a military salute, Tian Bing left. Watching his back gradually moving away, Ronan thought with anticipation in his heart, finally, I'm going to have a formal meeting with those high-level officials. This time, I'm no longer just an insignificant little character standing at the door. Give me some surprises, Tilda. Immediately he turned around and walked towards the height of the floor, preparing to wash his sweaty body. As soon as he entered the castle, he saw Emir, Alan, and others who were communicating with each other. The atmosphere was obviously very harmonious. Seeing Ronan's return, Alan greeted him immediately. "Brother Ronan, you are back, tilde well. I'm going to the capital to report the results of this operation soon, so I won't be with you any longer." Ronan patted Alan's little head. The latter squinted his eyes very usefully. And Armin and Mikasa also walked over quickly. 770 regarding this Ronan was a little speechless. It doesn't matter where he came from. What the hell is it before Armin comes? Are all teenagers nowadays so clingy? Of course. He was not too stingy and directly responded accordingly. Seeing Emir in the living room couldn't help curling his lips, pedophilic pervert. That being said, there was a hint of envy hidden in the depths of his eyes. Petrajo was sitting next to him. Couldn't help shaking her head. As for Krista, there was an obvious look of envy on her small face. She undoubtedly admired Ronan, a big brother who was only 3 years older than herself, but had achieved achievements that could only be looked up to. She has never received much care since she was a child, and she is also looking forward to getting closer to Ronan at this moment. This appearance fell into Emir's eyes, but it made him feel vigilant immediately. This little girl he rescued seemed to become an enemy in the future. Ronan didn't notice this, and after chatting with everyone for a while, he went upstairs to take a shower, pouring cold water on his body, and the sour feeling made people exclaim involuntarily. But Ronan's willpower and physique are not comparable to ordinary people. But he enjoys this cold touch. Not long after, the well-dressed Ronan went downstairs, left the castle under the watchful eyes of everyone, and went to meet Erwin and others outside the gate of the residence. Ronan seems to have grown taller and more handsome, Petra praised. It caused Emir to complain subconsciously, "It's just a 15-year-old brat." "That's not what you looked at before," Petra teased. This made Emir's cheeks turn red involuntarily. He glanced at Alan, Krista, and the others who couldn't understand, and couldn't help giving Petra a blank look at the same time. Ronan had already arrived at the gate of the station, and successfully joined Erwin. And together they went to the royal capital located in the center of Xena's wall. The captain didn't come back with him, seeing that Erwin was the only one in the carriage. Ronan was a little puzzled. He and the Sanmao team leader are splitting into 2 groups and are leading the team to clean up the remaining titans in the wall. The report work of this expedition will be completed by the 2 of us. Through the car window, looking at the civilians on both sides who were looking at them curiously, Erwin changed his tone. "The casualties of this expedition are too large. Although Wal Maria was taken back, I am not happy at all. Can't get up. Do you think it's good to be a commoner? Chopping firewood and riding a horse every day. Don't care about state affairs. Don't have to bear too much pressure. Just manage your own life, Ronan pointed out. Slightly stunned but immediately reacted. Erwin sighed and said, "To a certain extent. The 2 of us belong to the same kind of people. We are unwilling to spend our lives in an ordinary life. And we both want to do things that are considered rebellious by others. Things, no, we are different, as for Erwin. Since he arrived at the destination, he has maintained a calm face, and his deep eyes make it impossible to see his specific thoughts clearly. He looks like a person with deep thoughts. Under the guidance of the gendarmerie, I entered a magnificent European-style castle. Although it is not the first time I have entered it, I still can't help but sigh when I see the very luxurious decoration style and the extremely expensive objects. A cry of corruption. I am afraid that selling the decorations in this castle will be able to support the expenses of the refugees for several years." In the midst of repeated exchanges, Ronan finally arrived in the capital. In fact, if he hadn't known about the existence of Marais, the power of the 9 titans, and the status of Paradise Island in the eyes of countries outside the island, Ronan would not have taken the risk to join the Survey Corps, and would not have risked his life every day general workout boost. Ronan shook his head. You are actively participating in this series of events. And I am passively participating, all he did. In the final analysis was because he was afraid of death. And he wanted to live thinking of what happened to Ronan. Erwin expresses his sympathy, but at the same time he has a clear understanding. Losing his parents since childhood living as an orphan will indeed be more mature than other children. Which makes sense this time. They did not encounter the interception and inspection of the military police regiment, but arrived at their destination unimpeded all the way. Hearing Ronan's words, Erwin frowned, but soon stretched it out, looked at Ronan with appreciation, and said, sometimes I really doubt whether you are a 15-year-old young man. His thoughts are too deep, and he doesn't have the vigor and vitality that a young man should have at all. After going through a lot of things, I'm naturally different from others. Ronan looked calm. Nodding his head, Erwin opened the door first to enter, and Ronan followed behind, looking at the many ministers and officials standing on both sides. I'll have to take a closer look, Ronan thought to himself. This is where the king's government, which has been crying about poverty and complaining about the overpopulation and the country's lack of money and materials, is located. These are the high-level core figures of the royal government, and almost all of them are present today soon. Under the guidance of the military police, the two of them passed the gazes of many guard soldiers and arrived at the entrance of the council hall. Come in. Adults have been waiting for a long time, the soldier whispered. This kind of government is really unlovable, Ronan sighed in his heart. The moment Ronan and Erwin entered, they immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. It was the so-called king on the throne who was indifferent to everything. And he also looked at Ronan deeply. Presumably Rhodes had explained it before. There are quite a lot of people here, Ronans. Remember these people. They are almost all the missions in power within the city wall. Erwin resisted and walked forward with a calm expression. I see nodding his head slightly, feeling the gazes of his surroundings. Ronan also looked calmly, looking around. Some people's faces are very familiar, obviously appearing in the plot, while some people are very strange. Garrison Southern Commander-in-Chief Dodo Pixis, Gendarmerie Chief Neil Decker, President Darius Zachary. These three are undoubtedly the most familiar. The others, those Ronan felt that he had to observe more. However, he suddenly discovered that Darius Zachary looked at him differently from other people's sizing, and he seemed to appreciate it very much. This made Ronan a little puzzled, but he didn't show it. He was calm as always, following El behind when a military salute was made to the king, Your Majesty. The other areas of this expedition have been recovered, except for the Ziegenshina area. After the Titans wandering in the remote areas are cleared, the people can be transferred outside the Rose Wall, Erwin said righteously. Hearing this, the king didn't say anything, and the fat minister standing beside him spoke first. Very well. This time your Survey Corps has made meritorious service, and we will increase our investment in your corps in the future. As soon as the words were finished, Neil Decker, the head of the gendarmerie, said directly, the scale of the Survey Corps is now sufficient to deal with the situation inside and outside the wall, and I don't think it is a wise decision to continue to increase investment in it. Immediately, the conversation changed. The subsequent reconstruction will be handed over to our gendarmerie and garrison. I think that before increasing the investment in Survey Corps, we should first consider the supplies of our gendarmerie and garrison. I think the Erwin Regiment, the president, will take the overall situation into consideration and will not act selfishly. I obey the king's arrangement, Erwin looked calm. This surprised Neil Decker, but he didn't think too much, and said directly, since Commander Erwin is willing to take the overall situation into consideration, I think the matter of increasing the supplies and input of the gendarmerie and garrison can be settled today. That's right. Afterward, there will be large-scale reconstruction and restoration projects, which will consume an astronomical amount of resources. It is obviously an unwise decision to increase investment in Survey Corps now. From the perspective of the overall situation, I can only wrong Captain first. After the reconstruction work in the rear wall is completed, we can compensate Commander Irwin and even the Survey Corps. After all, you have made great contributions in this expeditionary force operation Tilda. Ministers close to the gendarmerie agreed. Ronan's expression was calm, and he didn't show any major emotional changes. He just quietly listened to the words of the crowd, glanced around, and engraved the appearances of these ministers, who agreed with the gendarmerie into his mind one by one. At the same time with old god Dodo Sith, who had also never spoken, said, "I agree with Captain Neil's proposal." Old Fox Tilda Ronan thought to himself. Garrison has always been a neutral faction, neither advocating blindly maintaining the old-fashioned rule within the wall, nor advocating exploring outside to pursue the secrets of Titan. This time Nair's proposal is of great benefit to him, and Pixis will naturally not refuse. It can be said that from the very beginning, Nair has decided to give up some of these interests to Pixis. So as to win his support, it turns out that Pixie agreed, which was a tacit understanding between the two of them. But Ronan knew that the cooperation between the two was very unstable and might break down at any time. Even if it is changed to Survey Corps, it will be the same. After all, their positions are fundamentally different. Hearing Pixis' words, one could clearly feel the change in Captain Irwin's mood. After this battle, the Survey Corps lost nearly half of its elite members. Hundreds of people, and some of them were wounded, unable to participate in the battle. Asking for flowers, it can be said that not only the volunteer army suffered heavy losses, but the Survey Corps was also seriously injured. Under such circumstances, the Corps must strive for supplies and resources to restore their vitality. But Nair and the others do not intend to give in, but instead use this as an opportunity to attack the Survey Corps for their own benefit. This is undoubtedly extremely chilling. Don't you all want to know the casualties of the volunteers and Survey Corps in this expedition? Irwin said in a deep voice. It can be seen that he has reached the edge of endurance. No matter how good the recuperation is, there will always be a bottom line zero. There is no doubt that these people have touched Irwin's bottom line. The so-called king sitting on the key throne seemed insignificant to all this, and had no intention of speaking to stop it. This completely gave up on Irwin, who was still expecting the slightest bit of wang. I'm afraid, as Ronan said, this place has been corrupted to the root, and it cannot be broken or built. Irwin's last scruples were gone regarding this. All the powerful ministers present did not know about it, and after hearing Irwin's words, all of them showed relaxed expressions. We can take back Wal Marias. These losses are completely acceptable, Tilda, that's right. We understand Captain Irwin's thoughts, but the government's resources are limited now, and they will definitely compensate you in the future. Now the main energy still has to be on helping the people rebuild their homes. So we can press these things first. The overall situation is important. I think Captain Irwin should be able to understand Tilda. Looking at the faces with hypocritical smiles, Irwin felt very disgusted, standing behind him. Ronan could clearly feel that his team leader was on the verge of breaking out at the moment. But it was obviously not the case now. Good time to do it. Knowing this, Ronan immediately took a step forward and spoke slowly. As you said, the main task after that is reconstruction. We Survey Corps naturally have no objection to this. We obey the government's instructions and put the overall situation first. When talking about the 4 words that the overall situation is important, Ronan deliberately emphasized his tone, hearing this. The top conservative leaders headed by Neil Decker nodded in satisfaction and looked at Ronan with an inexplicable meaning. There is ridicule, there is disdain, and there is appreciation. Those who know the current affairs are Junji, obviously. In the minds of these people, Ronan is a person who understands current affairs, but also a simpleton who doesn't understand politics and power struggle. Little did they know, Ronan had already remembered all these guys in his mind, waiting for the fall to settle the score. Regarding Ronan's speech, Erwin expressed that he was 837, very surprised but soon. Seeing Ronan's peaceful expression, he immediately came back to his senses. He was indeed immature just now, and he almost made a big mistake. Bringing Ronan here is a wise decision, Erwin thought to himself. Taking advantage of the trend, didn't say a word, and acquiesced to Ronan's statement, which made the conservatives even more proud. It is useless to fight well. The key is to be able to fight for power and gain the king's full trust repeatedly. It was at this time that Darius Zachary, who hadn't said a word from the beginning to the end, said, since the Ronan squad leader has made a decision for the Survey Corps, and Captain Erwin has no objections, then so it was decided that the focus of the subsequent work will be shifted to reconstruction. After apostasying that no one raised objections, Zachary continued, as for the reconstruction work, it will be assigned according to functions, and will be organized by the gendarmerie and garrison, and strive to restore everything to the previous state within 2 years. Any comments on this? Not only Zachary, but everyone in the council hall focused their attention on the king. Although some of them knew that the king was actually just a puppet and a counterfeit, this did not prevent them from showing respect. After all, what they respect is not the man in front of them, but the king of the city Walbut, the highest point of power, the symbol of the highest power, aware of everyone's gaze. Wang looked very calm still with that indifferent attitude. Without words, just nodded lightly to express his agreement. So far, the proposal has been officially approved. The atmosphere in the meeting hall suddenly lost the tension just now, and seemed relaxed. The general direction has been formulated, and then there are some insignificant details. Knowing this, Zachary looked at Erwin and Ronan in a timely manner. As the leaders of their respective fronts, both of you have made great contributions to this operation. The king has not neglected your contributions. He hereby bestows Commander Erwin with a first-class military service medal. The Survey Corps will have independent enlistment rights, and the upper limit will be raised to 1,500 people. As for Ronan's squad leader, looking at Ronan with deep meanings, Zachary continued, in addition to the second-level military merit medal, I am hereby promoted to the deputy head of the Corps. There is a 300-member team with an independent organizational system, and it is directly responsible to the king. Independent establishment, Neil Decker was shocked, looking at the cheeks of the two young Ronan at this moment. He admitted that he was jealous, even the gendarmerie, which he believed to be around the king and was most valued and relied on by the king, did not have the status of being directly responsible to the king. To a certain extent, it is also restricted by Zachary. Could this be a Kenny Ackerman again? Not only Neil Deckers, but also other people in the council hall had this idea. And the way they looked at Ronan became different, especially those ministers who knew Rhodes' identity. Their eyes became much more eager. They knew that Ronan had definitely become Rhodes' confidant now, closer to the center of power than they were. For Hange, he still admires it very much, as a combatant. She may not be particularly capable enough, but as a researcher she is definitely an excellent O9 existence. Are you really not afraid that you will rebel? It seems like I haven't seen Hange for a long time. After this meeting is over, let's go to the resident to visit this old friend Tilda, Ronan thought to himself. This rotten royal government is undoubtedly a major obstacle on the way forward, and it must be cured as soon as possible, Tilda. Now that it is said on the table, naturally it will not appear too surprised. In the following time, everyone discussed and divided some specific resource allocation matters. The most important thing is that Ronan is too young, and his ability is so strong the future is limitless. Compared to other people's surprise, jealousy, and envy, Erwin seemed calmer and didn't care about these things at all. After all, from the moment Ronan was allowed to recruit himself and form a squad of hundreds, he already knew all of this. Sooner or later it will be made public. For these, Ronan is not interested. He is just thinking about how to completely fill the establishment of 300 people and start to implement his own plan. As for the rewards and promotions he received after the expedition, he was naturally very satisfied and expressed some surprise at Rhodes' prompt decision. Who would have thought that the other party would directly give him the position of deputy head? This is the perfect time to implement your plans. Or too confident, so no matter what their emotions were. Everyone looked at Zachary's expression and knew that all this was already a foregone conclusion. So they didn't say much and they acquiesced in this result. As for Rhodes' specific thoughts, Ronan is still unable to understand. But judging from the current situation, everything is moving in a direction that is beneficial to him. When the gendarmerie and garrison went to Wall Maria to carry out reconstruction work, the defense in the royal capital will definitely be relaxed. It's just that at this moment, everyone is clear about one thing, that is, Ronan is already a member of the upper echelons of the real power faction, and he is no longer just an insignificant figure following Erwin. On the contrary, I feel very gratified that in just over a year, Ronan has grown to the point where he is now in his lifetime. I am afraid that the day when human beings will be liberated. Of course, the primary goal before this was to bring back the intangible titan that Dana Fritz had made. Or is it the trust in Kenny Ackerman that he can contain himself? Or let Ronan contain Kenny Ackerman? Time flies. 1 month passed quickly. The titans wandering inside the Wall of Maria have been completely wiped out by the Survey Corps. And humans have regained the territory that originally belonged to them. And the people inside the wall are extremely excited about this victory. As if it is Huxia New Year. Every household is filled with this joyful atmosphere. On the one hand, humans defeated Titan, which shows that Titan is not completely invincible. On the other hand, the refugees are about to return to their original homeland, and the Rose Wall should be restored to its original state, which is what the Aborigines are eager to see. People's hearts are always selfish, and people like Erwin who entrust their lives to the cause of human freedom are, after Allenly, a minority during this period of time. Ronan has been exercising every day, because his position has reached the position of deputy head, second only to Erwin in the entire Survey Corps. And he also has the right to recruit and train independently. The quota will be filled directly, reaching 300 people. Although this is a unit of the Survey Corps in name, the higher-ups of the Corps understand that these 300 people belong to Ronan alone, and the others are completely untouched after all. 14 are all soldiers recruited from the underground street of Wangdu. They have no personal relationship on the ground, and they are all extremely convinced and loyal to Ronan. It is extremely difficult to win over, in contrast. The Survey Corps whose establishment has been raised to 1,500 still has only 500 soldiers, and has not started conscription because there are no resources. Apparently, the royal government's promise was just a delaying tactic, and it didn't really come true regarding this. Many people in the Corps were very angry, but the head of the Corps had always been calm. He didn't lose his cool at all because of this. With the return of Levi and Sanmao, the Survey Corps began to shrink its troops and recuperate in order to deal with possible battles in the future. Of course, there will be no shortage of small-cap action. Back to Ronan with the support of Rhodes. He is unimpeded in all aspects. With the support of sufficient resources and equipment, the team of 300 people was quickly replenished and put into intensive training. Every soldier is well-equipped and is one of a kind. As their highest instructor, Ronan set an example and let them know what it means to be convinced. Ronan doubled the 10,000-meter morning run every day, and he was still able to chat and laugh with Petra and others after the run. The equipment training at noon and the training of the fighters were as strong as a monster, and more than 10 people couldn't get close to Ronan's body. After many years of training and improvement, Ronan's current physical strength has reached an extremely terrifying state. Although he still can't reach the level of tearing the Titan with his hands, with sufficient equipment, the Wugu Titan is no longer a threat. As for those intelligent Titans with different abilities, even if it is one-on-one, Ronan has the power to fight. And the winning rate is not low, after all. He is very aware of the abilities of these intelligent titans. But the other party doesn't know much about him. In the afternoon, I practice the use of various equipment. It is mainly divided into three-dimensional mobile equipment, black gold bamboo knife thunder guns, and the use and coordination of pistols. This troop of Ronin is not only dealing with titans, but fighting against humans is also a large part of the training. And because he is the chief officer, training with the soldiers, and being able to call out everyone's name, he has a great deal of respect for this troop. The control is very strong after the day's training. Under the admiration of all the soldiers, Ronan left the training field calmly, leaving behind a group of soldiers who were exhausted and unable to move, lying on the ground in various shapes and panting. But their hearts were extremely satisfied. This feeling of being drilled to the point of vomiting is really cool. I used to live in the underground street of Wangdu, living a life of walking dead starving and hopeless every day. Even seeing the sun has become a luxury. But now Ronan brought out the whispers. They enjoy the best treatment, eat the best food, use the best equipment, and are equipped with the most powerful instructors. Although the training is extremely hard, but they all persisted. On the one hand, it is to not return to that hellish place, and on the other hand, it is also to respond to the expectations of Ronan, the benefactor, and to keep this treatment and hope. No one wants to experience that kind of dark day again. For this kind of thought in the army, Ronan expressed his satisfaction. At this time inside the castle, Tilda, deputy head. "You're back, Tilda." Krista walked up to her in a maid outfit. Coupled with his petite figure, the initially revealed beauty, and those big eyes, people can't help but have a desire to protect. The corner of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Ronan said helplessly, "Who gave you your clothes?" "Sister Emir gave it." Tilda. Krista had a pure face, not aware of the strangeness of her current state. "It really is her." Krista. "Emir." It literally means Tilda, rubbing Krista's hair. Ronan turned his head and looked at Emir. "You have almost rested, and you can train with me in the future, although 857. Your main combat strength is not in yourself, but physical fitness and fighting skills and the ability to use various equipment still need to be possessed." But there was a hint of joy in the depths of his eyes, and he asked, "What about Petra?" shaking his head slightly. He glanced at Emir secretly. Ronan felt that Krista was indeed quite big, responding without hesitation and suddenly reacting. Krista pursed her lips. "I'm not young anymore," he replied, looking at Krista, who was looking at him expectantly. Ronan smiled. "Little Krista, if you want, you can also practice together. It's really not small." Tilda. "It's nothing, just discussing the issue of size," Ronan said calmly. "Naturally, she will also join the training." Tilda, thinking about it before Ronan could say anything. Emir's voice came from his ear. "How is it? Surprise is not surprise. Surprise is not surprise. Don't you men like this kind of dress? Today I let Harris Tower is enough for you." Tilda. This made Emir, who had been focusing on him all the time, immediately frowned. "What do you mean?" Tilda. "I would like." Tilda. At this moment, Petra walked out of the kitchen with a pot of soup and asked in confusion, "What are you talking about? How long has it been quiet? And it's time to start training again." Tilda. Emir looks very helpless. "Don't dress like this in the future." Emir. In the following period of time, there were 5 figures of Emir, Krista, and Alan in the training armies, which made the training enthusiasm of the Corps extremely high. All of this is due to the angelic face of Krista, who was regarded as a goddess by everyone in the Corps as soon as she appeared. In front of the goddess, no one would want to lose face. For this situation, Ronan was naturally happy to see that, and gradually began to increase the amount of training. Time passed day by day. This evening at Alan's home, late at night in a familiar room, Ronan and Grisha were sitting opposite each other. "How are you getting ready?" Grisha looked anxious. Knowing the other party's thoughts, Ronan nodded. "The training should be finished in about a month. Tomorrow, I'm going to take them to Ziganshina area for actual combat experience. It's always a non-dangerous training. It is destined not to become a climate, that's the truth, Tilda. Grisha looked serious. Is the operation on my side about to start? After I'm gone, you can start to act. The list I gave you should be clear, right? Ronan whispered. It is very clear that while doing so may affect civilians. It is too much to take care of now. With determination flashing between her brows, Grisha raised her head and looked directly into Ronan's eyes. Ronan, you shouldn't let me down, right? You won't let me down. I will liberate the people of Aldius. This is my promise to you, Ronan spoke righteously. No matter from his own long-term plan or his feelings for Grisha. Ronan has no reason to refuse. Liberate the audience for all reasons and reasons. Hearing this, Grisha smiled reassuringly, and the sense of urgency in her heart dissipated a little. And she immediately pointed out, I don't have much time left. And my wish is to pass on the power to a landbut if you need it. I can, letter 3005. No, the power of the Titan is not very useful to me. Ronan shook his head, thinking of Ronan's record. Grisha did not express any objection. The power of Titan is undoubtedly powerful, but the side effects are very obvious. From the moment of obtaining this power, the lifespan of the inheritor is only 13 years. The price is undoubtedly very high, and it is also reasonable for Ronan to refuse middle. Just thinking about Alan's performance at the moment, Grisha felt a little uncertain. Ronan, do you think Alan can reach that level? You have to trust him. Alan is far more reliable than he looks. Recalling the expression on Alan's declaration of annihilation in the plot, the word trust flashed in Ronan's eyes. Seeing what Ronan said, Grisha stopped talking and began to think about her next actions. There are too many corrupt factors in the royal government now, and they must be cleaned up. Otherwise, it will have an extremely adverse impact on their subsequent plans. Of course, as Ronan said before, all this can only be done after he leaves. In any case, there should be no doubts about Ronan. It can be said that the current Grisha has entrusted all her hopes and the great mission of revitalizing Aldia to Ronan. He doesn't know why he trusts Ronan so much. Maybe it's because of Ronan's excellence, wisdom and maturity. Or maybe it's because he hasn't had a confidant for so many years. But when he meets someone with whom he can completely confide, he subconsciously chooses to trust him, of course. It is also possible that Grisha is really tired, physically and mentally exhausted, and does not want to bear such a big responsibility alone. It wasn't until the night was very dark that the two ended their conversation. Got up and walked to the door. Ronan stopped suddenly, turned his head, looked at Grisha, who was sitting in a daze, and whispered, "Uncluate for me to come back alive. This time I will bring Dana Fritz back." Tilda, with a sudden shock. Grisha raised her head abruptly and said 1,000 words, all of which finally turned into the words "thank you." Leaving the rooms, Ronan returned to the residence while the night was getting dark. At noon the next day, under the eyes of all the family members, Ronan led the members of his regiment to set off for the unliberated Higginshina area. Preparing to practice in actual combat, father. Brother Ronan will definitely come back safely, right? Alan looked worried hearing this. Grisha responded with a smile, "Don't worry. Your big brother Ronan is very strong, and you will definitely be able to return safely." Alan breathed a sigh of relief. Mikasa and Armin also had the same expressions. At the same time, in the carriage at the center of the convoy, "Petrate's understandable that I'm with you. Why is Krista also with you?" Seeing Krista sitting in the carriage obediently, Emir expressed his incomprehension. After a long period of training, her current ability value has been greatly improved. In the human state, she has basically reached the level of a qualified Survey Corps member. In the Titan stat, it may be that her own ability has improved, and her combat power has also improved a lot few. Especially the jaws full of jagged teeth. The bite force is extremely amazing. If it wasn't for the fear of killing Ani, Ronan would have wanted him to bite the crystal directly. As for Petra, she is the elite of the Survey Corps. She is extremely skilled in manipulating the three-dimensional mobile equipment. And the use of the black gold bamboo knife is also very good. It is enough to kill a titan with one person. And her strength is not insignificant, in contrast Krista, who is only 12 years old now, has not yet developed her body, has only undergone a very short period of training, and has not yet formed combat power, has no reason to follow them to the Higginshina district. Letting this girl go to the battlefield is purely sending her to her death. Hearing the words Wangnuohao, Petra smiled slightly. Ronan said that with Krista, the regiment can exert 200% of its combat power. So he brought her along, and would not let Krista went to the battlefield just as our mascot. I'm not a mascot, I can fight too, Krista protested. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. And Emir said unhappily, stay in the carriage obediently. I don't want to spend all my energy taking care of you. I don't need you to take care of me, I can take care of myself, Tilda. Cut, Tilda, you look down on me, delete, that's right, Tilda. I'm amazing seeing the two frequently bickering. Pete showed a gentle smile, you two have a very good relationship. Don't talk nonsense, Tilda, Emir and Krista said in unison. Outside the Higginshina area, at the entrance of the Survey Corps resident Tilda. Little Ronan, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you to come and capture a live titan for my experiments. Hanj walked up to him quickly, scanning the three people behind Ronan fixed on Krista. His eyes brightened. Who is this little girl? She looks really pretty, Tilda. He is Krista, a volunteer who was rescued in the recovery battle before. And now he is by my side, Ronan explained. The king's government is really inhumane. They let such a little girl join the volunteer army to die. With a look of resentment on his face. But it quickly turned into a teasing expression. Hanj came up and said in a low voice, Little Ronan, you have a good eye, Tilda, don't think too much. You usually stay by Petra and Emir's side, Tilda. How could Ronan not know Hanj's dirty thoughts? Hearing this, Hanj looked bored, and his gaze could not help but shift to Emir. No, I didn't ask, don't think about it, Tilda. Before Hanj could speak, Emir directly refused. Without giving Hanj a chance to speak, seeing this, Krista couldn't help laughing out loud, and Petra also held back her laughter. It made Hanj very dissatisfied. Little Emir, I will be sad when you say that. I just wanted to catch up with you, there is no other meaning. You think I'll believe it? Also, we don't know each other well, so don't call me that, Tilda. The previous experience of being tricked by Hanj to carry out the experiment is still vivid in his memory. For this scientific madman in front of him, Emir did not give him a good look at all. It's really boring, Tilda, without further entanglement. Hanj looked over again. Little Ronan, let's go. It's not appropriate to stand at the gate of the station all the time, Tilda. You know it too, Tilda, Ronan complained secretly in his heart. A group of people immediately walked into the garrison, followed by members of the 300 Corps who also settled down. It's not bad here, it has just been built. And all kinds of buildings are relatively complete. In the surrounding open space, garrison is organizing volunteers. And those returned civilians are doing reconstruction work. It won't be long before it should be able to restore the past prosperity is here. Hanj was talking as he walked. The words are full of longing and expectation for future life. And I am very satisfied with the current state. Looking around, Ronan found that in this large garrison, most of them are members of garrison and the gendarmerie. In contrast, the Survey Corps, which is the main force of the battle, only has a dozen or so people. And the number is quite different, huge. Combined with Hanj's performance just now, Ronan immediately understood. He didn't say much. Just followed Hanj into the Survey Corps headquarters. And after letting the rest of the corps surround them for repairs, he brought Petra and the three of them into it. As soon as he entered, Hanj's serious expression greeted his eyes. Good acting, Tilda, Ronan smiled, but at this moment, Hanj couldn't laugh at Alan said seriously, Ronan, you should have seen the situation here. Our Survey Corps has been suppressed all the time, even before we maintained a neutral position, but garrison, who assisted us faintly, is now standing with the gendarmerie. Seeing that Ronan still looked calm, as if everything was not a big problem, Hanj subconsciously calmed down his inner excitement and said with a sigh of relief, "But now that you have brought the team over, the situation should be different," improved Tilda. "Why improve?" Ronan asked back. "The core has been suppressed like this. It won't be long before we may." Speaking of this, a flash of light flashed in his mind, and Hanj suddenly realized, regardless of the presence of other people, he asked directly, "Have you and the leader already thought of this? Naturaliat is reasonable for the core to be suppressed. After all, compared to Bia, the other three core, our performance this time was too outstanding. And we beat the top bird with the gun. This is the reason. And we will keep a low profile for the time being. It's not a bad thing. It's just enough to accumulate strength to deal with subsequent events." Ronan laughed. The events that followed. "Is there something I don't know about?" "Okay, when the time is right, you will naturally know." Tilda. After waving his hands, Ronan didn't intend to tell everything frankly, but directly changed the subject. "I came here this time to take you back to the headquarters, and also to prepare for military training here. Grab 1 or 2 live titans and bring them back for research." "Oh, obviously we are all soldiers." Tilda, "It's too big to handle." "Let's get a medium-sized one," Ronan responded. Members of the military police regiment and garrison who were organizing volunteers and civilians to carry out reconstruction work saw this scene with different expressions. It is extremely wise not to dwell on the topic just now. I think they are so good. I can't remember the last time I trained. I haven't trained much since I joined the military police regiment. I almost forgot what I practiced in the training corps before. Feeling that the atmosphere became harmonious and harmonious, Petra couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As for Emir and Kristathi, kept looking at each other. Ignoring these things, and the two were now fighting. In the following time after lunch in the headquarters, Ronan went to the square and led the regiment to start the afternoon training. There is admiration, disdain, rejoicing, and speechlessness. All kinds of emotions are reflected. Think too much. Although we are all soldiers, our responsibilities are different from those of the Survey Corps. We are also contributing our own strength. Tilda. This is undoubtedly a smart man. Ignoring these gazes, Ronan led the members of the regiment to train until after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And then they stopped except for himself. Everyone else was almost exhausted, and they all insisted on relying on willpower with a medium. "You're getting more and more interesting when you talk." Hanj was also smiling. "Yeah. If I'm asked to fight the Titan now, it's tantamount to saying I'm going to die. And I still have to rely on the Survey Corps for things like fighting. Great, I wanted to catch it when I was here. But I don't have the skills. Since you came here and brought so many well-equipped soldiers, are we going to make waves this time?" Hanj looked excited. For a moment, the originally empty and silent training ground was filled with enthusiastic shouts and footsteps. "That's right, what are you trying to do? It's not good to live a comfortable life like ours." Tilda, "Cut. Do these guys have to work so hard? The war is already over." Tilda, and when Ronan was preparing for military training in the garrison outside the Higginshina area, Grisha had already started planning inside the wall of Sheena. At night the stars are dotted, the moonlight is bright. The lights are bright, and there are few pedestrians on the street. They all stay at home, sit by the fireplace or enjoy dinner, or exchange some matters during the day or enjoy family joy. It is very harmonious and friendly. Compared with other places, the mainland is undoubtedly a paradise-like existence, with sufficient surplus, gorgeous buildings, harmonious humanities, and stable order. At least it seems so on the surface, but soon, the originally quiet atmosphere was broken by a series of exclamations, screams, and shouts. Then there were many panic sounds. The sound, this. What is this giant on Titan? Why is there a Titan here? What are the military police regiment and garrison's people doing? How did the Titan enter the mainland? It's over, it's over. In the most prosperous urban area of the royal capital, More than a dozen Wugu titans of different shapes suddenly appeared. Some were stuck in the house and could not move, and some broke free and began to attack the surrounding humans. Others wandered aimlessly on the streets, their movements gradually slowing down until they stopped. At night, the activity of Titan is obviously insufficient. For the first time, people living in the interior felt the fear brought by the Titan, and all of them were a little unable to move in the inconceivable panic. Soon Military Police Regiment Superintendent Neil Decker, who was with the family at home, got the news. "What did you say?" Looking directly at the soldiers in front of him, Neil Decker's face was full of disbelief. The nervous soldier trembled and reported, "Command." For some reason, more than a dozen titans suddenly appeared inside the wall, and dozens of people have been injured or died. 3 tilde. Which area? Neil Dirk swallowed, looking at the soldiers expectantly. Hearing this, Tian Bing responded subconsciously, "In Berlinsk district where high-ranking officials live." "It's over tilde." The whole person seemed to have been drained of strength, and Neil Decker fell on the chair weakly. As the living area where high-level wealthy businessmen gather in the Berlin Psych district. The appearance of Titan, Garrison and Military Police Regiment is undoubtedly a heavy responsibility. Once the high-level people die, it will be a huge blow to the ruling order inside the wall. The impact is too great, and it's no wonder Neil Decker feels hopeless. Immediately, a trace of happiness emerged in my heart. Fortunately, I did not choose to live in it, but took my family to the residential area close to the Military Police Regiment station. Otherwise, I am afraid that he would have to be added to the people who suffered this time. But now it is obviously not time to think too much about it or hesitate. Neil Decker immediately got up and ordered, "Send someone to inform the Survey Corps immediately. Send them reinforcements immediately. Train garrison in the capital. Let them fight with we strike first and strive to keep losses to a minimum." "Yes, regiment commander." The soldier quickly left after paying a military salute. Why does the Titan appear inside the wall? Or appear so quietly? Neil Decuho had calmed down. Was very puzzled. But there was no time for him to think about it now. And he had to kill these Titans as soon as possible to prevent the situation from getting worse. Thinking of this, Neil Deek didn't dare to stay longer, and immediately walked out the door quickly. Even his wife and children had no time to sleep. At the same time, at the Survey Corps station near the city gate of Xena's wall, in the head's office, tilde Ronan, "Is this your plan?" Looking at the direction of the capital, Erwin's face was calm, and he was not too overwhelmed by the appearance of the Titan. Instead, there was a hint of sharpness in his eyes, and he murmured in a low voice, "No break, no stand, no break. No stand. In the end, we have to break the balance first, tilde." Asking for flowers not long after, a soldier hurried into the head's office, but they didn't see Erwin's voice, so they ran out immediately shouting and looking for Erwin. Those high-level officials who were originally extremely hostile to the Survey Corps and suppressed them openly and secretly. Now they are extremely hopeful to see the Survey Corps come. For a time, the screams in the battlefield were endless. At this moment, the soldiers and civilians living in the royal capital deeply felt the horror of Titan, and the surrounding people felt even more desperate, and fled towards the city wall one after another. And many of them lost their lives because of it, just relying on garrison and the Military Police Regiment, even if the Titan's action at night is greatly weakened. But because the lights in the capital are too dazzling, especially when the Titan attack occurs, the lights are even more brilliant, just like daytime. Fighting with Titan all the year round, these surviving fighters are all experienced and powerful, and they turn the tide of the battle in one fell swoop. The contrast is very obvious. From the moment these Titans appeared, no matter whether it was Ronan who was behind the scenes, or Erwin who knew all about it long ago but chose to hide it, there is no way out at this moment. What they can do now is to move towards that ideal. The goal in it is constantly moving forward. It directly led to the strengthening of Titan's action. Immediately, he opened a secret door in the head's office and walked into it. However, the reality is extremely cruel. It was not until the war situation developed to the point where it was about to get out of control that the Survey Corps arrived late. Regarding this, the surrounding military police regiment members did not give a reply. They were already terrified by the Titan at the moment, and only a few soldiers could continue to remain calm. However, they have not kept up with their training after a long time in battle, facing the Titan who was gradually regaining his mobility. There was nothing he could do, where's the Survey Corps? Why haven't they come yet? Neil Decker said angrily. There was no order from the team later. Levi and other high-level officials were not present, and the Survey Corps was unable to provide immediate support. For a while, with the strength of Garrison and the military police regiment, they were unable to suppress these Titans who were gradually breaking free, causing extremely heavy casualties in particular. There are 2 Titans of strange species among them, which pose a great threat to the Corps. I hope everything goes well, Ronan. I put the future on you, Irwin sighed. This night was destined to be unforgettable, especially those people and soldiers who were under the attack of the Titan, or those around them were deeply touched, and everyone felt lingering fear. To deal with Titan, we still have to rely on Survey Corps tilde. That's right. The military police regiment can only bully our own people. It's not a threat to the Titan at all. As for Garrison, let's build the city wall obediently, a bunch of trash. I think so too. They have so many more people than the Survey Corps, but their combat power is vastly different. I really don't know why the government invests so much resources in them. Is it just to suppress us civilians? Hey, it's hard to explain why there is a Titan in the wall. It seems that there is no siren at the gate of the city. Anyway, I didn't hear it, the Forsyx. 3 times the Titan appeared in the living quarters where the rich and high-ranking officials lived. And it didn't seem to have anything to do with us. I'm just afraid that this kind of time will still happen in the future. I feel that the scale of the Survey Corps is still expanding. Without them stationed in the interior, I don't feel safe at all. It's very difficult. The Survey Corps suffered heavy losses in the previous operation to restore the Maria Wall. This time, they did not replenish personnel immediately. They just invested more resources in the reconstruction and the other 2 major corps. I think it's ironic to think, who says it's not? Neil Decker, who is leading the team to clean up the mess in the battlefield, has a very ugly face. Words are awesome. And it turns out that in terms of dealing with Titans, Survey Corps is indeed much stronger than them. The people in the mainland had never experienced the disaster of Titan before, and even most of them had never really seen a creature like Titan. This attack undoubtedly sounded the alarm for everyone. The Wall of Sheena is not as safe as it should be. It's troublesome. Glancing at Irwin, who was leading the team to return to the station, Dr. Decker frowned so much that he could kill a fly soon. Darius Zachary came here in a hurry, followed by several high-level people, looking at the devastated residential area. All of them looked serious. Dilapidated buildings can be repaired and those lost. Even high-level peoples will eventually be able to find replacements. But the fear of Titans cannot be eliminated in a short period of time, or even forgotten in a lifetime. The most important thing is that since the first time happened, no one can guarantee whether it will happen again in the future. Temporary meeting room in the broken battlefield tilde. How is the investigation of the specific situation going? Zachary watched Irwin and Neil Decker. Hearing this, Irwin had no idea of what to say. After hesitating for a moment, Neil Deek said bluntly, "Suddenly more than a dozen Titans appeared tonight without warning. We couldn't find the specific reason for a while. But the losses on the high-level side are not small. And the high-level people in logistics, armaments, agriculture and other departments all died, all dead." Zachary looked serious, but it didn't show any sadness, not a trace. They're all dead, even the corpses can't be found. They should all be eaten by the Titans. Speaking of this, Tordek only felt a chill in his body. After this battle, the royal government's high-level officials undoubtedly suffered heavy losses. What made him feel even more helpless was that most of the officials and wealthy businessmen who died this time supported their military police regiment. It directly led to the decline of the military police regiment's influence in the government. It is foreseeable that the Survey Corps will definitely rise in the future. After all, only they have the ability to defeat the Titan head-on. The gendarmerie and garrison have lived too comfortably these years. And it is no problem to bully civilians who will not resist. But if the object is a Titan, then their usefulness is actually not great. Thinking of this, Rauerdeek couldn't help but glanced at Jing Irwin, who was standing there still. This guy can't do it. Can he? As soon as this idea appeared, he was rejected by him. It's not that I look down on Irwins, but that it is undoubtedly very difficult to transport more than a dozen Titans to the central area of the inland without being discovered. Anyway, Irwin is definitely unable to do this. There are a large number of garrison and military police regiment soldiers stationed in the Wall of Sheena, and even in the interior area. It is absolutely impossible to transport a dozen Titans in silently. There is a patient who is far away from here, so he came back late. Grisha made nonsense. And then she undressed and got ready to go to bed. As the instigator of this issue, Grisha has followed the people who fled to the Wall of Hina out of the city gate and returned home. Carol was dissatisfied. It's so dirty, go take a shower. Looking in the direction of the capital, Grisha's face flashed with nervousness, but her eyes were extremely firm. And she whispered, this is just the beginning, Tilda. This is the most sensible decision. I hope that fewer civilians will die. It turns out that Titan is so scary after thinking about it. People admire and understand the Survey Corps more and more. But they are very disappointed with the other two major corps, and even have strange thoughts about the government. There are more than 30 people in Ronan's list. Grisha has contacts and only 25 or 6 people can be contacted. But it is enough, as long as these corrupt high-level people can be cleared. Their plan will be implemented later. The difficulty of getting up will undoubtedly be reduced a lot. Grisha, turns out the Survey Corps have been battling this creature all along. So this is Titan on the contrary. Those corps that can only domineering over their own people and are extremely weak to the outside world can be weakened or sacrificed appropriately. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that with the Titan being able to enter the wall without a sound. The Survey Corps undoubtedly needs to be strengthened. Shaking her head slightly, Grisha entered the home. And just as she walked into the bedroom, Carol's voice sounded, why did you come back so late? Then how did these Titans get in? Nair was puzzled. This night many people are destined to be unable to sleep, especially the high-level officials in the royal government, as well as those civilians who have been affected. The terrifying image of Zero. One Titan has penetrated deeply into the depths of everyone's mind. I can't forget it for a long time, Tilda. I wonder if the task on Grisha's side is going well. In the early morning before the sun shines on the earth, Ronan has already got up and started a day of training. He understands the principle that if you don't advance, you will retreat. If you can't guarantee that you can survive safely all the time, you must not relax. In my mind is thinking about Grisha's mission. He gave Grisha a list of officials and wealthy businessmen, not asking for all of them to be cleared. As long as most of them can be cleared, then the obstacles to the growth of the Survey Corps will be reduced a lot. And even in the subsequent showdown with members of the Lei Yisi family. Much smoother Survey Corps. Kenny Ackerman's anti-human troops. The power of the 3 intelligent Titans. Krista of the royal blood. And Dana Fritz, who will be captured. There are already many cards in the hand, but not enough. Staring at the surrounding patrol all night. Looking at his military police regiment and members of garrison with different expressions. A gleam flashed in Ronan's eyes. If you can control all these 2 major corps, then no matter how much commotion there is in the future, you should be able to completely control the situation inside the wall. However, the difficulty of implementing this goal is not small. 14. We still have to think about it in the long run. Neil Decker is extremely concerned about his family. Although he is not very kind, this is indeed a solution. As for the old fox Pixis, it is not easy to fool Tilda, Ronan whispered soon. The long-standing biological clock made all members of the Corps wake up. Seeing Ronan, who has been exercising in the training ground for a long time. All of them showed such expressions. Under the leadership of each team leader after tidying up, they started the morning exercise before meals. After an hour, they will take a break and enter the cafeteria to eat together. I've always been curious, you're already very strong. I'm afraid even Captain Levi, who has the title of the strongest human being, is no longer your opponent. Why do you continue to train so hard? Emir asked, puzzled. Everyone else at the dinner table also looked at Ronan curiously. Seeing this, Ronan responded calmly, because I'm not strong enough, Tilda. Then how strong do you want to be before you let yourself rest, Tilda? Petra wondered to what extent. After thinking for a while, Ronan said, It's enough to tear apart a titan by hand, Tilda, everyone. After a long silence, Hanj slowly opened his mouth. Little Ronan, are you going to enter the Shiganshina area today? It's not just me. All the 300 new recruits of the Corps have to enter, Tilda, Ronan said, looking around at the crowd who were eating with their books open. Hearing this, those members who participated in the Marion Wall recapture plan were fine. All of them looked calm and did not show too much tension. After all, they had seen Ronan's incredible combat power with their own eyes. To be honest, as long as there is no problem with the equipment, even if there are 100 titans in front of them, in their hearts Ronan can kill them all. Of course, it must take a lot of time. But those newly recruited recruits didn't know this situation. Thinking of the close contact with the titan and the fight, they were all extremely nervous, and they seemed to lose their appetite. Aware of this situation, Ronan didn't say anything. Even he would feel nervous or even at a loss when he stepped out of the wall for the first time. Let alone these people. When they really walked out of the safe zone and fought against Titan, Naturality's useless thoughts will be discarded. After all, no one wants to die just like that. They all want to live for a long time, bring it all in. The corner of his mouth twitched. Hanj whispered, Is there too many people? Can you take care of it alone? I can't take care of it, Tilda, Ronan responded. Then you. This is their fate, either they survive the killing, or they die outside, Tilda. Ronan's still immature face showed a chill that didn't match his age. Grisha's side has already started to implement the plan, and there is not much time left for these soldiers to adapt to the battle. And they must use strong medicine. It was the first time Krista saw Ronan showing such an aura. Her eyes shrank, and she couldn't help leaning towards Petra. Emir squinted his eyes and didn't say much. Even Han, who had spoken just sighed at the moment, and stopped dwelling on this topic. Grace. Everyone loves and cherishes the gentle and beautiful Petra. Seeing all the soldiers with expressions of admiration, Ronan smiled lightly and said, Petra has already demonstrated for you. And it's up to you to perform. 5 people form a team. Today our goal is to kill all the dozens of titans beside the city wall. Let's start to move, the latter understood it, and jumped directly from the towering city wall, causing the members of the Corps to exclaim. At this moment, Petra is heroic and charming. In a relatively dull atmosphere, breakfast time is over. After speaking, Ronan gave Petra a glance decisive. As you can see, these are titans. The specific killing methods have been practiced hundreds of times, and the next step depends on your performance in actual combat. But soon, with the sound of puffing, everyone found that Petra had stopped her falling trend, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. But what happened next shocked everyone, especially the recruits who had just joined the Corps. I finally saw a living titan. Everyone was well equipped and came to the city wall via the elevator. Handsome standing at the front of the team, looking around at everyone's. Ronan looked serious. It's different from training her. You don't have a second chance if you make a mistake. Not only yourself but your teammates may also be killed. So. 277 paused. Ronan said loudly, Do your best to survive the next battle. Only those who survive and fight to the end can be called the real strong. Tilda. Yes, compared with the last time I came here. After this period of accumulation, the number of titans in the Shiganshina area has become more and more numerous. And there are even more strange species among them who walk, run and jump in a strange way, roaming the streets. I saw Petra fully stretching in the air, urging the three-dimensional machine, and came to the back of a titan that was wandering on the edge of the city wall. Exclaimed the sound of jets one after another, mixed with many shouts. Pay attention to the left side. Good job, keep fighting. There is a titan approaching on the right. Quick battle. No times use the thunder gun, shoot it in the eye. Sweat more in training, blade less in battle. The daily arduous training showed its efficacy at this moment. The way recruits and veterans are matched also greatly avoids the situation where members of the Corps make mistakes due to mental imbalance. In addition, these soldiers are all from the underground streets of the capital, and they have suffered hardships, human relationships, and ridiculing their willpower is extremely strong. At first I was surprised and nervous, but as the battle became inevitable, the command of the veterans, as well as their own state of interest, soon became quiet, and they began to cooperate tacitly. A group of 5 slashed and killed the Titan. A team of 300 people, a total of 60 groups. Even though casualties were inevitable, nearly half of the dozens of Titans that had been wandering around the city wall were killed very quickly. Compared with Ronan hacking and killing alone, the efficiency has undoubtedly improved a lot. They are outstanding. Petra admired. The eyes have been focused on the various battlefields under the city wall. These are not only Ronan's soldiers, but also the result of her hard training. Now I can see that most of these teammates have quickly adapted to occupying, and are relatively skilled in using various equipment. Since the beginning of the battle, they have mastered the initiative on the battlefield. This sense of accomplishment has benefited Petra very much. Having such perfect equipment and having undergone such severe training before. If they can't even reach this level, then there is no need for them to exist. Ronan didn't show much expression, as calm as ever. Hearing that, Petra couldn't help twitching the corners of her mouth. You are too demanding. What? No, it's because your requirements for them are too low. Our enemies have never been these titans who have no intelligence but cannibalism. Ronan whispered after a few seconds of silence. Petra sighed. Yes, compared to these titans, human beings are more difficult to deal with. And Marley's technological level is far from what we can match now. And what's more, the control with the power of the Titanwi. Speaking of this, Petra did not go on. Having fully absorbed Hoover's memory, she is undoubtedly very clear about Marley, the power of the Titans, and the current situation of Paradise Island. If the royal government is allowed to continue to be corrupt like this, until Marais withdraws from other battlefields, it will only be a matter of time before Paradise falls. We still have time. The power of the Titan still has a deterrent effect on Marley. As long as the power of the founding Titan is not taken away, we will have the power to resist. Ronan had a clear mind. The overall strength of Marley's side is indeed much stronger than them, especially the strength of science and technology, which has thrown countless streets in Paradise Island. But it is impossible for the other party to launch a large-scale attack on Parade Island immediately, because they fear the power of the founding Titan. Although the Leyisi family is useless, they will definitely not spare their strength when it comes to the genocide. But this seems too passive. Ronan didn't like this. Therefore, he must turn passive into active. The key point of this is to seize the power of the founding Titan. And he must let someone with the blood of the royal family obtain this ability. Otherwise, Paradise Island will undoubtedly cut off his arms. They will also unscrupulously launch large-scale attacks on them. This is not the situation Ronan wants to see. Has your operation already started? Petra said inexplicably. It made Ronan a little surprised. How did you find out? In his mind, he was thinking about the points that he might be exposed. But he never found any flaws after all. The person who implements the plan is not himself, but Grisha alone. If there was any doubt, it was doubt Grisha. Hearing this, Petra smiled slightly, guess. Ronan was a little speechless, and immediately adjusted his mentality, and said with a smile, a woman's sixth sense, yes. Sometimes it's accurate, sometimes it's not, but obviously. This time it's very accurate, Tilda. Petra raised her head. It's really a good ability, Tilda, responding calmly. Ronan turned his attention to the battlefield below. After nearly half an hour of fighting, the team of 300 people had suffered more than a dozen casualties and killed dozens of titans. This record is undoubtedly very good. On the one hand, the quality of the soldiers themselves is very good. On the other hand, the excellent weapons and equipment have played a role that cannot be ignored. Compared with the other three major corps, the weapons and equipment of the 300 men under Ronan's command are only comparable to the human troops of Kenny Ackerman. And the other corps cannot be compared. The cost of this army is very high directly, and it is enough to train 3 times as many troops as other corps. It shows how expensive it is. The results are not bad, and the overall combat power is very impressive. When facing Dirt Titan, they have always maintained a team configuration of 5, with 1 main attacker and 4 support personnel. The efficiency of hacking is not bad, but as the experience becomes richer, its combat power will definitely become stronger. Of course, these good Zhao are all for later. For the first battle of this army, Ronan is quite satisfied. The road has to be taken step by step, and Fang has to eat 1 bite at a time. Although time is running out, but don't rush. Knowing that the soldiers' equipment and ammunition, especially the gas, are about to run out. In such a desperate situation, Ronan should withdraw his troops at the cost of money. Then let Petra go to the captains of each team to collect relevant casualties. Still busy after the war, Ronan, who is the supreme commander, is free at this moment, looking around the entire Higginshina area. His extraordinary eyesight played a huge role at this moment, and he quickly fixed on the Titan with a strange smile on his head. I felt relieved. It's good that you haven't left yet. I'll get you back in a few days, Tilda. That Titan is none other than Dana Fritz, a key figure in Ronan's plan. For such a key figure, it must be treated with caution. On the second day, Ronan took action himself, formed a surprise arrest team, and began to advance towards the area where Dana Fritz was located at full speed. Chinese letter, tilde tilde, the jet sound turned, and Ronan jumped on various roofs at an extremely fast speed, and soon came to the area where Dana Fritz was. There was no immediate attack. The opponent is not a small character of 3 or 4 meters level. He can be transported with any horse-drawn carriage, and there are many Wugu Titans blocking the way. So he can only be lured to the edge of the city wall first, and then let the members of the corps help lure away the surrounding Wugu. Scale Titan and then start to capture. The trapping work went very well. As an unscrupulous Titan who instinctively wanted to catch up with and devour human nature, Dana Fritz quickly stopped being attracted. Her inexplicable smiling eyes fixed on Ronan's body, and she stopped standing still. He didn't, but instead walked quickly towards Ronan. Fortunately, it's just a common species of Titan. If it's replaced with an odd species, then the problem will be difficult to solve. Thinking about it, he conveniently dealt with the unavoidable Wugu Titan on the way back. Ronan maintained the same speed as Dana Fritz, approaching the edge of the city wall. On the city wall, Petra led a large number of Legion members, preparing to take corresponding actions after Ronan reached the designated position of 500. Hanja stood aside, looking at Ronan, who was luring the Titan over in the distance. His eyes finally focused on Dana Fritz, and he seemed very puzzled. Petra, why do I feel that Ronan seems to care about the other side very much? Titan, you deliberately risked your life to lead him here, Tilda. That's not the question we should ask. Ronan must have a reason for doing this, Tilda. Petra had full trust in Ronan. This made Hanj very helpless. You are almost becoming Ronan's follower. You can do whatever he asks you to do. And if he asks you to marry him in the future, do you just agree to marry him too? I would like, Tilda. What did you say? No, nothing. Petra's face was indifferent, but the blushing cheeks said everything, seeing Han. I couldn't help shaking my head, thinking what a silly girl Tilda. His gaze shifted to Ronan again, and he was even more puzzled in his heart. His intuition told him that there must be something wrong with that Titan. And soon Hanj couldn't care about these bedk, because Ronan had already arrived at the designated area. The members of the regiment scattered to guide, diverted all the Wugu Titans around, and completely blocked the entire road leading to the city wall, leaving the air giving Ronan plenty of room to lure. It's up to us to play next, Tilda. Suppressing the confusion in their hearts, Hanj and Petra commanded the soldiers around them, and began to lower the elevator slowly, ready to transport the Titan up at all times. Seeing this scene, Ronan knew that there was basically no problem with the capture plan. That's the fact. Successfully lured Dana Fritz to the city wall. Ronan didn't want to escape anymore, but immediately turned around and rushed straight towards Dana Fritz. Aware of this situation, Dana Fritz raised her right hand subconsciously, intending to arrest Ronan but was dodged deftly. Too slow, Tilda whispering inwardly. Ronan held the pair of knives back, exerted force in his waist and abdomen, and spun 360 degrees in the air. And the blades slashed at Dana Fritz's joints of both arms again and again. Point soon, the two slender arms were cut off directly and fell to the ground. Next is your legs, with a serious look on his face. Ronan pulled the triggers, and the retainer was directly fixed on Dana Fritz's thigh, and rushed over with the momentum the knife in his hand fell. The cold light flickered and the blood mist splashed. There were no screams, no exclamations. Not even the slightest expression on his face. It's still that weird smile that makes people feel inexplicable. Just like that, Dana Fritz was cut off by Ronan and turned into a human pig. With a long sigh of relief, he stood on Dana Fritz's chest. Ronan raised his hand and chopped off his lower jaw without leaving a single tooth. Lost limbs but drove away the writhing Titan. With a voice that only he could hear, Ronan whispered, "Don't worry, nothing will happen. And you will be able to meet the person you want to see soon." As if she understood the meaning of Ronan's words. Dana Fritz struggled a lot less. It was at this moment that Petra and Hanj came to the side, along with two sounds of breaking through the air. And they also stood on Dana Fritz's chest, looking at the Titan under their feet, with puzzled expressions on their faces. There seems to be no difference, if I have to say it. It's the Titan's smile that makes people panic. Petra didn't ask, and immediately directed the surrounding regiment members to prepare to transport the Titan across the wall. Henjuho couldn't hold back his doubts for a long time. Asked directly, "Ronan, what's so strange about the arrival of this Titan? You actually took such a big risk to go to the central position to lure it over." "Dangerous, it's okay, Tilda," Ronan laughed. "Don't make a playful face with Mewhat. I want to know is, what's so special about her?" Hanj felt like a cat's paw was scratching in her heart. She was extremely uncomfortable, and her curiosity made her extremely want to know the reality of Titan. Seeing this, Ronan smiled faintly. He is no different from ordinary Titans. If you have to find a difference, maybe you have a relationship with me, Tilda, you. Trembling all over and staring at Ronan, Hanj said seriously, "I don't believe it. But it doesn't matter, I will research it out." Staring at the Titan under his feet, Hanj's eyes exuded strong curiosity. "Sorry. I will bring this Titan back to the headquarters. And I will recapture a few other Titans for you later, Tilda," Ronan apologized. "No, I want this end," Hanj insisted, "Captain Hanj Tilda." Ronan sternly said, "As the deputy head, I order you to immediately transfer this Titan to the city wall." "Yes, Deputy Head," Hanj gave a military salute. But his eyes were full of displeasure. "But there is nothing to do. The official rank crushes people to death." The subsequent transportation went very smoothly. Ronan did not relax until Dana Fritz was transported to the temporary resident. The main purpose of this time has been achieved. So let's train the soldiers, by the way. I hope there will still be 250 people in the regiment when we go back. In the next week, The recruits will conduct actual combat exercises every day under the supervision and leadership of Ronan. Inevitably, there are casualties every day. The number is naturally decreasing until the last day, when more than 30 Titans were cleaned up. No one in the Corps was killed, and only 2 people were slightly injured due to operational errors. It's almost time to go back, Tilda. Looking at the soldiers being transported up via the elevator, and the 3 unsullied Titans Ronan thoughtened around, and ordered to Petra, who had been standing by his side all the time, I will give you an order later. And we will leave at noon tomorrow, headquarters IC. Thinking of the casualty information during this period, combined with today's updates, Petra continued, this year's recruits are very adaptable. After this period of experience, there are still 268 people left, 37 of whom are injured, but not serious after a period of recuperation. They will be able to return to the team, Ronan nodded, looked at the place where the sky and the earth meet in the distance, and murmured, be prepared after going back this time. A lot of things will happen. From the moment I chose to believe in you and follow you, I was ready, Petra said with a serious expression. With the memory of Hoover's, she has a deeper understanding of the dangerous state of Parade Island than anyone else. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. Weak countries have no diplomacy. Make no mistake, Parade Island is the underdog right now. And wanting to break the current situation peacefully is definitely impossible. They can only use violence. All for the civilians of Paradise Island in this process. The sacrifice of a few people is unavoidable. And everything is for the majority of people to face the future better and live better. Everything depends on the plan of the 15-year-old boy in front of him. You must be under great pressure, no don't worry. I will help you with all my strength. Petra said firmly in her heart. Soon the team was assembled, and the Titan captured today was transported to the station. Hange's laboratory in this regard. Hange couldn't hold back much energy, and kept staring at the edge of Ronan's room, where Dana Fritz was imprisoned in the tent. I want to study it so as to crack its secret, however. The reality made her very helpless, because she was not given this opportunity. Little Ronan, when can I go back to the headquarters? Hange asked. Hearing this, Ronan murmured, it shouldn't be too long. In the last 2 or 3 months, you will be able to return to the headquarters. By then, you will no longer be frequently sent to participate in combat missions, Tilda. What do you mean to take back my power? Hange asked. There was an inexplicable look in his eyes, shaking his head, looking at Hange, who was staring at him beside him. Ronan smiled and said, as a scientist, the place where you can best use your abilities is the laboratory. Combat missions are a waste of time for you. I told the team leader. You can concentrate on research in the future, Tilda, real. Really, Tilda, Ronan replied seriously, great. I've thought about this for a long time. But the Corps really can't get anyone else to come out. So I can only let me out. Now that you have said that, there should be no problem. Thank you very much. While speaking, Hange stepped forward and hugged Ronan. It was heavy but slightly soft. This changed Petra's expression on the side. She wanted to speak, but in the end she didn't say what was in her heart. On the contrary, Emir and Kristoho came from not far away. Quicken their pace. Hey, what are you doing? Emir said loudly. Krista covered her eyes, peeping with her fingers showing a small slit. Don't get me wrong, it's just a friendly hug, Ronan. Don't you think so? Hange, who hastily let go of his embrace, spoke seriously. My side must be a friendly hug. I don't know about you, Ronan laughed. You be ******* D tilde. He subconsciously raised his hand ready to hit Ronan. But when he was about to touch it, Hange felt his arm being tightly grasped, and his whole body spun and he hit the ground heavily. Muffled, it hurts, tilde. Sorry, knee-jerk reaction, tilde. Ronan was full of apology. This made Hange very helpless. I have provoked someone, tilde. I now believe that you are really just friendship, tilde. Emir spread his hands. Krista came to Hange's side worriedly. Sub-Captain. Are you all right? No. It's okay Tilda Krista is still sensible Tilda during the speech. Hanj raised his hand to touch Krista's little head, but he avoided it tactfully. This action can only be done by brother Ronan Tilda, Krista said weakly. $5 I am too difficult in the following time. Everyone helped Hanj upchecked his injuries roughly, and found that there was no major problem. They all breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Ronan Tilda. Don't look at me, I just kept my strength. Otherwise I wouldn't be in this state, Ronan shrugged. Then do I have to thank you? Hanj had a malicious look on his face. There is a feeling that if you dare to promise, I will fight with you seeing this. Ronan said with a smile, you don't need to thank me or anything. Just don't attack me if you have nothing to do. I'm afraid I will confiscate it next time and stop you. Hanj's chest heaved up and down with anger. It's just that soon. Thinking that Ronan and others will leave tomorrow. And there is only one person left here again. Hanj is depressed, aware of this situation. Petra couldn't help comforting Captain Hanj. Don't worry. Ronan will transfer him back to the headquarters soon. And then you won't have to run around anymore. Various researches can be carried out to the heart's content. Is it okay to study that female titan? Hanj looked expectant. No Tilda, Ronan flatly refused. Time passed quickly, and at noon the next day. After lunch, Ronan led the team and transported Jen Dana Fritz back to the headquarters. Compared with when they first came, the spirit of the Corps has undergone tremendous changes. They are no longer the recruits they were before. They are all very imposing and confident. The actual combat proves everything. They are worthy of the word elite. Turn me back quickly, Tilda, Hanj yelled. Ronan didn't look back but just waved his hand backwards. The shadow of the team drifted away under the sunlight and finally disappeared from sight. It seemed very smooth along the way. And there was a busy scene along the way. People who have returned to their homes are all devoted to the reconstruction work with great enthusiasm. Only when you have lost it will you cherish it more. What I'm talking about is the current state of these civilians in the Maria Wall. And each of them has shown 200% enthusiasm. That's great. It won't take long before the bustling scene of the past should be restored. Petra sat on the horseback with her hands spread out, embracing the air, feeling the harmony in it. Her whole body all relaxed seeing this. Ronan smiled faintly and didn't say anything, but glanced at the working civilians around him, as well as the members of the military police regiment who were in charge of overseeing the work, and felt a hazy feeling in his heart. Do you want to break this state by yourself? This idea only lasted in my mind for less than 2 seconds before I got an affirmative answer. The current harmony and peace are only superficial. If they want to truly achieve the desired state, the Legacy family must either take the initiative to change or be eliminated directly from the actual situation. Ronan can only choose the latter. It was at this moment that Krista, who was sitting comfortably in the carriage beside her, opened the window, poked her head out, looked at the surrounding scenery, and there was a hint of nostalgia on her angelic face. Seeing that, Petra couldn't help asking, Rista, we seem to have never heard you talk about your life experience. Life experiences. A lot of memory images appeared in my mind, and Krista's expression immediately became gloomy. But she didn't hide anything and whispered, I have lived on a farm since I was a child. But I was kicked out later. Why? Petra wondered. Kristaho is pitiful, like an angel was kicked out, and was forcibly incorporated into the volunteer army after that. This is no longer simply kicked out of the house. It is enough to be regarded as murder. I don't know, Tilda. Krista shook her head. The atmosphere suddenly became much lower. Aware of this situation, Ronan said meaningfully, if there is a chance to reunite with your family, would you like it? I guess father doesn't want to see me. Although she has been well behaved since she was a child, and tried her best to be able to see her father more and stay with him for a while. But Krista can clearly feel that his father doesn't like her. The disgust in the eyes cannot deceive people. Okay, don't discuss this topic. Let's think about what will happen after returning to the headquarters. Tilda. Emir was keenly aware of Krista's lost mood. and stop the topic in time. After returning to the headquarters, it will be impossible to live in peace like now, Ronan pointed out. With a calm expression, he was thinking about the plan he had agreed with Grisha in his mind. I don't know how far he has completed now. Seeing that Ronan didn't want to say anything more, he nodded clearly. The difference is that Krista is completely ignorant of the reason and blindly chooses to trust. Petra and Ymir were mentally prepared early. Although they don't like to fight if Ronan needs them to do it, they won't hesitate. And just as Ronan and the others set off on their way back peacefully, the inside of the wall of Hina, specifically the city of Wangju, was completely in chaos. It is not just the area where high-ranking officials and rich people live. During this period of time, Titans will appear from time to time in the urban area, causing great fear and psychological shadows to the people in the mainland. Many people dare not sleep at night, for fear that they will become a eye-catching food. Such a bad situation has never been resolved. The gendarmerie and garrison are almost on standby 24 hours a day and investigating. But they have no clue, and the combat power cannot match the Titan. And the loss is extremely large, as the head of the regiment, Neil Decker Buffet, was completely depressed. 1/3 of his short black hair had turned gray at this moment, which was enough to see how much pressure he had been under during this period of time. So big at this moment in the council hall. Still haven't been able to find out the reason. Zachary asked in a deep voice, hearing this. Neil Decker lowered his head and said unwillingly, no. There is no clue at all now, not only at night, but also during the day the Titan appeared. And some witnesses said that the Titan suddenly rose from the house. Very weird, emerging from the house. Recalling the strange sight of the Titan being stuck in the house and unable to move from time to time during this passage. Zachary frowned. Why is this? Does Captain Irwin have any clues to offer? Hearing this, everyone in the chamber turned their gazes to Irwin. In stark contrast to the previous scene, where there were more than 40 people in the crowd. Now there are only a dozen or so ministers left to chat. And most of the country's management has died. If this continues, the country's management will appear fault. The consequences are very serious, facing everyone's gaze. Irwin looked very calm and slowly said, during our battle with Titan, Deputy Head Ronan made a very bold guess. The specific content was about Titan and human beings. He guessed Titan may be transformed from a human. Ridiculous, exclaimed Neil Decker. He looked at Irwin with a look like a fool. The others also had the same expressions. But Zachary seemed to be thinking about something, and said bluntly, is the little girl covered in crystals that you brought back earlier a Titan? Speaking of this, Zachary could clearly hear his own heartbeat. He was looking forward to Irwin's answer, but was afraid of getting an affirmative answer. It would be terrible if Titans were really transformed from humans. Without thinking too much, Irwin nodded, that's right. That little girl was taken from the back of the neck of a Titan that fought with us before. So we have reason to believe that these Titans were transformed by humans. Why didn't you explain this in the previous report? Neil Decker looked angry. I said it back then, would you believe it? Irwin asked back. A trace of disdain flashed in Levi's eyes standing at the door. Neil Decker was speechless seeing this. Zachary spoke again, leaving aside whether this guess is accurate or not. What I want to know now is how should we deal with the current situation? Everyone who heard these words lowered their heads. This made Zachary very upset, and looked at Irwin in a timely manner during this period. It was all thanks to the Survey Corps to stabilize the situation in the mainland. The performance of the military police regiment and garrison was too disappointing. Now it seems that we can only rely on Survey Corps. The Ern city in the south of Hina's wall, Elmiha district. Ronan, why do I feel that something is wrong with the surrounding atmosphere? Your intuition is very accurate. Something really happened. Glancing at the civilians around who were obviously uncomfortable, Ronan almost came to a conclusion in his mind, but soon, as they walked into the urban areas, more and more people gathered at both ends of the road the convoy passed by. watching the carriage wrapped in cloths. But it was obvious that it was a Titan carriage. All of them were showing a shocked expression. Immediately, several civilians who knew Ronan ran forward directly. Captain Ronan, you're finally back, fortunately. Captain Ronan is back. And he has brought so many elite soldiers with him. If the military police regiment and garrison are left incapable, the mainland will be captured by the Titans. It's Captain Ronan who is amazing. He even captured the Titan alive again. It's very different from the military police regiment and garrison gang. That's for sure. Captain Ronan is the hardworking faction who led the expeditionary force to successfully recover Wall Maria. And it's not comparable to those guys who only know how to fight for power. Nano shouldn't call Ronan the captain now. He has been promoted to the deputy head of the Survey Corps. Looking at the civilians standing in front of her, Lorna smiled and said, "Don't worry. No matter what happened in the mainland, I will solve it. Everyone go back with peace of mind. 11 Ronan team. Captain, it's all up to you. Leave it to us, you won't be disappointed." Ronan looked calm. The invisible space also infected other people around. Regarding Ronan's record because of Rhodes' relationship, the king's government never wanted to hide it. News and content about him would be published in newspapers from time to time, which greatly increased Ronan's popularity within the wall. Coupled with Ronan's own legendary experience, his popularity among ordinary people has always remained high. And he is like a star now. With the help of people with good intentions, they have been promoted step by step. If this incident of the Titan raid can be resolved, Ronan's reputation will inevitably rise to an extremely terrifying level. Facing the threat of the Titan, people urgently want a practical person who can give a practical solution. Ronan is undoubtedly the best choice, passing through the El Mija area at a relatively slow speed. This time, Ronan did not suffer from the difficulties and inspections of the military police regiment. Seeing him lead the team back, the members of the military police regiment, who were originally high-spirited and extremely proud, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Now that the Wall of Hina is panicking, a strong person like Ronan is needed to come forward, suppress it and stabilize the situation. Originally, with Kenny Ackerman's vicious name, it was possible to do this, but his troops were mainly targeting humans themselves, not Titans. In addition, it was impossible for Rhodes to release them. To let it protect itself, so failed to contribute. After successfully returning to the station, Ronan took Petra and Emir to the office of the head of the team after he settled down Dana Fritz. Krista couldn't accompany him, so he had no choice but to return to the office residence. Deputy Head Chen is finally back, and Tilda. Nodding slightly to the guard, Ronan walked into the office with the two girls. "You are here," Tilda Irwin, who was sitting on the main seat, greeted with a very relaxed expression, while Levi, who was standing beside him, still had that indifferent look. "I'm back. The situation here seems not very clear." Ronan smiled. Irwin was as calm as ever. "It's just a small problem. Those guys are too exaggerated. Now that you're back, everything should be fine. My understanding should be correct. It seems that the leader has great confidence in me." Tilda. Ronan stared at Irwin. Standing up from his seat, Irwin walked to the bookshelf beside him, holding one of the books in his hand, and the wall next to the bookshelf slowly opened a path for two people to pass through. "Come with me," Tilda Irwin said something, and without waiting for Ronan to respond, led Levi into it. Seeing this, Ronan gave Petra and Emir a reassuring look, and said, "You two wait for me here. Don't let anyone disturb us." Tilda, asking for flowers. "Understood." Tilda. Petra nodded. Emir also acquiesced to this situation. Without saying much, Ronan walked right into it. This is a secret room surrounded by thick stone walls. The sound insulation effect must be very good. It is an excellent place to discuss private topics. Taking a deep breath, Irwin expressed his most hesitant point. "You don't doubt the authenticity of Emir's words at all?" "Oh, zero. What are you going to do next?" Irwin continued. At this time, Erwin and Levi had already sat down at the stone table. Ronan was not restrained and sat opposite them calmly. Bluntly said, "I don't doubt it. And even if there are lies in what she said. But with the current state of our country's regime, do you think there is hope for our country?" Ronan asked back. "I want to seize the supremacy within the wall, and then implement a new policy. I will no longer be closed to the outside world, and start accepting technology and human beings from the outside world. I will keep up with the trend of the times. I don't want to invade others, but I want to protect myself." Ronan looked calm, taking a deep breath and letting it out slowly. Erwin showed a smile. "I have no other questions. No matter what you do in the future, I will support you." How could they fail to see that the royal government was already hopeless? They never thought about development. They just wanted to maintain the ruling status of the reason. Otherwise, it would be impossible to suppress the development of Survey Corps all the time. Both Erwin and Levi were silent. "You can't do anything if you're not very brave." Ronan smiled. "Did you do this incident?" Erwin stared at Ronan. To this, Levi just nodded noncommittally. "How courageous." Levi said calmly, nodding his head. Ronan said truthfully, "It's part of my plan." Suck. "Breathe. If you have any questions, just ask directly. I know everything. Only for self-preservation." "Thank you for..." This is the first time Erwin has made his stand so clearly, and done so in front of Ronan. The conversation that followed undoubtedly became much smoother. And they were a lot more honest with each other, of course. Ronan will not be so stupid as to reveal his plan now. Necessary concealment is necessary after all. It has not yet reached the point where there is no turning back. And it is not certain whether Erwin is really as decisive as he said. Erwin felt the same way about this after some conversation. Ronan walked out of the secret room alone. Ronan, Petra and Emir greeted him immediately, shaking his head slightly, indicating to the two of them not to ask. Ronan took the two women out of the head's office, glanced at the guard at the door without any trace, and immediately walked away. At the same time in the secret room, "You trust Ronan very much." Will 160 said lightly. In this regard, Erwin did not deny, "I have said it many times. And I believe in my instincts. Ronan should be able to do things that we cannot." The Titan attack on the mainland this time is a good example. The current situation inside has become more and more confusing. It should be said to be chaos. Levi corrected. Chaos is only a small aspect. Looking at Levi with a cold face beside him, Erwin was filled with emotion. This is an extremely strong vanguard. The strength of a single person is comparable to that of a brigade. But it is only the strength of a single person. And the leadership is not enough. Unable to become the supreme leader of the Corps. In contrast, Ronan is undoubtedly more comprehensive. Not only is his personal strength strong, but his prestige in the Corps and even among the people is beyond reproach. Although there are some means of blessing, it is undeniable that Ronan is an excellent leader. His sense of smell and awareness of politics are much better than Levi's. The source of the chaos in the mainland is the attack of the Titans. Most of the high-level officials are dead. This is undoubtedly the best time, Erwin explained. Best time, Levi frowned. He doesn't like to guess other people's thoughts. Because people's hearts are the most difficult thing to guess. If possible, would rather be an executor. Chop everything in front of him and it's over. You obviously have the ability to become a leader. But you don't have the intention to do so. What should I say about you? Erwin smiled helplessly. In this regard, Levi did not seem disappointed at all, but continued to ask, what do you mean by the best time? Seeking power and usurping the throne. Erwin looked solemn now. Yes, now. Erwin's eyes burst into a scorching brilliance, so we can no longer stand still. During this time, the royal government has relaxed the restrictions on us. You can take people to various cities to recruit soldiers. We need a lot of loyalty. Soldiers who are only loyal to the Survey Corps. I know. It's really a big game, but it's good. I've long seen those wastes of the royal government not happy. Obviously, Levi has never been a conservative person. And he is extremely bold in his heart, back to Ronan. The three of them quickly returned to the residence. And Krista immediately greeted her in a maid outfit. "Welcome home, Tilda," Krista smiled sweetly. It made Emir couldn't help stepping forward quickly. And embraced him in his arms. "Is it really okay for you to be so cute?" "Krista is really an angel," Tilda Petra said with emotion. Ronan shook his head slightly, thinking there's no need to do thistly girl Tilda. Didn't say much, just stepped forward and rubbed his little head. And immediately said to the third daughter, "Come home with me, Tilda." Krista blushed all of a sudden and said weakly, "Yes." "Isn't it a bit too fast, Emir?" who had been hugging her all this time, let go of his embrace at this moment, and couldn't help but look at Ronan. "Do you have thoughts about me?" with anticipation in his eyes. On the other hand, Petra looked at the two women with a speechless expression. She had been thinking about something all day and didn't know anything. Then she looked at Ronan and asked expectantly, "When are we leaving?" "Let's go now, just in time for dinner, Tilda," Ronan smiled. "Okay, Tilda," the three girls said in unison. After simply tidying up their clothes, the group arrived at the residence of Grisha and Harry. As soon as I entered the yard, I saw Alan Armin and Mikasa exercising in it. The importance of talent is particularly obvious among the three. Mikasa obviously hasn't trained much, but his ability far exceeds that of Alan. This is talent. For Ronan's return, the three little ones were very happy and immediately surrounded Ronan, telling what they had seen and heard during this period. "Brother Ronan, you are finally back. Now the mainland Titan will not dare to appear again, right?" Emir's cheeks flushed slightly. But Ronan in this state is really charming. She wants to stay with Ronan here. She feels the warmth of her family and the good feeling of getting along with friends. This is something she has never felt, naturally. She cherishes it very much and strives to do her best. Thus stay here. It was at this moment that Carol, who heard the sound outside, came out. "You guys, don't keep pestering you brother Ronan. He just came back and needs to rest, silly boy. I'll be out later, Tilda." He patted Ronan's little head. Immediately after continuing to exercise, Ronan became an instructor. The scene was very warm, and the corner of Petra's mouth could not help showing a warm smile. Grisha came back from the outside end when she saw Ronan. Her eyes lit up. "Ronan, you are back. I just have something to tell you. Follow me into the room." But soon this state was broken. Emir, on the other hand, murmured in confusion, "I can't imagine that this guy has such a warm side." As for Krista, she had already changed into her maid outfit at the moment. And after hesitating for a while, she directly joined the training 1.3. Tilda Sanziajan responded in a sensible way. Looking at Sangxiao's trusting eyes, Ronan couldn't help laughing. "You guys have a lot of confidence in me, Tilda." Yet during this period of time, Titans have been haunting the mainland almost every day, making our people panic, but everything is fine now. "Brother Ronan is back, Tilda." "Okay, Tilda," Ronan agreed. "But Alan quit. Father is too cunning. He called brother Ronan away as soon as he came back, Tilda." "Of course," the three girls said in unison. I can't help but think back to Ronan training core demeanor as a devil instructor. In contrast, Ronan at this moment is really too gentle. He rubbed the heads of the other three children without favoring one another. And Ronan followed Grisha into the room on the second floor. "How about it?" As soon as the door was closed, Grisha couldn't wait to ask, naturally knowing what the other party meant. Ronan smiled and nodded. "Fortunately, I have successfully brought her back. Now I just need to find a chance to let her swallow the holder of the power of the founding Titan, Tilda." "Great, really great," Grisha burst into tears for him. Dana Fritz is not only his first wife, but also a partner in the revolution, as well as the sustenance and harbor of his soul. The relationship between them is undoubtedly extremely deep. It is naturally a joyful thing to be able to restore Dana to her human body now. Thinking of this, Grisha followed up with words, "I have stored enough spinal fluid injections during this time. And thanks to the Titan attack, many officials are restless. And because of the injury, being able to get close to them can turn those people into innocent Titans at any time. Reliable as always. Our next goal is to find a way to let Dana Ant get the power of the founding Titan. Only in this way, we will have enough power to win the 14th power in the wall. And never start to seek Aldia liberation and freedom. Ronan looked excited, finally got to this point. Now the power in his hands is not small. The Survey Corps is a big help. And he also has the power of the 3 Titans. If the power of the founding Titan is added, the previous concerns will not be a problem. Those who don't obey don't give in. Let them all turn into innocent Titans and contribute the rest of their lives to the development of Paradise Island in the future. Not judging from the current known situation, it seems that after becoming an incorruptible Titan, one can gain an infinite lifespan, unless one is killed by someone. This kind of labor without complaint, without paying wages or eating labor. Ronan thinks the more the better, of course. The premise is that Dana Fritz can perfectly control the power of the founding Titan. Regarding Ronan's words, Grisha naturally has no objection. And now he can't wait to restore him to a human body immediately. In the following time, after discussing some detailed issues, Ronan and Grisha walked out of the room and saw Alan and the others waiting outside at first glance. Brother Ronan tilde looking at the people staring at him. Ronan felt a little helpless. Alan and the others seemed to be too dependent on him. Is it really okay to continue like this? Now Ronan said that there is no answer. And everything will not be known until something actually happens. But good after a long time, Ronan once again felt the warmth of home. And his heart was very comfortably at the same time. He strengthened his determination. This warmth, he must protect it, those who want to destroy it. He will be the first to defeat it that night. Lying on the bed with his hands on the back of his head, Ronan watched the night scene outside through the half-open window. Sayyidan said, "I've been here for so long. Haven't I seen enough? It was discovered by you. It seems that I have to reevaluate your threat." Accompanied by a frivolous voice, Kenny Ackerman climbed in from the window in a hurry. Ronan smiled hearing this. Kenny Ackerman closed the window, walked to the bed and stood up, whispering, "Did you create those Titans during this time?" "Yes," Ronan admitted directly. "Sure enough, I guessed correctly. You guys do have a way to turn humans into Titans. I don't know when you will be able to fulfill your promise to me." Speaking of this, Kenny Ackerman's eyes showed naked desire. As a violent person who advocates power since he lost to Uli, he has been deeply coveting the power of Titan. It just never showed up. And this thought hidden deep in his heart was particularly urgent when Uli died and Rhodes was extremely incompetent. Now that Ronan has this ability, Kenny said that he can't wait. There are some things that can't be rushed. Before fulfilling your promise to you, I think you should cooperate with me in the performance. Ronan smiled faintly. Frowning, Kenny whispered, "You won't lie to me, will you?" For these, Ronan had already thought about it, and hadn't made a complete decision yet. At this time, looking at Kenny, he sighed. Where else is that waste? The family members who have been accompanying him underground all the time haven't left for 10 steps. The price of deceiving me is very high, Kenny pointed out. Now Kenny just wants to let Ronan complete the task quickly, and then start to help himself live with the power of Titan. Speaking of this, Kenny seemed to have reacted, and his expression was shocked. Have you decided to act? This is not a small matter, and it is always right to be careful. I think you are being too cautious about what effect those pampered waste can have. As previously discussed with Grisha, the time is almost ripe. Nothing is possible without the slightest risk. And when it is time to act, it is time to act. Continuing to stop and suffer. Ronan felt that in the current situation, the more hesitant he was, the worse it would be, basically. It's just that the military police regiment and garrison still need to pay attention. I don't want to cause too much trouble, As for whether Ronan will repent, It is not the 673 issue that should be considered now. And Kenny Ackerman is confident that with his deterrent power and the power in his hands, Ronan will not take the risk of offending him to death. Let's talk about how to cooperate with me in the future. Where is Rhodes recently? Ronan said bluntly. What do you think? Ronan looked at Kenny thoughtfully. Since that's the case, then I won't hesitate much. I will implement the plan in the near future. There should be no problem with you, right? Kenny was very clear about the current form inside the wall. After all, he didn't know when Marley would launch another attack. That's the truth, but in fact, with the power that the two of us now control, and the high-level deaths, it is enough to control the situation inside the wall. More than half of the high-level casualties. The rest are either biased towards Ronan or the Survey Corps, or the neutral faction with nothing on the wall. The power in the hands of the main force is strong enough. These guys are nothing to worry about, and they will definitely be inside the wall in the future. The final decision for several days in a row. There were no more Titan attacks in the mainland, and the troops that Ronan belonged to directly took over the defense of the areas where high-level officials and wealthy businessmen lived. Looking at all the soldiers with stern expressions, well-equipped murderous looks, and spirits that are not comparable to those of Garrison and the military police regiment, everyone feels very at ease and very lucky. Fortunately, Ronan's proposal of a team of 300 people was not rejected at that time. Facts have proved that they really need such a team. Compared with wealthy businessmen and high-level officials, ordinary people are full of awe towards Ronan. This is a ruthless character that even a Titan would not dare to show up. And they feel full of security in their hearts. It seems that as long as Ronan stays in the interior, this area will always be stable, of course. The formation of this idea is inseparable from Ronan's long-term efforts. This effort in the one handies the record of Titan. And on the other hand, it is very effective in inducing the fishing boats of the Confidants. The mainland quickly settled down, but behind this piece, there were turbulent waves at this moment. Inside the secret base of the Lay, you see family Tilda. You did a great job, Tilda, sitting in a high position. Rhodes was very satisfied with Ronan's performance during this period, and secretly glanced at Dana Fritz, who was transported to the base not far away. Specific all the changes he had made. The Wugu Titan looked a little curious. Don't look at Rhodes has been the supreme ruler inside the wall for a long time. And he also knows the secret of Titan. But he has no chance to see Wugu Titan with his own eyes, especially at such a close distance. This is what I should do, Ronan smiled modestly. Don't be humble, you are indeed better than others. Nodding appreciatively, Rhodes changed his tone and said seriously, have you found the culprit behind the Titan attack in the mainland? There are already clues, Ronan smiled and said. I just don't know how you plan to deal with those people from outside the wall. You are very smart, looking at Ronan in amazement. Rhodes said seriously, of course we will kill them all. We don't welcome those guys here, and after that? Ronan asked immediately after. Looking at Ronan in doubt, Rhodes took it for granted. Of course it's business as usual. I think the current state is very good, I'm behind the scenes. And you are in charge of the real power outside. Don't worry, I won't interfere with your actions. As long as it doesn't go against my philosophy. After a pause, seeing that Ronan had no words, Rhodes continued, of course. If you insist on going against me, then I'm sorry. Your power is given by me and I can take it back at any time. Speaking of this, Rhodes' words were full of murderous intent. The meaning is very clear. It is to let Ronan not have other thoughts, and secretly glanced at Kenny Ackerman. The latter understood and gave him a positive look. This made Rhodes very relieved. I understand, Tilda, Ronan nodded. Rhodes seemed very satisfied with this, immediately. He glanced at the back and said loudly, you all come out. Let's get to know each other, accompanied by these words. Many figures walked out of the stone forest behind them, and they surrounded them under the leadership of a young woman. These are my family, Tilda. Rhodes looked tenderly, however. The woman walking in the front didn't have the slightest thought of responding. She just looked into Ronan's eyes and whispered, "You are very ambitious, Tilda, ha Tilda." Looking at the woman in amazement, Ronan responded meaningfully, "Thank you for the compliment. Frieda, don't talk nonsense, Tilda." "Yes, my lord, Tilda." The woman named Frieda seemed to be in a trance, which made Ronan raise his eyebrows. But he had already confirmed her identity in his heart. This is the holder of the power of the founding titan. At first I thought it would take time to search, but now it seems that all this process can be omitted. Ronan thought to himself. Frieda stared blankly at Ronan, making it impossible to see what was going on in her heart. This caused Rhodes a headache. He apologized. "Sorry. My daughter has always been like this. It's a side effect of inheriting the power of the founding titan. She doesn't seem to have fully accepted the so-called no-war oath." Ronan said in a low voice, hearing that. The expression of Rhodes in the seat changed drastically, and he stood up directly from the seat. "You. Do you know what you're talking about?" "Of course I know. My naive lord, I have given you many chances. But unfortunately you are still as stubborn as ever. I'm sorry. I can't allow a guy like you to continue to control Parody Island." Ronan looked at Rhodes indifferently. This made Rhodes react immediately, and said viciously, "You are courting death immediately." He turned his gaze to Kenny Ackerman, who was standing beside him. "Kenny. Kill him in this regard." Kenny Ackerman did not think of any action, and his eyes were full of sarcasm seeing this scene. Rhodes couldn't think of the reason, and immediately turned ruthless and shouted, "Tilda Frieda." "Yes, Father Tilda," Frieda responded silently, still in a trance, and slowly took out a small knife to cut pressure on her arm. However, was firmly grasped by a palm, and with two crisp sounds his arm was directly removed. Losing his strength, it was supposed to be in severe pain. But Frieda looked calm as if she no longer felt the pain, and just looked at Kenny in a daze. "Sorry, but I can't let you do those dangerous things." At the same time, with members of the Lei Yissi family, the boys and girls also reacted and rushed towards this side, intending to save their families. Under such circumstances, Rhodes did not hesitate at all, and prepared to flee here. "Wait until I get back to the ground and see how I deal with you traitors." Kayan Hayajo as the supreme ruler inside the wall. Rhodes naturally has other forces that can be mobilized. "It's so ugly that you just left your family behind like this, Tilda." Ronan stared at Rhodes back mockingly. Kenny, who pressed Frieda to the side, looked at the members of the Lei Yissi family who rushed over, and asked how to deal with those guys. "I beg you, let them go, they are innocent." Frieda, who had been silent all this time, pleaded. Looking at Frieda, who was less confused and seemed very serious, Ronan shook his head. "I'm sorry. I don't want to leave hidden dangers, but don't worry. I've already left a spark for your family, Tinder." As if thinking of something, Frieda looked a little complicated, and said in a low voice, "Thank you." When she heard Rhodes' exclamation in the distance, she knew that everything was over, and they had no other choice but to let Mermaid go. Bang bang tilde tilde bang tilde tilde tilde, after a series of gunshots. Only Frieda and Rhodes, who was blocked by Petra and Emir, remained in the Lei Yissi family. Looking at Emir, who turned into the Titan of Ease, Rhodes swallowed, terrified in his heart. Why is there an intelligent Titan here? Why does this intelligent Titan help Ronan? Did Ronan come from beyond the walls? Everything seems to be different from the scene I expected. I thought everything was under control. But now it seems that I am too self-righteous, not only Ronan, but even Kenny Ackerman seems to have already out of control. Why would they do this to themselves? I'm their king. Rhodes cried out in his heart at this time. Facing the hideous Azure Titan, he couldn't utter a single word, so he could only let him lift himself up and walk towards Ronan. Not far behind, Grisha came here all the time, on the way here. He saw many soldiers surrounding him. Some of them were Ronan's men, and some of them were Kenny's men controlling the entire manor. At this moment I saw Dana Fritz in the underground world, and others quickened their pace and went straight to Ronan. 513 My lord, why are you running? Ronan smiled faintly. This kind of smile fell in Rhodes' eyes, but it was like a devil's smile, and he couldn't help trembling all over, trash Tilda. Kenny whispered, thinking that I have been working for such a guy for so many years. I feel sick to my stomach, hastily urged, hurry up. Let me see how you get the power of Titan. It's neither us nor you who will gain the power of Titan this time, Tilda. Who is that? Kenny asked subconsciously. Even Petra and Ymir were very puzzled. They didn't know Dana's identity. They just believed in Ronan's decision and didn't raise any objections. The scene may be a little bloody, but there is no way to do it. If you can't get rid of the influence of the so-called oath, I can only let other people perform their responsibilities as descendants of the main clan. Having said that, looking at Grisha, who has arrived here, Ronan nodded. It's time to start, Tilda, kindness. Bede looked at Frida, who was sluggish and had no longer the idea of living. Grisha's eyes flashed a trace of unbearable, but he waved it away. He knew that the best way now is to get founding the power of Titan is transferred to Dana. Necessary sacrifices are inevitable, subjectively. I ignored those boys and girls lying in a pool of blood. The only person present who felt very uncomfortable was probably Petra. But she didn't say anything. The matter had already reached this stage, and no one could stop Ronan's plan. What do you want to do? Rhodes seemed to understand something, and his expression became more and more ferocious. Even the inner fear is overcome. I don't like this guy, can I kill him? Ymir squeezed Rhodes' fingers tightly. It caused the latter to cry out in pain. Do you know who I am? Let me go right away, Hesse. At this time you are still acting like the king of the wall. Rhodes, don't you know the situation you are in now? Kenny sarcastically said, it's really bad. Whispering a word, Ronan stepped forward, signaled Ymir to release Rhodes, and then kicked Rhodes away. Hit the stone pillar in the distance, and passed out completely. I'll deal with this guy later. Let's finish the business first, Tilda. Not wanting to waste any more time, Ronan directly signaled Kenny to send Frieda to Na. It's really bloody, Tilda, Kenny laughed. But he did not hesitate at Alan, walked over directly, leaving Frieda in front of Dana Fritz. It was like a cat that smelled catnip, and seemed particularly excited. Even though it had no limbs, it still tried hard to get close to Frieda and swallowed it whole. The naked desire to devour it in its eyes made Kenny a cruel smile could not help but appear on the corner of his mouth. Interesting, really interesting, back to business, Tilda. This guy is pervert, Tilda, looking at Dana, who came to her. Especially her weird smile. Another figure finally appeared on Frieda's dull face, and she was afraid for the sharp knife of Kenny Ackerman. While Ronan values and uses it, he has enough confidence in his heart to control it and prevent it from backlashing himself. Keep reading. You will get the answer you want, Tilda. Ronan looked calm. Are you protesting against me? Childish approach, Tilda. Ronan hesitated for a moment, didn't say anything. Looked at Kenny beside him with an excited expression on his face, and sighed slightly, turning his head and staring at Ronan. Don't tell me that if you want to gain the power of a Titan, you must first become this kind of unconscious creature. But before she could cry out, Dana swallowed it in one gulp, and blood spattered while chewing. With the breaking of the ropes, Dana Fritz managed to break free from the restraints, and quickly squirmed toward Frieda's direction. Grisha looked expectant, their hands clenched into fists, trembling. If it doesn't work, you can also turn it into a Wugu Titan first and then kill it. Returning to Ronan's side, Kenny raised his hand and shot directly, breaking the rope that bound the Titans. The rope was separated by tens of meters, but he broke the rope so easily I can't help but shrink back. Not without surprise in my heart thinking of this. Petra's expression became very ugly, and Ymir couldn't help but hold her hand tightly, of course. The premise is that he voluntarily turns into an innocent Titan. Just what I want, Tilda. Soon Frieda was swallowed by Dana, and her eyes looked at Ronan and the others in a timely manner. But before she could make any movement, their movements froze, and her body began to gasify spontaneously. Seeing Petra and Ymir can't help turning their heads away. The former is even more nauseated. The memory that has been deeply hidden in her mind fully emerges at this moment. At that moment, she also obtained the power of Titan in this way. There is no the body dies and the soul dies. The gasification process proceeded very quickly, and the Titan's body, which was originally more than 10 meters high, quickly dissipates, revealing the hidden human body. And the petite figure of Dana Fritz was gradually revealed. Seeing that she had been waiting for a long time, Grisha, who was anxious, was very excited and ran over directly. Dana, after more than 10 years of waiting and longing, this moment completely broke out, and Grisha burst into tears. I don't know what kind of thoughts Carol Ant will have after knowing this situation. Ronan thought curiously. Kenny, who was standing beside him, showed fanaticism and muttered in his mouth, I see, it's amazing. It's really amazing. Then he turned his gaze to Ronan. That woman is the body of the Titan just now, right after eating Frieda. Has she inherited the power of the Titan in Frieda's body? That's right. Are you surprised that the way of inheritance is so simple and rude, Tilda? Ronan responded. Kenny shook his head. No, this way is too fascinating, Tilda. The tone of the words changed, and he said with longing, now I have helped you fulfill your request. So it's time to fulfill my request. Sorry, there's nothing we can do at the moment. Ronan apologized. Seeing that Kenny Ackerman's expression suddenly became ferocious, he raised the muzzle of his gun and pointed it at Ronan's head. I want you to think again. What do you want to do? Petra drew her knife from its sheath. The titanized emir glared directly. His palm, covered with sharp nails, was ready to cut Kenny's throat at any time. Are you trying to kill me? Ronan looked calm, his eyes fixed on the gleaming muzzle of the gun. It's boring, Tilda, putting down his pistol. Kenny gazed at the gorgeous Dana Fritz, who was in a coma, being held by Grisha, and whispered, when intelligent titans appear around, if you can capture them, that's when you get the power of titans, Ronan responded. His expression was as calm as ever, completely ignoring the evil spirit that Kenny Ackerman had all over his body. Hearing this with Kenny's IQ, he naturally understood Ronan's meaning, nodded, and said, I have been waiting for so many years, and I am not short of a few days. During this period, I will cooperate with you. Action. Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word? Ronan looked at Kenny with a smile on his face, looking directly into Ronan's eyes. Kenny smiled. I'm sure you wouldn't do that. Congratulations, you guessed right. Ronan also smiled. Judging from the current situation, it is obviously a very unwise decision to have a bad relationship with Kenny Ackerman. At least now that he is in control of the human army, he must not be moved. And with Ronan's understanding of the relationship between the characters in the plot, the other party, there should still be some fetters for Levi in my heart. This can undoubtedly be used, after all. Paradise Island is essentially in a weak position now. Will Dana also be affected by the no-war contract? And her personality will change. And she will even become insane and unable to control her own body, just like Frieda. Body and mind. Facing the collapse of Lei Yisi's family and no real ruler inside the wall. Will the gendarmerie and garrison choose to compromise with the Survey Corps? And will Irwin go back on his word and lose his trust in Ronan? All of these are points to consider. Once there is a problem in one of the links, there will be some unexpected situations. Paradise Island can no longer bear the toss. If it continues to be closed to the outside world, what will happen next may be reduced to a colony or directly annexed by Marais. The situation is over. After all, there are Aldeans in Marais now, and these people have even become Marais tool people, and their status is not substantially different from that of slaves. Presumably Marais doesn't mind having more tool people. Ronan was naturally unwilling to see this at this time. Kenny, who received Ronan's response, showed a slight smile. Then I am looking forward to the development of things later. I am sure you will not let me down. I am looking forward to the moment when I get the calendar of Titan. Well, that's right, Tilda. A message suddenly flashed in his mind, and Ronan couldn't help asking, are your parents both from Aldea? and ask for flowers. No, I'm a pure descendant of the Ackerman family Tilda. Kenny looked proud and immediately asked, is there any question? No, I'm just asking Tilda, listen to you, Grisha nodded. Don't worry. I will clean up this side without leaving any flaws. Kenny said confidently, seeing this. Ronan couldn't help asking, go home directly, and Tilda. It's just that reality didn't give Ronan the chance to think about it. Grisha walked over with Fritz in his arms, thinking of this. Ronan couldn't help refocusing on his judgment just now. If Kenny Ackerman gave the injection to Levi because he couldn't transform into a Titan, then everything seemed to be in the long run seeing this. Ronan didn't know what he was thinking, and immediately said, let's go back to the station first, Tilda. Zero just when she was about to agree. Grisha remembered the reality that she had married again and had a child. And her expression froze after hesitating for a while. Ronan finally didn't tell Kenny the truth, hearing this. Ronan didn't stay any longer and led everyone back to the ground, joined the soldiers who had been waiting outside, and returned to the regiment's garrison. Only Aldeans can transform into Titans, and Kenny without this blood obviously cannot do it. On the resident's side, Erwin and Levi were waiting at the door long ago, Ronan's. The medical conditions here are limited. Let's go back quickly, Tilda, the words were very anxious. Looking at Kenny, Ronan said seriously, then I'll leave it to y'all take roads away. And I'll send someone over to inform you about the specific actions. In his heart, he was extremely puzzled. Why did he appear here? What does Erwin mean by doing this? Just when Ronan was about to say something, he suddenly realized that a few steps behind the two of them, a figure that shouldn't be here came into view looking at Elle, who didn't gesture at him. The two of Wen and Ronan put their hands behind their backs and made a gesture towards the two of Petra. Your back, Tilda. Erwin looked relieved. After noticing Ronan's gaze towards the people behind him, he couldn't help reacting and explained he came here by himself and has nothing to do with me. How is your plan going? Looking at the carriage surrounded by soldiers, Erwin's heart that had just been let go was lifted up again. Looking very nervous, if Ronan fails, it will not only affect him, but also all the soldiers behind him. The Survey Corps will also suffer an unprecedented cleansing. For the already unclear money situation, this will be a big blow catastrophe. Facts have proved that the military police regiment and garrison are very powerless in the face of the Titan. Just relying on them certainly cannot resist the attack of the Titan. They can only rely on themselves, knowing about Marley, Titan 270, and the situation inside the wall. Erwin can be said to have put his wealth and life, his ambitions and ideals and everything else on Ronan. Naturally, he was very nervous at this time. Fortunately not to be disgraceful, Tilda, Ronan said briefly. Deputy Captain Ronan, it seems that you have succeeded. Zachary stepped forward, seeing the other party's calm look. Ronan squinted his eyes. I don't know what the president means. Rod Ray, you see, Zachary said in a deep voice. His eyes were focused on the carriage behind him. And at the same time, he was aware of the current weird atmosphere. Once he dared to make a change now, the nearly 100 heavily armed soldiers would attack immediately. And even the surrounding Survey Corps soldiers would do the same. Now the situation is beyond his control. He's in the carriage. Do you want to meet the president, Tilda? Ronan pointed out, hearing this. Zachary pushed his glasses, nodded and said, yes. I happen to have something to ask him. You take him there, Tilda, Ronan motioned to the soldiers behind him. The soldiers stepped forward at the right time and guided Zachary into the carriage. Everything went very smoothly, and no unexpected situation occurred. This made Ronan a little uncertain about Zachary's thoughts. But now that the plan is half successful, and the other party is under his control, Ronan doesn't think there will be a reversal. And Erwin's words sound in his ears. I've prepared the secret room. Let's go in first. Wealthies is not a place for communication. Okay, Tilda standing side by side with Erwin. Ronan looked at Levi. Captains, your uncle and I have been cooperating. just nodded lightly. Levi didn't show much emotion, leaving Petra and Emir to lead the team to guard Rhodes and Zachary. Grisha returned directly to the castle with Dana on her back, found a room and began to perform some necessary vital signs checks. In the secret room, Tilda, what are you going to do next? Erwin said bluntly, originally, I was going to go directly to the top position. And with the power we have now I can do it. But after meeting Zachary I changed my mind, after a pause. Ronan continued, I feel that with my current qualifications, it is not yet ripe to rush into that position. If President Zachary is willing to cooperate, I don't mind letting him continue to hold that position. After taking the lead in implementing a series of plans, I think he should be willing, Erwin nodded. Levi, standing behind him, crossed his hands on his chest and said indifferently, I will definitely agree. Otherwise that guy can't appear here tonight, but will appear in another place. It makes sense, Tilda. Of course Ronan knew what Levi said, and it might be the underground worlds. But from the reality point of view, Zachary, who had clearly seen Ronan's plot, didn't do that. It could only mean that the other party in them is all the way, at least on some goals, thinking of this. Ronan couldn't help asking, Leader, do you think he is trustworthy? Credible, Erwin responded without hesitation. If the king's government must find someone who can be used, he is the first choice, Erwin added. Then let him continue to be president. Next, let's think about how to act in the future. I think you should have a plan. Yes, but it's just me. Obviously it can't be perfect, Leader. I need your opinion. From this moment on, Ronan and Erwin were truly bound together, and both of them could not turn back. But before the discussion started, the core soldiers guarding the door suddenly knocked on the door and said, Head, the president is asking to see you at the door. Let him in, Tilda, Erwin ordered after seeking Ronan's opinion. Soon Zachary stepped into the secret room. Tilda, are you finished? Ronan laughed. After the question is over, he is completely given up. He is not qualified to continue to hold any position. Zachary sighed immediately. He looked at Ronan with complicated eyes. Deputy Captain Ronan, you are very powerful, you are very smart, Tilda. They looked at each other with a smile. Tacitly did not bring up Rhodes' question again. Zachary pushed the mirror frame habitually and said solemnly, I am willing to cooperate with you on the premise that it will not have a negative impact on the country. And everything is for the people. Of course everything is for the people. Ronan said seriously, drip. The host is lying without changing his face, acting +1. Ronan, 21 for Zachary. Ronan said he couldn't see through. But this did not prevent him from returning to trust. Because this is an extremely capable manager, otherwise it is impossible to stay in the position of president all the time. In theory, he is the first person under the king, under one person and above 1 million people. This night was destined to be sleepless. As the supreme ruler behind the scenes, Rhodes' family was destroyed and he was arrested. It didn't have much impact on the inside of the wall, especially when those high-level people who knew his status died. Or when it becomes the partner of Renan, one cares about it. It saves Ronan a lot of trouble overnight. Ronan perfected his plans, but he had to admit that he was still not as good as Zachary as an artist when playing power and politics. The sky gradually turned south, and AI Ren walked out of the secret room, with expectations for the future in their eyes. Parade Island is about to enter a new era. At the door of Dana Fritz's room, looking haggard, apparently having not slept all night, Ronan asked with concern, is she awake? Not yet. But Ying's vitals are back to normal and should wake up soon. Shaking her head, Grisha suddenly became serious. Looked at Ronan and said, Ronan, can you give her some time? Of course, the power of the founding titan will not become our regular power. Unless it is forced to a certain extent, it will not be used. Ronan comforted in her heart. She was very clear that even if she had royal blood, it would definitely take some time for Dana Fritz to fully control the power of the founding titan. And she really hoped that she would not be in a hurry. Thank you, Grisha said gratefully. No. You can stay here with Harai. We'll ask Petra to bring some food. I will send someone to notify at home. Don't worry, Tilda. And Tilda Grisha became more and more grateful. At the same time, he was quite conflicted in his heart. There was not much time left for him, and there were many things to do next. Especially for Dana Fritz, obviously. It was necessary for her to fully accept the current situation. It takes time, but what Grisha lacks most now is time. After knowing that Dana Fritz's life was not in danger, Ronan was ready to do other things without staying here too long. As soon as I returned to the living room, I saw Petrimir and Kristoho were whispering about something. Ronan, you're back, Tilda. Petra smiled, visibly relieved. This incident can be called a big treason. And Ronan is alone with the team leader and others. In case something unexpected happens. Petra didn't dare to think about it. I'm fine. Next, you go and recall all the members of the Corps scattered in various regions of the mainland. Waiting for deployment, Tilda. I see. Petra didn't ask much. Imar, who was sitting beside here, opened his mouth, but didn't ask. Imariu and Krista should stay here. Try not to go out. It may be relatively turbulent here during this time. Ronan reminded. I see, Tilda. I listened to brother Ronan. Tilda. Both women nodded in response, seeing this. Ronan didn't say much and walked out of the living room, ready to go to where Rhodes was held, watching Ronan leave. Petra let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's okay. Now it seems that our plan should be successful, Tilda. It's not too early to be happy. Although the biggest variable has been resolved, there are still two obstacles: the military police regiment and garrison. The number of people is much larger than ours. Once the other side chooses to resist, the pressure on our side is still great, yes. Emir was very calm hearing this. Petra's eyes flashed with determination. The matter has developed to this point. If it really doesn't work, the two of us must come forward. That's the truth. I hope it doesn't develop to that point, Tilda, Emir said with emotion. Petra nodded. Yeah. I don't want to add more casualties, Tilda. What are you talking about? Krista looked puzzled. Emir glanced at him. Children can't control these, Tilda. I'm not young, Tilda. He looked down and compared his own. But Emir was silent for a while on Ronan's side. He came to the secret room where Rhodes was held, but found that Zachary was also here, observing Rhodes intently, sensing Ronan's arrival. Zachary said with a smile, "You are here." Well, what are you observing? Ronan asked curiously. The appearance of the other party's concentration is really strange. Don't you think this guy is very strange? He obviously has two eyes, nose and one mouth. But he just feels different from us. It only needs some modifications, and it should be able to become a very good work of art. Zachary's eyes revealed disgust unabashedly. Artwork is knowing the plots. How could Ronan not know the meaning of the other party's words? And immediately laughed flatly. You still have such a difference. It's not a hobby, it's just a little impulse. Zachary said calmly. After his use value is gone, you can do it, Tilda, really. Of course, Tilda, there was anticipation in Ronan's words. You are indeed a very interesting person. We may be 10 kinds of people, Tilda, hearing this. Ronan directly denied it without hesitation. No. We are different, Tilda. Zachary, maybe, Tilda. Stop talking about this. Have you passed on what you said last night? I have already sent someone to pass on the message. And I should almost rush there. My heart is full of doubts about this gathering. Because compared to the past, almost all the top managers in the mainland have been gathered this time, leaving almost no commanding force in the entire area. Looking at Ronan meaningfully, Zachary said slowly, how are you going to deal with them? Yes, I was worried for the past few days. But I slept very peacefully these days. Those soldiers are completely different from military police regiment and garrison. You can see blood, Tilda. That depends on their own attitude and ability, Tilda, Ronan whispered. I don't know, but it probably has something to do with Titan. Oh yes, Captain. 117, I don't know, maybe I was transferred back. Well, by the way, why can't I see them today? And not far from the convoy where the two are located. In a building around the building where the council hall is located. Kenny Ackerman smoking a cigarette watched indifferently. And a member of the human army beside him couldn't help but ask, "Captain, what are we going to do next?" And for some reason, I always feel that the atmosphere is not right. Full of an uneasy taste, I think so. But since the troops led by Deputy Commander Ronan returned, there has been no time for another attack. And these people can finally sleep with some peace of mind. Looking at the carriage convoy where the high-level executives were getting closer to him, Kenny's expression became more and more indifferent. And he thought to himself, I don't know how many people will be overwhelmed. After all, these people go in, immediately surround the building, and no one is allowed to leave Kailu's eyes. Do you know why we are gathered this time at the same time? After experiencing the Titan attack in the Wall of Xena, the only remaining high-level people began to gather. Some came alone and some went in groups of 2s and 3s. Among the high-level staff, Neil Decker from the Military Police Regiment and Commander Pixis from Garrison walked together. Hearing the conversations of the people around them, their faces were not very good-looking. Anyone who was regarded as a waste would not be in a bad mood. It is good if the Titan launches an attack at this time. It will definitely not be able to react, and the soldiers will be leaderless and unable to perform. Soon with the influx of people at the government hall, which seemed very empty at first, was full of various high-level officials. Compared with the previous ones, the gathering this time was more thorough, directly summoning all the captain-level managers, making the council hall much more staffed, which can be regarded as making up for the sense of emptiness caused by the large number of high-level deaths. Aware of this situation, Neil Decker, who was already a little uneasy, became even more uneasy. Looking at Commander Pixis beside him, he listened to him and whispered, "Why do I feel that something is wrong? It's a blessing, not a curse. It's a disaster that can't be avoided." "Why think so much, Tilda?" Pixis looked very calm. "It's just that his eyes are constantly looking around his body. Obviously his heart is not as peaceful as it looks." Not only Neil Decker and Pixis, but other people in the council hall also felt the unusual oppressive atmosphere at the moment. Although the surroundings were very quiet, they always felt that a storm was coming. This made everyone tense and uneasy, waiting for the person in charge to arrive at the same time. Ronan also arrived in the building, but instead of going to the council hall, he entered the room on the highest floor. Here Erwin, Levi, and Zachary have already arrived. Among the three, the so-called Wang Zhang looked at them with an embarrassed face. He has long lost the previous dusty temperament. He seems submissive and makes people look down on him. Finished? Ronan asked. Well, he has no reason not to agree. The only ones who know Rhodes' identity now are Pixis and 2 other ministers. As long as the 3 of them don't leak anything, there will be no problem, Tilda, Erwin responded. Zachary, who was standing beside him, said to himself, don't worry about Pixis. He is a smart man and will not go against the trend. As for Nair, he can start with his family and I really don't want to see him. Can also use this to threaten to let him resign on his own, which will save a lot of trouble. Tilda, having held a high position for a long time, and both being the leaders of the corps, Nair and Pixis are not only high in position and weight, but their respective networks are also very terrifying. Once they directly tear themselves apart, although they can eventually be suppressed after that, there will undoubtedly be a lot of troubles. Knowing this, Ronan nodded and agreed, I hope you can go to work. As for Neil, I'm in the same period as him, so leave it to me. Erwin volunteered. Apparently, Ronan was not prepared to directly arrest Nair's family as a threat. For this guy who has repeatedly tripped him up, Erwin still upholds the friendship of his classmates. Of course, what Neil Decker did before was largely because his position was opposite to Survey Corps, and Rhodes' shadow was naturally in it. Regarding Erwin's proposal, Ronan naturally would not refuse. He is actually not particularly keen on power and status, as long as this group of people don't mess with him and don't act against him. He doesn't mind delegating power. It's all about staying alive better, Erwin. who received Ronan's affirmative answer, couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief and immediately looked at Zachary directly. Before the discussion officially begins, the opinions of the high level must be unified, and Ronan will be the boss behind the scenes for a long time to come, leading Paradise Island to the right paths. He can't continue to hide behind the wall, and must keep up with the trend of the times, even if the power of Titan is still invincible ability. But this kind of ability is too easy to cause public outrage, and it is equivalent to a suicidal action, after all. Except for the holder of the power of the 9 Titans. After the transformation of other unscrupulous Titans, they can no longer recover those who can become Titans. They are all audience and they are all of the same race. So it is best not to use them lightly. One's own strength is the real strength. This kind of unconventional power can only be used as a deterrent force like the nuclear weapons of later generations. Soon, Levi's voice brought Ronan back to reality. Is Kenny Ackerman out there right now? You want to see him? Ronan asked, shaking his head. Levi looked indifferent. No, I'm just asking Tilda. Looking at Levi, who couldn't help but speak. Ronan felt a little funny, and his eyes shifted to the Puppet King in a timely manner. What to do and how to say in the future. You should know all about it, Tilda Ice. I know everything. Don't worry me, lords. I won't show my feet, Tilda, the Puppet King said respectfully. He just heard the discussion of the people, but he knew that the situation inside the wall was basically controlled by Ronan's side. As far as the armed forces were concerned, no one could stand against him. People, all they can do is follow the trend. Anyway, it's all about acting, so why not act for whom? And Tilda, he glanced at the Puppet King calmly. And Ronan didn't pay much attention. If it wasn't for reform and progress within the wall, this so-called king would have been kicked out long ago. In the future on Paradise Island, Wang Quan will only become a symbol of power and will not have specific power quit. Looking at Ronan's, who was calm and not showing any nervousness, the admiration in Wenwire's eyes flashed away. This is a guy who does great things. Even though he's only 15. No one spoke Li Heiahao. The room suddenly became quiet. Not caring about it, Ronan walked to the window. Through the glass, looked at the human troops that had controlled the building below. The soldiers of the Survey Corps outside. There is also his own 300-man army. And he feels extraordinarily stable in his heart. 2 layers of protection are enough to deal with all the following situations. At this time, almost all the high-level and management personnel in the wall have almost entered the building. And they have become the turtles in the urn. Unable to set off a big wave, finally this day has come. Marley is still very face-saving. After such a long time, he has not launched any more attacks. It has given me a long time to develop. But I don't know how long this state can last. Hope it lasts longer, as he thought about it. Thinking about the upcoming talks, a cold light flashed in Ronan's eyes. Those who follow me prosper, those who oppose me perish. In the council hall, Darius Zachary stood beside the Puppet King, watching the people waiting in line in the halls. His eyes stayed on Ronan and Erwin for a second, nodded slightly and said, "People, they are all here. And I asked everyone to come here this time mainly to inform one thing." After a pause, seeing that everyone was focusing on him, Zachary continued, "In view of the Titan attack and the death of a large number of high-level officials during this period, Wang decided to increase his support for the Survey Corps." Hearing this, everyone took it for granted. Only after they had truly experienced the Titan attack and felt the horror of the Titan did they deeply understand the importance of the existence of the Survey Corps. Officials who advocated suppressing the Survey Corps before regretted it a lot during this time. Neil Decker became the target of their criticism, after all. Neil Decker had promised to ensure their personal safety would not be violated. But the reality is not the case. Death is so close. In order to survive, the Survey Corps enrollment expansion and increased support are undoubtedly the most urgent links. It's just that if there's news about this branch, it shouldn't be necessary to gather all the management. Everyone is not a fool and knows that the main event is yet to come. Seeing that there is no interruption, Zachary is trying to make a fool of himself, however. In view of the poor performance of military police regiment and garrison during this period. In line with the principle of clear rewards and punishments for 650, and the wishes of the leaders of the two major corps, we will replacement of relevant positions. The main event is coming. Everyone focused their eyes on Neil Decker and Commander Pixis. They didn't believe a single punctuation mark in Zachary's words, and it was clear that the two of them hadn't shown any signs of it. On the contrary, after being called over to have a private conversation, all of them showed slumped expressions, and there must be something tricky in it. But those who engage in politics will definitely not export rashly. The key point is that Neil Decker and Pixis, who were the parties involved, did not say anything, and their faces were very calm, which showed that they had accepted the situation, and they naturally had no position to say anything more. Sensing the quiet atmosphere in the council hall, Zachary did not stop or hesitate, and said bluntly, Neil Decker is hereby relieved of his position as head of the military police regiment, and will be replaced by former Survey Corps head Erwin Smith. Levi as deputy commander. As for garrison Southern Commander Pixis, looking at Pixis, Zachary showed a trace of regret in his eyes. Originally, he was going to win his support and cooperation, but he underestimated the opponent's loyalty to the king. As a neutral faction, his resourcefulness and ability are beyond doubt, but his loyalty to the king made him choose to retire. Commander Pixis is old and wants to resign. It is hereby approved that garrison will be temporarily handed over to the military police regiment for command and dispatch. What about the Survey Corps? Someone below couldn't help asking. The supreme commanders of the two major corps have been removed and new leaders have been replaced, especially in the military police regiment. Everyone present is very aware of Erwin's ability and courage. Now that he is allowed to be the head of the military police regiment with Levi's assistance, I am afraid that it will not take long to be able to take full control of the military police regiment. As for garrison, according to Zachary's meaning, there should be no commander in a short time, which means that Erwin alone commands the two major corps. Once it has a different heart, the harm caused will undoubtedly be the greatest. Under such circumstances, the question of the ownership of the Survey Corps, whose combat power far exceeds that of the other three corps, has undoubtedly become the focus of attention. All eyes unconsciously focused on Ronan without him. They couldn't think of a second choice other than Ronan. A 15-year-old regiment commander, this is too crazy. Except for Ronan, I can't think of the second result. From this point of view in the future, the three corps of the four major corps will all be monolithic, advance and retreat together, and will no longer restrict each other like before. This way the king has no objection at all. I don't know what the king thinks, but now it seems that everything seems to be a foregone conclusion. Ignoring the discussions of the people around him, Ronan looked calm and looked around secretly. Under such an atmosphere, Zachary made the final decision. The position of the Survey Corps commander will be temporarily held by Ronan, who is the deputy commander, and will become the acting commander. Leading all the affairs of the corps, it means King Tilda. Hearing such things, the puppet king on the throne nodded lightly. Acting realistically, this made the people below speechless, and all of them looked at Ronan with flattering expressions. This is the king's favorite minister, and he must establish a good relationship in the future. As for those in the group leader and sub-leader category, even if they feel dissatisfied or unwilling, given their status, being able to enter the council hall to listen this time is considered a special kindness. Naturally, there is no chance for them to speak. All of them chose to be silent with discernment. The wood is done, obviously. The upper management has reached an agreement. Their opinions are irrelevant, they can only choose to obey. Fortunately, whether it is Erwin Levier Ronan, their personal abilities are convincing enough. After thinking about it carefully, the inner unwillingness has dissipated a lot. Even the confidants of Neil Decker and Pixis adopted a tacit attitude when they saw that their former boss had no response. So far, the high-level changes in the core have been completed. Then there will be a large-scale preparation work. The controversies and objections that might have been expected never appeared. And even those who were dissatisfied in their hearts chose to remain silent under the general trend. This made Ronan a little disappointed. At least half of the people in the council hall he actually looked down upon. But for these people to be the management team, for Paradise Island, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages, of course. It is impossible for him to kill all these people at once. And he still has to think about it in the long run. After the situation is completely stabilized, it will be the time for these people to dismount. In the new era, don't waste it. The handover of power has been completed. As the parties involved Neil Deek and Pixis were left alone, and the others slowly exited the council hall. After walking out of the buildings, they immediately saw those guarding around for human troops, as well as fully armed regiment members. It was all sweating on the back, and I was very happy in my heart. Your goal has been achieved, can you let my family go? Neil Decker looked indignant. Pixis, who was standing beside him, looked very calm. Ronan smiled, we didn't arrest your family, Tilda, lie to me. Neil Decker stepped forward and raised his hand, ready to lift Ronan's collar, but as soon as he made a move, he was thrown directly over his shoulder by Ronan and fell heavily to the ground. Please pay attention to your behavior, Tilda, for Neil Decker. Ronan doesn't have a good impression. And of course, it's not a bad feeling. As long as the other party can live an honest life in the future, he will not do anything excessive to him. And the facts will explain everything. Those guys who are conservative and only know to act according to the will of the so-called king have been eliminated by the times. You, Neil Decker, who got up and wanted to do something, was pressed by Irwin's shoulder. As long as you and your family are still living inside the wall, we can invite you over for tea at any time. So don't make some outrageous things. Irwin, have you become so unscrupulous? Neil Decker said angrily, seeing this appearance. Levi felt very amused. The head of the military police regiment was actually such a naive ghost. Irwin looked calm, everything is for Aldia, for freedom. Stop wearing high hats, you are plotting rebellion. Facts will prove everything except the reality. You are no longer qualified to meddle in these affairs. And spend the rest of your life with peace of mind, Tilda. Irwin waved his hand. And the guard at the door stepped forward and sent Neil to key, and Pixis left the chamber. From the beginning to the end, Pixis didn't say anything, but just looked at Ronan with deep meaning. This look made him very unhappy, as if seeing what Ronan was thinking. Irwin hurriedly said, I will keep an eye on them and not let them pose a threat to our future plans. And there are not many people around us who can be used. Nail and Pissy abilities are actually very good. And they may be needed in the future, Tilda, just do what you want. The focus of our next work is to control the major core, and to start tentatively disseminating information to the people inside the wall. Do you think they can accept the information? Ronan is still a little bit not sure in this regard. Zachary is undoubtedly the most qualified person to speak. After thinking for a while, he said this kind of thing can't be too urgent. Everything has to be considered in the long run. But at least from the current situation, we have a staged victory has been achieved, Tilda. I just hope Marley can give us a little more time, Tilda, Irwin said worriedly. Melee, Levi's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Ever since he knew that the Titans outside the wall were all released by the Marais country, his impression of this country dropped to freezing point. We and Marley don't know each other very well now, which means that we are both in the dark. This is still very beneficial to us, that is. The reorganization of the Corps will be carried out as soon as possible. And we have to continue to study the environment outside the wall. Exploration work, Ronan mused, this is necessary. We can't be passively beaten all the time. At least we need to know some information about the other party. It's best to be able to monitor at the landing points or even secret posts around Paradise Island, Tilda. Speaking of this, Erwin couldn't help thinking of Dana Fritz, and asked, that person can really rely on the power of the ancestors to control the electric people outside the wall. Not only Erwin Leva but also Zachary, who only knew all this information not long ago, looked expectant at the moment. If those titans can be controlled, activities outside the wall will become extremely safe. And the abundant resources outside the wall can also be used to subsidize the inside of the wall. Titan will also become a labor force and booster for great development, helping the inside of the wall to achieve rapid development. Zero Ronan, who has deeply experienced the baptism of the fishing boat explosion in the later generations, understands this very well. And naturally, he will not make mistakes. Newspaper offices are directly nationalized, and private newspapers and periodicals are not allowed to exist. For ordinary people, fishing boats will largely affect their judgment. That is to say, within this atmosphere, a few uninvited guests came to the southernmost coast of Parody Island. Under the peaceful atmosphere, undercurrents surged, and Ronan and his party took control of almost all military power. Everything needs Parody's Island to become strong enough. In addition, some projects that were not allowed to participate in the civil society were allowed. And the technologies that were dusty in the warehouse were reactivated. And the research and improvement of the technology troop, newly established, led by Hange, began to be updated and reinvested. Youth. The centrists and conservatives have been dealt a fatal blow. Almost all top executives have been purged from the management, and the revolutionaries have occupied an absolute dominant position. Of course, those Aldeans in Marais who were almost enslaved must be liberated. Asking for flowers. Thanks to the relationship that Rhodes has been hiding behind the scenes, this series of actions did not cause much shock. In the following time, several people discussed some specific implementation matters and immediately started their busy day. Compared with the gloomy atmosphere in the past, there is a vibrant scene inside the wall at this moment, just like the sprouts in spring after the rain, beginning to grow vigorously. Knowing that there are powerful enemies outside the island, everyone felt the pressure in their hearts on this day, when ordinary people are enjoying the rare tranquility and harmony and rebuilding their homes in full swing. The transfer of power has been completed on Parody's Island. Knowing this, Ronan showed a hint of helplessness on his face. The power of the founding Titan is very strong. But if we want to fully control it, we need to give her some time. And we can't put all our hopes on external forces. Above all, one's own strength is the real strength. The city wall religion was directly abolished, and Protestantism was established instead, and began to disseminate and popularize ideas for the reform. That's the truth, tilde. Everyone nodded in agreement. If they fall behind, they will definitely be beaten. They must become strong enough to avoid being coveted by those powerful enemies. There is no room for failure in this operation. The yellow-haired cat-faced man with glasses looked solemn. Those countries in the Middle East are becoming more and more dishonest, and they have even established a coalition army. We can't leave the battlefield for a long time. We must resolve the matter here as soon as possible, tilde. Zeke. The combat power on Parody Island is not weak. We can't act too hastily. Everything has to be considered in the long run. We just suffered from not understanding each other, so we rashly launched an attack. In the end, I was the only one who came back. Thinking of what happened before, Reborn looked very depressed, and the one standing beside him is none other than Zeke Yeager, Alan's half-brother, the current Malay warrior captain, and the holder of the power of the Beast Titan. Before Zeke could respond, the woman standing on the other side revealed a strong, tired expression, and said slowly, according to Reborn, according to the news brought by your 890, the government inside the wall has not done much. Even if the city wall was broken and a large number of Titans poured into the wall, they did not activate the power of founding Titan, which means that the inside of the wall, the king doesn't intend to pay attention to these things. Of course, there may be no ability to activate that ability. After a pause and a breath of relief, the woman continued to analyze. So according to the current intelligence, The only thing that can pose a threat to us is the so-called Survey Corps. Relying on Zeke's ability plus me and yours. With cooperation, as long as we can produce enough scaleless titans, our chances of winning are very high, peak. We just want to take back the power of the founding titan. But we don't need to. Reborn, don't be too naive in war. There are only positions and there is no right or wrong. As long as you can win the battle as soon as possible. All means are worth using. And they are also beneficial means to avoid huge casualties on your own side. The man named Peak the woman said seriously. Hearing this, Reborn opened his mouth. But in the end he didn't refute anymore. And he acquiesced to all of this. Okay. Since there are no problems, let's implement the plan that Peak said. Looking at Peak with a tired expression, Zeke asked, do you want to find a place for you to rest for a day or two? This time you have been on the battlefield for more than a month. And you just came back with us after you were lifted from titanization. Here the burden is too great. If possible, let me take a day off. I am a little tired now. And I may not be able to maintain the titanization for too long. One day is fine, not too much. Peak was deeply aware of his current situation and did not try to be brave. It is said that Zeke and Reborn will naturally not resist. This time they will go to the central location of Parody Island. And they need to rely on the power of Peak. After all, there are many dirt titans along the way. One mistake can cause big problems. Ronan didn't know that Malefang sent the Titan team again. And he was integrating the Survey Corps power at the moment. It is also deeply felt that Irwin is not easy. Although the Survey Corps has a combat power that cannot be matched by the other three corps. Its management personnel, or high-level personnel, are very scarce. And there are even fewer capable people who can take on this important task. After Irwin took away a group of people to completely control the military police regiment, there were actually not many available people left for Ronan. And everything had to be done by himself in desperation. Ronan had no choice but to disperse his 300-man squad. Replenishments were completed. Except for the 50-member personnel guard. And the rest of the soldiers were dispersed into the entire regiment. The speed at which he controlled the affairs of the corps. As the former squad leader is mentioned above. Although Hange is still a member of the Survey Corps, he has been included in the Science Corps, leading a group of innovative personnel, and began to investigate those sealed in the National Treasury. Research and maintenance of the same technology, as well as related improvements, strive to fully control its principle and application in the shortest time, and put it into production, and finally use it for military and civilian use. Technological innovation, especially the development of military technology, is undoubtedly the top priority now, of course. The continuous development of agriculture is also an important task at present. Increasing the cultivated area, organizing personnel to cultivate, improving grain seedlings, improving farming methods. Many livelihood and internal affairs issues are all on Zachary. It can be said that the list on his body is very heavy. And he is busy every day, pain and happiness. Because now this country is moving towards hope. Not as dark as before with no hope. The implementation of a series of measures and policies that are conducive to national development has further strengthened Zachary's support and acceptance of Ronan. The previous gamble now seems to be the right one on this day. After completing the affairs of the Corps, Ronan did not go home directly, but went to the castle where Dana Fritz was. The other party had already woken up a few days ago. With the help of Grisha, he also accepted his current situation and understood the direction of his future struggle. After all, for the people of Aldia, the advantages of these matters outweigh the disadvantages. Boom tilde boom tilde boom www knocking on the door. And hearing voices asking to come in. Ronan pushed the door open and saw Grisha and Dana standing by the bed talking. You're here, tilde, Grisha smiled. Dina on the side also smiled. Ronan, hello, tilde. Hi, tilde, Ronan greeted. The relationship between each other is definitely not as good as that with Alan and Carol. After all, this is only the third time they have met, Ronan. Dana's body has fully recovered. And she can start practicing next. Grisha looked excited. Seems to have seen the day when the audience will be liberated. Regarding this, Dinah did not refute, but nodded, I can conduct titanization experiments at any time. Aunt Dana, I'm not forcing you. It's just the current situation, we have no other choice. Ronan apologized. The woman in front of her gives people a gentle feeling at first sight. It can be seen that this is a gentle woman letting her kill. There is always a sense of guilt regarding this. Dana was very open-minded, shook her head directly, and said with a firm expression, don't say that. For the liberation of the Aldean people, I am willing to give everything in that case. I will arrange it as soon as possible. Ronan didn't say much. Dana nodded knowingly, hearing this. Grisha did not remain silent, but said bluntly with emotion, I am really happy to see you like this. But I am very sorry. I may not be able to accompany you to the end. Is it time? Ronan looked complicated in terms of personal feelings. He is very grateful to Grisha for his help and real emotions. But it is undeniable that he really took advantage of Grisha's feelings for himself. There are only 3 months left. Sorry, I may not be able to help you in the future. I plan to spend more time with my family. Speaking of this, Grisha's face showed a gentle look, and her eyes slowly shifted to Dana. Come home with me tonight. Is it possible? Dana trembled. During this period of time, he already knew what happened to Grisha over the years, and knew the existence of Carol and Alan. He didn't show too much hatred, but was sincerely happy for Grisha, and he was very special for his son in his heart missing. Even if Zeke betrayed them, the entire organization was arrested, and now only she and Grisha are left alive. But no matter what, Zeke is her child, thighs cannot be changed, of course. I think Carla should accept you, and everything after that should be announced to the public. Ronan, you will do this right. Grisha looked over expectantly, seeing this. Ronan nodded, of course. The people here are entitled to know this, Tilda. The purpose of controlling the fishing boat is to tell the people of Paradies about these matters. Only when everyone accepts this situation can the future plan be launched. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. After getting the desired answer, Grisha smiled and said, Thank you, Tilda, this is what I should do. After replying, Ronan pointedly said, Alan, do you know this? Not yet, I plan to tell them tonight, it should be all right. No, I'll come along, try not to cause too much noise. Ronan whispered, in fact, he originally wanted to say that it was okay not to let Alan inherit the power of attack on Titan. But Grisha's firm gaze made him stop his original words. Perhaps this is the responsibility that the surname Yeager entrusts to Alan. Nodding lightly, Grisha said nothing more. The atmosphere suddenly became a little silent when the three of them walked out of the room and out of the residence. Dana was very interested in seeing the busy scene around them and the bustling market, while Grisha took the trouble to explain everything to her. Seeing it, Ronan is very envious. When will he meet such a person? And he can walk hand in hand with Heron Roomtuo people. 3 meals for 4 seasons. Morning sun, sunset glow, evening snow, whitehead. Thinking of this, many figures could not help appearing in his mind, causing a gentle smile to appear on the corner of Ronan's mouth. Immediately he reacted, shook his head slightly, and threw out these thoughts that should not be considered for the time being, and followed Grisha and the two back home, looking at the two who walked directly into it without any hesitation. They couldn't help being surprised. Are you really not afraid that Carol Aunt will get angry? Immediately followed and stepped in. The same scene as before. Alan ran over immediately after seeing him. Mikasa followed closely like a small tail. Except for Alan's eyes. Also has the ultimate version of Ronan, brother Ronan Tilda. And Tilda looking at the 2 children standing beside him. One on the left and one on the right. Ronan habitually raised his hand to stroke their hair. Both of them narrowed their eyes, but soon Alan couldn't help breaking the atmosphere, brother Ronan. Who is the beautiful aunt that Dad brought back just now? Beautiful aunt, the corner of his mouth twitched. And Ronan said truthfully, it's your father's first wife. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to call her aunt. What? Not only Alam but Mikasa also showed shock and couldn't control anything and ran straight into the house. Mikasa hesitated, followed, and ran into the house. I hope everything goes well, Tilda. After muttering a word, Ronan didn't immediately enter it. Anyway, this is also Alan's family's business, and it must be inappropriate for him to go in directly. Waiting quietly in the courtyard, the expected yelling scene never appeared, and everything seemed to be very peaceful. But Uncle Harry's voice came from behind. Ronan, why are you standing here? Why don't you go in? Let's go in together, Tilda. Ronan smiled. That kid is terrible now. He has become the head of the Survey Corps. How long has it been now? The entire Elmiha district, and even the people in the Wall of Xena know about it. And they will soon send you. The kid has become a living legend. Uncle Harry was full of emotion seeing this. Ronan didn't take it too seriously, and said with a smile, no matter how powerful you are, I was once an apprentice under your command. So, Uncle, you are better than me, that's for sure, Tilda. For Ronan's words, Uncle Harry was very helpful. He patted Ronan's shoulder. His eyes were full of relief. And he said, don't disappoint the people's trust in you. You are no longer just a small apprentice of 763. A decision will even affect the situation of the whole country. Act with caution. I know. Let's go in together. They should have talked about the same, Ronan responded. Okay, Tilda. The two entered the living room together. The targets were Alan and Mikasa, who looked confused. Grisha, who stood there in a daze, somewhat at a loss, and Carol, Dana, and Aunt Martha, who were exchanging enthusiastically. Three people. Well, it seems that the relationship is very harmonious. Ronan, you are here. This is your Dana aunt. Carol introduced it very grandly. Ronan's timely opening, Dana Aunt Tilda. It can be seen that Dana is obviously relieved at the moment. And she was obviously very worried about whether she could be accepted before. But the facts proved that Carol Aunt didn't pay much attention to these things, or that some things were not good to talk about in front of children. And at night, Grisha probably had to kneel on the washboard to tell all the reasons. At least for now, it seems that things are going smoothly without any major problems. As for whether Grisha will kneel on the washboard, that is their family business. And Ronan said that he can't interfere. Compared to Ronan's calmness, Uncle Harry was completely confused, especially after he clarified the relationship between Dana and Grisha. He was extremely confused, and there was a hint of envy in his eyes. But the first time was crushed by Martha Aunt. I probably won't be able to sleep tonight, it's miserable. After dinner, Ronan didn't stay any longer and left directly, preparing to go outside for some exercise these days. He was busy with the integration of the core and the details of the implementation of a series of plans. He didn't practice much, and he felt that his body was going to be rusty. I hope both uncles can sleep well tonight, Tilda. Thinking about it because of the short distance, Ronan quickly returned to the station and saw Petra, who was eating. Have you had dinner yet? Petra asked, concerned. I have eaten at home. You have all worked hard during this time, Tilda. Looking at the gloomy Krista, Ronan said clearly, have you met your father? Well, father asked me to ask you to save his life. Krista dared not look Ronan directly in the eyes. During this period of time, Petra has already described the situation on Rhodes' side to Krista. After all, sooner or later they will know. It is better to inform in advance if Krista can accept it. Then stay here. If not, Ronan will not force it. But certainly not putting a ticking time bomb around. Especially this person is still the orphan of the royal family in the wall, and has the blood of the royal family, fortunately. Although Krista has been looking forward to getting Rhodes' approval since she was a child. After knowing what she did not show excessive behavior. But her interest has not been very high during this period of time, especially after meeting Rhodes today. It can be clearly seen that he is not particularly happy. Sorry, I can't promise that, Ronan whispered. The previous agreement with Zachary was to hand over Rhodes to him. Now that he has agreed and the other party has fulfilled the previous promise perfectly, It is naturally impossible for Ronan to slip up. Hearing this, Krista's eyes darkened. But she didn't say anything, seeing Petra couldn't bear it. She opened her mouth to say something, but was stopped by Emir. You guys continue to eat. I'll change clothes and I'm going to the training ground to practice for a while. If you have anything to do, just go there and find me. Without waiting for a response, Ronan went upstairs directly, changed into clothes that were more suitable for sports, and went out directly. Seeing the back of Ronan leaving quickly, Petra couldn't help wondering, Emir, why didn't you let me say it just now? Are you trying to make things difficult for Ronan? Emir looked indifferent. Although she sympathizes with Krista very much and has a very harmonious relationship with her, this is not the time for selfishness if Zachary, who has been the president for more than 10 years, has not helped to maintain the current situation. I am afraid that there would have been mess up, even if Ronan and the others now control the 3 major combat corps here. The training corps led by the former survey corps leader is actually on their side, plus the anti-human troops led by Kenny Ackerman. The violent energy of everyone inside the wall is overwhelming. Already in hand, but there are still forces that can cause turmoil, such as business groups, folk, religious organizations, militias and volunteers. There needs to be a person with enough prestige who can stand in the open and lead all of this, so that people can be convinced enough in this regard. Darius Zachary is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate, and the key point is that he is willing to actively cooperate, which is very gratifying. It can be said that during this period of time, various factions and forces within the wall were able to complete the transfer of power in a relatively stable environment, and began to carry out reforms and innovations. Thanks to Zachary at such a critical moment. It is undoubtedly a very stupid thing to let Ronan break the agreement and have a bad relationship with Zachary. Of course, not only Demo Zhao is endurance, personal strength, flexibility, coordination, speed, and other aspects of quality, all of which are more than 10 times that of ordinary people. Facing a 3 to 4 meter level Titan, Ronan feels that he may use it without weapons. It can be defeated by physical skills alone. Thinking of this, Ronan couldn't help but feel embarrassed. But in this world where the scientific and technological revolution is underway, no matter how powerful an individual's force is, it is impossible to resist bullets. Ronan knows that after a long time, he will definitely need to exercise. But he must also start to focus on developing Paradise Island has developed in terms of technology. Not only that, the new conscription conference will also be on the agenda. According to Captain Keith, the recruits from the previous session are already ready for use, and the new conscription conference can be put on the agenda long ago. Calculating the times, Marley should send someone over soon. It's been so long. In terms of direction, from the direction Reborn and the others came from before, combined with the plot speculation, the Marley Empire should be in Paradise in the south of the island. It feels like you have to be prepared in advance. And you can't be too passive, only relying on oneself. I am afraid it will be difficult to increase the speed. It needs the support of external forces. Ronan muttered to himself at the same time. In the training ground, Ronan ran round and round, not paying much attention to Rhodes' affairs, but thinking about the future precautions. Now there is Sanmao outside the Zhiganshina district as the leader, leading the team to guard against related attacks. And Hanj has returned to the garrison. But Sanmao's top combat power alone is definitely not enough to deal with the next situation. There are many people in my mind. I'll go by myself. No. I can't leave. No, it seems that I can only let Levi pass by. But I don't know how the team integration work on Captain Irwin's side is going. The goal of tearing up the Titan has already taken a big step forward. It seems that he can't stay on the island all the time. If conditions permit, has to go out. Seeing this, Krista said weakly, "Thank you. But don't make it difficult for brother Ronan. All of this may be fate." Thinking about this, Ronan's running speed is getting faster and faster, and it has not declined due to the passage of time. In terms of physical fitness, after more than a year of accumulation and improvement, Ronan feels that he is no longer a normal person. The Survey Corps naturally does not need to be cleaned. But there are many unqualified soldiers in the military police regiment and garrison, and they must not continue to be recruited. The addition of recruits is not only to increase the strength of the troops, but also to give fresh blood to the three major combat corps. Parade Island needs these guys. Hearing this, Petra was silent and just glanced at Krista apologetically. Not only the military police regiment, Garrison's heart is also attributed to Irwin's control and reorganization, which is equivalent to starting from scratch. The work is undoubtedly very large, but thinking of the actions that Marley may launch at any time, Ronan feels that it must be done now. Have to prepare in advance at noon the next day. Seeing Dana Fritz, who had returned safe and sound, and Grisha with a smile on her face, Ronan knew that the matter should be resolved satisfactorily. The three of them entered the room. I've made it clear to Carol and she's accepted it. Grisha is relaxed. Ronan couldn't help asking, did you also talk about letting Alan inherit the power of attack on Titan? Grisha paused, not knowing what to say for a moment. Alan is his son, destined to inherit his mantle and continue that glorious career. But at this moment, looking into Ronan's eyes and feeling the meaning in it, Grisha's heart was shaken because he rang out his other son. Zeke. Dana Fritz, who also thought of Zeke, had dark eyes and was betrayed by her son, needless to say. This hardisha, but she never blamed Zeke. But because of her own oppression, since she was a child *Ed feels sorry and remorse. If it wasn't for the two of them forcibly stuffing the thoughts of Aldia's restorationists into Zeke's head. If it weren't for 887 blindly forcing him to accept all this, and follow their footsteps to complete the great cause of liberating the Aldia people. Everything after that may not happen. They are the ones who are sorry for Zeke, their fellow revolutionists and the people of Aldia. In this regard, after so many years have passed, Grisha also thinks very clearly and understands her own shortcomings. At this moment their eyes are also dim, and she looks at Ronan with some confusion. Am I really wrong? His voice was trembling. Obviously, he had begun to doubt himself and his persistence all the time. Hearing this, Ronan looked solemn and said slowly, I think Alan can make his own choice. Let him choose. Grisha hesitated, but Alan is still. He is not young anymore, and he already has enough thinking and ability to decide his own future path. I think it is still necessary to seek his own opinion on such an important matter. If he agrees, then we will hand over the power of attack on Titan to him. Come to inherit if he doesn't agree. Ronan smiled faintly. Beside, if we disagree, we'll pick a person from the Survey Corps who is loyal enough and give him the power of attack on Titan. As long as he can help us realize our dreams. Whoever inherits it will be fine, not much difference. That being said, Ronan still hopes in his heart that Alan can inherit the power of attack on Titan. Without him, Chief Eye's character and potential are completely worthy of the power of attack on Titan. And only he can fully exert the power of attack on Titan. As a time traveler in terms of seeing people, especially those characters in the plot, Ronan feels that no one in this world is more clear than himself. Hearing these words, Grisha was silent for a while, and Dana held his palm tightly, watching with affirmation. With a gentle appearance that I agree with the decision you made. Which is really enviable. Seeing this, Ronan was not in a hurry to urge but sat on a chair. Watched the hot training scene outside through the window, thinking about possible mistakes in the plan. He doesn't think he is a genius or a high IQ. So for such fatal options and choices, he usually thinks over and over again, repeatedly proves and simulates, in order to find the flaws in them. Judging from the current situation, if Marais hadn't taken any action, the inside of the wall will certainly usher in a period of stable development. But it will be extremely difficult to achieve breakthrough results. And it will take a long time. What is most lacking now is time. Ronan sighed in his heart. Others have developed for decades, or even nearly 100 years. If Paradise Island wants to catch up in a short period of time, it will definitely not be possible with the current level of technology. Personnel radioned education level on the island. A century-old plan, education first. Now Ronan doesn't have so much time to wait for the new generation of successors in the wall to grow up. I hope that Marley can take action quickly. Zeke is the best leader, this guy's parents are here now. As long as he can be caught. Although it may not be able to change his long-standing philosophy. He can use it properly, it's still no problem. It was at this moment that Grisha's voice sounded in Ronan's ear, interrupting his train of thought. Ronan, I have made a decision. I will explain the specific situation to Alan today. How to choose is entirely up to him, I have missed it once. This time I will not make another mistake. Grisha looked firm and held Dana tightly palm. Wise choice, should I have someone call Alan over now? Ronan asked, I'm sorry to trouble you. It's just a small matter. Let's think about the specific speech later, Tilda. Leaving such a sentence. Ronan walked out of the room directly, leaving Grisha and Dana enough space to be alone. Let Alan choose his own future path. Not let him follow Zeke's old path, Dana blamed herself. Seeing Grisha's expression became more and more gloomy at that time. We really didn't think about it. If we didn't force Zeke to accept our ideas too much, maybe what happened later would not happen. And other people in the organization would not. Don't say that when I was injected. I learned from the officer that we have been under the watchful eye of the Marais military. Even if there was no report from Zeke, we would be arrested soon. Zeke, it's just a step ahead. Dana whispered, I feel very frustrated in my heart, thinking that I have achieved the ultimate in secrecy work, and even have the confidence to restore the organization and actions of Aldia's power. Hearing this, Grisha's expression froze. But she immediately reacted and said with emotion, it turns out that's the case. It seems that we took it for granted at that time. It's not so easy to restore power, as Ronan always said. Only oneself, only when you are strong enough, can you consider the restoration of power and the liberation of Aldia. And this is destined to be a long process. It can be seen that you put a lot of trust in Ronan. Dana's words. Nodding her heads, Grisha said with affirmation, Ronan is very good. I think the future of Aldia people can be entrusted to him. With the concentration and strengthening of power, the headquarters of Survey Corps has moved to the capital. Such a change immediately attracted the attention of the people in the capital. But it did not arouse disgust as usual. Everyone was happy to see this situation, because they had experienced the despair when the Titan attacked. I deeply felt the strength of the Survey Corps. With such a strong army stationed there, the safety of the mainland would be guaranteed. And I could finally sleep peacefully at night. Should have done this a long time ago. With the Survey Corps around, those damn Titans are afraid to launch an attack. I hope this situation can be maintained forever. By the way, have you read today's newspaper? Is it the biography about the world beyond the wall? Yes. You said, are there any four-wheeled vehicles that don't need horses? Are there any large ships that can quickly sail in rivers without manpower, and can carry hundreds or thousands of people there? I think you are a joke. How could there be such a thing? This is just a biography. It's interesting to read it when you have nothing to do. But if you take it seriously, it's just a joke. I don't think so. Recently, the royal government has loosened restrictions and even encouraged us. How do you say that wordies? It is pioneering and innovative. As long as you can invent useful things, you can not only enter government agencies. It's exciting to get a lot of money. The king's government has already made a clear announcement. And there should be no fakes. But do you have the ability? Why not? Me family was all craftsmen in my generation. But after passing down to my generation, because of the relevant regulations of the royal government, it is not very brilliant. I will go home and look for my grandfather's notes. I should be able to find some useful things. I won't tell you. All right, I'm home. Compared with the past society inside the wall, which hides a strong sense of oppression under the prosperous appearance, Now the inside of the wall undoubtedly looks free and much more open. The freedom of the people has been fully guaranteed. As long as they do not commit crimes or do things prohibited by law. Everything is allowed, there may be a lot of loopholes in it, which will be exploited by interested people. But Ronan can't control so much now. He can only let practice test everything and improve it. At this time, at the entrance of the Survey Corps headquarters, Tilda. Thank you, Tilda. Ronan looked at Levi beside him, hearing this. Levi still looked indifferent, stared at Ronan, and said firmly, I hope your judgment is not wrong. There is a high probability that there will be no mistakes. Calculating the times. Marley should start taking action soon, Tilda, of course. Ronan must be guessing wildly, but no matter what. Tricking Levi to the Higginshina area is the top priority now. Anyway, as long as people get there. Everything will be done when it is done. Question. If Marley really sends someone over, I will hold the Higginshina garrison until your reinforcements arrive. Levi's eyes are sharp. I believe you. Ronan said earnestly, but if things cannot be done, I hope you can bring back the soldiers as much as possible. Our struggle with Marais will not end overnight. It will probably be a protracted war. We cannot stick to one city, one war. The gains and losses of the land, I know, Tilda. After agreeing, Levi looked over with complicated eyes. Who would have thought that the little guy Zhang Jin, who was licking his face to confront him, had grown to such an extent now? It can be said that the actual ruler of Paradise Island is now Ronan. Although Ronan does not control too much power, more is to provide plans and then distribute the implementation power to others. This method is undoubtedly the best implementation plan for the current Parade Island. I'm leaving, Tilda. Levi stepped on the horse, looking a little reluctant seeing this. Ronan took a step back, scanned the hundreds of heavily armed soldiers around, and finally focused on Levi, said in a deep voice. Come back alive, I will, turning his head. Without looking into Ronan's eyes, Levi drove his horse straight out of the gate, and the team followed in time. In his heart, he whispered silently, don't let me down, kid. If it weren't for the three of Aluo and Aluo returning from the stronghold in the past few days to help them share part of the pressure, they would really be exhausted asking for flowers. Zero. Apparently he was observing the scene where he sent Levi by himself just now. Although she knew there was some reason for doing so, Petra was not a little emotional. Ronan didn't know about this at this time. He was walking towards the office while thinking about Kenny's intentions. But he still couldn't figure out what the other party's intentions were. So he simply stopped thinking and walked quickly to office door. But without waiting for the three of Oreo to provide more assistance, or even giving the three of them a chance to recuperate in the interior, Ronan sent them to Levi again, and directly stationed in the Higginshina district, Tilda. Following behind Ronan step by step, watching the not particularly tall but reassuring back. Petra blushed involuntarily when recalling the intimate action just now. Sensing the sound behind him, Kenny turned around, still with the same cynical look. Playing with the taste, Captain Ronan. You don't seem to know that an anti-government force that aims to assassinate you recently appeared in the mainland. Not only me but also emirs, and even Krista have done a lot of work. When this time is over, you have to thank them very much. Seeing this, Ronan couldn't help but raised his hand and scratched Petra's nose, and said with a smile, don't be angry, I will tell them. Let's go come with me to meet Kenny and see what he thinks. It's been a hard time for you, Ronan said apologetically. As the head of the Survey Corps, Ronan actually acted as a hands-off shopkeeper. After confirming the direction, he handed over all the matters to the three women, which really made them so tired that they didn't even have time to eat every day. Petra grumbled. It wasn't until the figures of Levi and the others completely disappeared from sight that Ronan looked away. With the sound of footsteps, Petra came to her side. Ronan. Kenny has been waiting in the office for a long time. Smiling and nodding to the guard at the door, Ronan glanced at the members of the human army who were saluting to him, and then stepped into the office. The goal was Kanana's back, who was watching through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. At the entrance of the station, Captain Tilda. What are you talking about? Petra looked very excited. After waving his hand to signal Petra to calm down, Ronan calmly said, "Is it those banned sects and members of the Chamber of Commerce? As expected, you already know how about it. Do you want me to help you get rid of them?" Kenny laughed, seemingly indifferent. "What do you want in return?" Ronan was straightforward. This made Kenny spread his hands. Pretending to be disappointed, Anne said, "Don't be like this. Do I seem to be such a mercenary in your eyes?" "Yes, Tilda." Ronan didn't hesitate. "Kenny. Well, I have a small wish. I hope you can help to fulfill it." Kenny laughed, signaling Petra to close the door of the office. Ronan stepped forward and calmly said, "With 277, you know, you can't get the power of Titan for the time being. It's not that I want to leave the capital. Specifically the mainland," Kenny said seriously. "You sure?" Looking at the other party's solemn expression, Ronan found himself increasingly unable to see through the other party. Nodding his head, Kenny explained, "I'm going to the Shiganshina district." "For Levi?" Ronan looked Kenny in the eye. What caught my eyes was a pair of eyes full of complex emotions, and I couldn't help frowning. There are reasons for him, but not just for him. For some things, I think I still have to do it myself. Just relying on others may never be able to win the bid." Kenny said meaningfully, knowing what it meant. Ronan nodded. "Okay, but before you leave, help me wipe out those guys first as a reward." Taking out a small box from his pocket, Ronan handed it over. "I think you should know how to use this thing. Whether you want to use it or who to use it on, it's up to you to decide." Tilda, cheerful Tilda, quickly took his eye, opened it and took a look. Kenny smiled with satisfaction. "Don't worry. Those people won't survive tonight if there is nothing else. I will leave first. Looking forward to meeting next time, Tilda." "I'm looking forward to it too." As a purebred Ackerman family, Kenny, who does not have Aldia blood in his body, cannot become a Titan. Knowing this, Ronan is looking forward to it. What kind of expression the other party will have after knowing this situation? Smiling slightly, Kenny walked out quickly without saying a word, leading people out of the buildings. It can be predicted that there will be a bloody storm in the mainland tonight. I don't know the whole meaning of Ronan and Kenny's words, but Petrajo can probably guess most of them. Can't help but say, Ronan, people like Kenny Ackerman. Do we really want to keep working with him? Why not? Ronan countered. It caused Petra to choke. There are some things that we will definitely lose the truth if we come forward. In this case, Kenny Ackerman and his anti-human troops will play a role. Ronan explained, although this is the truth, I always feel that it is too dangerous to cooperate with someone like him. Petra worried seeing this. Ronan flicked his forehead and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Kenny Ackerman is not as unreliable as he looks. He is actually more pure than most people. And the more pure a person is, the easier it is to work together. The less risk there is. For the time being, that's all I can do, Tilda. Okay. Let's not discuss this. You go to organize the manpower right away. Many people will die tonight. You personally lead the team to help with the aftermath. Understand what I mean?" Ronan smiled. "Understood. Tonight, our internal treasury should be able to add a lot of wealth." Looking at Ronan with a rather complicated expression, Petra shook her head and sighed. "Since the anti-government force first appeared, you should have noticed it. And you can deal with it after it grows enough. Just enough to eliminate it at once hidden dangers." Speaking of this, Petra can't help but feel sad for those reactionary forces. It is a disaster for them to meet such a person who likes to concentrate on cutting leaks. And even if they organized enough personnel, with Ronan's inhuman personal combat power, Petra doesn't think that those people can successfully assassinate, mostly because they were all counterattacked. Instead of raiding everywhere, it's better to gather them together and get immediate results in one go. It's more efficient. There must be a high-level presence behind this organization. So find a way to find them out. Ronan's eyes flashed a cold light. Hidden dangers and the Lycans discovered must be cured. He doesn't want to be stabbed in the back when he is out fighting in the future. To fight against the outside world, we must first secure the inside. I'll find them. For these guys who like to hide in dark corners and do things. Petra doesn't have a good impression at all. So naturally she won't spare any effort to catch them all this time. After a few more brief chats, Petra went out, organizing staff to prepare for Kenny Ackerman's actions at night. That night, when many people were asleep, the killings started in the dark. The anti-government forces that were in the assembly were directly surrounded by human troops. And all of them were massacred without leaving any. Not only the people in the assembly, but those members who had been targeted for a long time were also killed at home. Petra led the team to deal with the funeral affairs behind the human army, accepted the property of the members of the Chamber of Commerce, and collected evidence. I still had some unbearable feelings in my heart. But after seeing what these people did, and after confirming that the target was indeed Ronan, it disappeared immediately. Such a large-scale 4-7 operation naturally attracted the attention of some people. But seeing the human troops in action, these people decisively chose to close the doors and windows, turning a deaf ear to those screams. One night passed, and when the people woke up one after another, except for those who were close to the action site, most of them were unaware of last night's action, and they were still active as usual. It's just that the bloody smell in the air still caught their attention. But they didn't pay much attention to it. A reactionary armed force that was brewing just died quietly. To a certain extent, it has deterred some interested people. And this is just the beginning of Ronan's big purge. With the momentum of the election, Erwin and others took control of the military power inside the wall and cooperated with Zachary to capture all the administrative and financial powers in their hands, leaving no one else behind. A little bread will naturally become the object of hatred of some people. This is unavoidable. After all, where there are people, there will be rivers and lakes. The cake is only so big. No matter how it is divided, some people will be dissatisfied. What's more, as an adult, Ronan is not ready to share with others. Wants everything. At least everything must be in the hands of his own people, without giving others a chance to intervene. For Parody Island, which is trying to change the original decline and enter into a great development of morale, centralization is the best choice at present, which can avoid internal strife and internal friction, and focus all attention on development. Knowing this, Ronan has been waiting for those people to act. This time, the reactionary forces supported by sectarian organizations, a few high-level organizations in the government, and members of the Chamber of Commerce with materials and funds are the counterattacks, or warnings off these hidden opposition forces. After all, the scale of this organization is not too large, only about 100 peoples. It is obviously impossible to overthrow the current ruling structure with these 14 people. There must be other people and forces behind it. Ronan, who understands this, will not feel fear because of this, let alone allow these guys to do things behind the scenes. And the cleansing operation will start from then on. At this time, the office is it just these people. Looking at Neil Dirk sitting across from him, Ronan looked calm, but there was a strong evil spirit in his eyes. Seeing this, Neil Decker nodded. They were the only ones who contacted me during this time. I don't know if anyone else was involved, but Pixis should have been contacted as well. You can go find him. During the speech, his expression was very decadent. This kind of behavior of betraying others is very disgusting. But Ronan pinpointed his lifelines, so he couldn't help but not compromise. It's not just Ronan. Those hidden reactionary forces can't let go of Neil Decker. After all, he is the head of the former military police regiment, with a wide range of contacts and an extraordinary influence on the regiment, which has not yet been completed in Irwin. The moment of reorganization of the military police regiment is undoubtedly very important. If you want to do big things, Neil Decker is an indispensable part. Pinpointing the key points, Ronan has always been extremely concerned about Neil Decker's situation. After purging a reactionary organization this time, he immediately ordered someone to bring him to him. Also got a lot of information. Okay, you go out tilde Ronan, who realized that Neil Decker was not Ling waved his hand. Standing up and hesitating for a while. Neil Decker finally couldn't help but say, so many people are involved. Do you really want to clean them all, Steve? There are really too many people involved this time. If we insist on finding out all of them, I am afraid that there will be no less than 1,000. Or hundreds of people if so many people are all killed. The impact will undoubtedly be extremely severe bad. Who said I was going to kill them? Ronan gave Neil Decker a surprised look, then you. Subconsciously wanted to ask, but suddenly realized that he was no longer the head of the military police regiment, but just a civilian without the slightest power. Decker stopped speaking in time. It's not your concern, tilde, Ronan warned. He couldn't trust any of these conservative guys. Even if the management personnel were scarce now. He didn't use their ideas anyway. As long as you get through this painful period, everything will return to calm. Only like-minded people can achieve great things together. And letting people with different ideas join will only have the opposite effect. I lied, tilde, he was not an extremely radical person at all. And now his family members are being monitored and controlled by Ronan. And they may be arrested at any time. Neil Decker straightened his position. Without saying anything again, directly exited the room. His back was very bleak. Poor man must be hateful. Ronan showed no mercy to him at the door. Pixis and Neil Decker, who were being brought in by the guards, looked at each other. Both of them smiled wryly. I brought the list you asked for, tilde, compared to Neil Decker. Pixis, who is more accustomed to protecting his life wisely, is more straightforward, and directly gave Ronan the list he recorded. A quick glance at the names on the list. Ronan's eyes flashed with murderous intent among them. There are quite a few people who he believed could accept the future management and entrust them with important responsibilities. Looked away, tilde, with a slight sigh in his heart. Ronan looked at Commander Pixis standing in front of him and asked seemingly casually, you seem to have always supported our king very much. It used to be, but now I want to live for myself more. Pixis said meaningfully, hearing this. Ronan nodded clearly. I see you can go out now, yes. After agreeing, Pixis turned and walked out of the room. And under the leadership of the guards, he left the building through a secret passage. Whether it was Neil Decker or Pixis, they were all pawns that Ronan placed in the open, in order to be able to directly eliminate those opponents who were hiding behind the scenes. Now it seems that the effect is still good. Looking at the 87 list in his hand, Ronan still gave judgment to these people in his heart. With so many participants, plus those people and soldiers who follow for no reason, the scale of nearly 1,000 people is undoubtedly very large. As long as these people are eradicated, there should be no more inside the wall. At least in the Wall of Hina, a reactionary organization with too much threat. After all, people are afraid of deaths. It is only a small number of people who know that it is impossible to do it. But still do it, however. It is unwise to kill so many people hastily, and it will easily cause some unnecessary troubles. In this sensitive period, it is still necessary to deal with it in a mild manner. Thinking of this, the image of Fritz could not help appearing in Ronan's mind. I don't know how far she has control over the power of the founding titan. Standing up, Ronan went out directly and led the team to a hidden underground cave. As soon as he entered, he was attracted by the sound of fighting. He saw the titan of UH Emir transformed into, was fighting with Dana, changed to founding titan sparring. Grisha also entered the titan form. Watching from the sidelines, it was a good practice project. But seeing the two people's punching movements that seemed to be slowed down 10 times. The corners of Ronan's mouth twitched. I'm playing. Ronan, you're here, tilde, Grisha said. In the state of titanization, his voice is very hoarse. And it sounds a bit irritating. Not only him, Emir and Dana are also in the same situation. Seeing Ronan's arrival, the three of them understood. They all ended the playing around just now, turned back to human form and walked over. I can already control the titan form freely. Ronan laughed, yes, already. Very good, the progress is good. In fact, the ability to fight does not mean much to you. Unless you are at the end of your life. You will definitely not be sent to the frontline battlefield to participate in the battle. So you don't need to practice fighting in the future. Thinking of the scene of Dana and Emir practicing duel. Ronan feels a bit of liver pain. There is always a sense of, let's learn to meow together. Meow 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 meow, this is not fighting. The whole is playing games, I see. She breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Dinah was not very interested in fighting things. And her personality is not the kind of strong temper that has to fight for one or two in everything. So not having to fight is undoubtedly a relief for her. Great burden afterwards. I will send some prisoners over and transform them into dirty titans. You can try to order them to do some things and train their control ability. Don't worry, just take your time, Tilda, Ronan smiled. And said don't put too much pressure on Na. Killing the nearly 1,000 reactionary forces rashly will definitely cause a lot of trouble. Since they can't be killed, they can only be transformed into titans. Which is just right for Dana to practice the power of coordinates. Once successful, these nearly 1,000-headed titans will be a powerful force that cannot be ignored in Paradise Island. Both are powered with the current level of technological development in this world. No country should be able to defeat nearly 1,000 Titan troops on the frontal battlefield. Directly use living people, Grisha froze. Dead people can't transform into Titans. Don't worry, those people deserve what they deserve. I'm not crazy enough to capture innocent civilians inside the wall for experimentation. Ronan said seriously. Hearing this, Grisha's expression eased a lot. The previous attack on the Titan had already made him extremely uneasy. But now that he wants to do it again, it will indeed cause some resistance. But when they thought of their goals, this thought was forcibly suppressed. It's all about Aldia, and like Ronan said, these people deserve what they deserve. That's right, the crime deserves it. Under repeated emphasis, Grisha finally chose to believe Ronan, in contrast Emir, who often helps Petra to deal with core affairs. Obviously wants to know more, bluntly said. Is it those who are secretly preparing to oppose us? Yes. Kenny helped us deal with a batch before. But that was only a small part of it. This time I have found a relatively complete list. And I am going to catch all these guys. Ronan's eyes were filled with a murderous look. Don't stop, take it back as a superior. In the face of opposing forces, own should be decisive. Feeling all this, Grisha was gratified, but also secretly blamed herself. After so many years, she seemed to have made no progress. On the contrary, Ronan has been moving forward and surpassed him. Ronan, be careful yourself, Tilda. Although she didn't know exactly how many opposing forces there were. But looking at Ronan's face at this time, Dina could imagine the seriousness of it, and immediately expressed concern. Don't worry, I'll be fine. After this operation is completed, there should be no opposition forces in the Sheena wall. As for those remaining guys, they don't dare to jump out again. We can develop with peace of mind. Ronan comforted a few words, it's the way it should be. I'm too indecisive, and you're right, Grisha whispered. Emir did not express any thoughts. She doesn't care about these things. Anyway, as long as it is what Ronan ordered, it can be done. It is useless to think about it. Because of coordinating the whole operation, Ronan didn't stay for too long. Just chatted a few words before returning to the ground. Petra has already finished its preparations. Taking advantage of the nightfall, it began to arrest those reactionary personnel one by one. Those who dared to resist were directly stunned or killed. Under such actions, except for some people who resisted at the beginning, the reactionary personnel after that all chose not to resist. Think about the law and don't blame the public. Unbeknownst to them, Ronan has decided to make them part of the Titan force. Of course, the premise is that Dana Fritz can grasp the power of founding Titan as soon as possible, so as to control these innocent Titans. Otherwise, these people can only die of old age or disease and death in prison. Ronan doesn't want the Titan army he created with painstaking efforts to eventually go out of control and attack his own troops and civilians. Same as before that night, many people were sleepless. And the incomprehensible gunshots. Screams and shouts made people feel heartbroken, however. After taking control of the fishing boat, Ronan had already properly explained this before, so that the civilians did not feel too scared about it, but took it for granted. There will certainly be no shortage of discussions behind the scenes. Shop, I really don't know what these guys are thinking. Obviously, everything is developing in a good direction now, and our country is about to enter a period of rapid development. The lives of our people will get better and better, but they really insist on letting everything is back to how it was before. Why else, as the newspaper said? Those guys are all vested interests. This reform has harmed their interests, naturally. They want to restore everything to the original state, new how. Bastards who don't want us to have a good life. Yes, we firmly oppose this kind of thing. If you catch them well, you should catch all these people. Of course, apart from ordinary people who are easily induced by fishing boats. Those intellectuals and so-called insightful people undoubtedly have a deeper understanding of these actions. But although the policies of the new power holders are very bold, but now it seems that everything is developing in a good direction, and they naturally have no objections. The premise is to be able to maintain the current state. Generally speaking, although many people were involved in this large-scale cleansing operation, it has attracted a certain amount of attention, but for Ronan, who controls all violent agencies strong and occupies the commanding heights of fishing boats, he has always been invincible land. Not only did the prestige not decline, but the prestige grew day by day. When a series of cleansing operations were launched in the Wall of Xena, Levi got a piece of news that he couldn't help but pay attention to in the core garrison outside the Exgantia area. Are you sure you read it right? Looking at the soldier in front of him, Levi looked serious and his eyes were extremely sharp, like two sharp knives piercing the opponent's heart. Not only Levi but the surrounding Sanmao Aluwu, Gunda and other high-level, promoted, also focused their attention on the soldiers. Feeling the depressing feeling in the air, the soldier swallowed and said loudly, "There is absolutely no mistake. Through the telescope, I found a figure on a hillside more than 10 kilometers away from the wall. The other party should have also noticed. If you leave me, you will hide directly." Having said that, I was extremely panicked inside. There are humans outside the wall. How did they come through the Titan-infested area? What is the purpose of coming here? Are there other countries beyond the walls? No one is an idiot when the facts are in front of us. There will be many conjectures that are very close to the facts. You go down tilde also inform everyone that from now on, the whole army will enter a state of emergency combat readiness. Levi said without doubt, after giving a military salute. Without thinking too much about what was there, the soldiers went out of the headquarters directly and began to pass on Levi's orders. It's finally here. Ronan's guess is very accurate cut. I really hope that kid is not so accurate. The Sanmao looked serious. Aluwu no longer had the cynicism of the past, but instead looked very solemn and said seriously, according to previous guesses, this time is probably another action by Marley, and they are going to fight the intelligent Titan again. But I don't know what type of Titan is coming this time. Hope you can stand it. It's definitely possible. Before you came, Luo, the leader gave me a detailed description of the characteristics of the 9 intelligent Titans. Knowing the other party's details, as long as we can determine the other party's identity and ability, we can do it. Come up with targeted arrangements and tactics. Zelder calmly analyzed. Gunda added in a timely manner. This time we brought new equipment such as thunder guns, movable artillery and sniper rifles. As long as Marais doesn't send a large army over, it's just a few intelligent Titans. It will definitely be able to handle it. After hearing your analysis, I suddenly became less nervous. It seems that the winning rate of this operation is not as low as expected tilde. Sanmao said with a smile. Everyone's eyes focused on Levi at the right time. The Maria wall cannot fall again. So no matter what the battle situation is, I will not retreat. Levi looked stern in my mind. I couldn't help but think of what Ronan said when I was parting from Ronan. He shook his head slightly and sighed in his heart, sorry. I can't retreat, sensing Levi's refusal. Sanmao and the others all looked solemn and looked at each other with firm expressions. As Levi said, the Maria wall cannot fall again. And they have no other option except to fight. Once the Maria wall is captured, Aginth Core, the new government, and even the prestige that Ronan has just created will be severely damaged. What's more serious is that the newly stabilized situation inside the wall will be broken. This is not what they want to see. As soldiers, they must prevent this from happening. And at this time, the soldiers who had just come to report had already spread the order. Hundreds of members of the corps in the garrison suddenly became active. With no equipment and entered a state of combat readiness. Get ready for the battle when the moment may arrive. It has only been a few months since the last expedition, and the day of dread has come again. But no one has the idea of backing down. They are members of the Survey Corps, and their responsibility is to eliminate all external factors that may threaten the stability of the wall. Remove at the same time next to the garrison. In the garrison of the human troops, Kenny also got the news for the first time. It's finally coming. Kai Babai Nai's lazy eyes suddenly became very sharp. He came here not only to help Levi, which is only a small part of it, but also to capture the intelligent Titan, so as to obtain its ability. As for the power of the Titan, he can't wait to get it. He reached into his arms and touched the injection given by Ronan before he left. Kenny looked very determined. This time he must grab the smart Titan, of course. The premise is that the other party's ability makes him want to get it. As a person who advocates strength and violence, too weak ability cannot enter his eyes thinking of this. Kenny felt refreshed and no longer wanted to rest in the garrison, but directly led the team to patrol under the city wall, ready to fight the Titan at any time. Different from military police regiment and garrison, Kenny's combat power against human troops is very powerful, especially after being equipped with new equipment such as thunder guns. Not only against humans but also against Titans. The level of horror under such circumstances. Kenny has sufficient confidence to defeat the intelligent Titan. Capture it alive and finally turn it into his own strength. I'm finally getting it, the power of Titan Uli. Have you seen it? I'm about to succeed. Kenny showed excitement unabashedly. This made the members of the human army who followed him very confused. They seemed to have never seen Kenny showing such an expression. As for Kenny's change, Levi was naturally aware of it. But he didn't care about it. It must be a good thing that the other party is willing to help. But he has to guard against it, after all it is Kenny Ackerman. And he always feels that it is not very reliable. And I can't trust my back to him with peace of mind. And when Levi and Kenny were actively preparing for the battle, and preparing to meet the attack from Marley, the three of Zeke were sitting around the fire, chatting with each other. Go straight to attack tomorrow, Reonur hesitated. Pete couldn't help laughing and said, Reonur, you are scared out of your wits by the demon inside the wall. I don't think you are a coward. From the information you gave us, there is no way to contain Zeke's ability inside the wall. He is invincible, don't worry. You just need to break through the city gate tomorrow. And I will leave the rest to Zeke, although it was such words. He did not relax in the slightest. If it wasn't for the fierce war between Marley and the Middle East Coalition forces, and his side was not sure of victory, he couldn't stay on Paradise Island for too long. Zeke also wanted to make a careful plan to achieve 100% victory. It's a pity that reality doesn't allow it. He can only resolve the battle quickly. Hearing Zeke and Peek's words, Reonur suppressed the anxiety in his heart, nodded in agreement, and looked in the direction of the city wall. Praying in his heart, I hope everything goes well, tilde Zeke, who was eager to regain the power of the founding Titan, and quickly returned to the battlefield outside the island. did not know that the three of them had been discovered long ago, all thanks to the improved version of the telescope. Moreover, the three of Zeke underestimated the power inside the wall too much and launched an offensive from the old route, which is a bit contemptuous. There is always a price to pay. At the same time, inside the wall of Hina, all the people involved have been arrested and imprisoned. A total of 967 people during the arrest period. More than 30 people resisted and all were killed. Petra reported the results of these days. There is a look of exhaustion between his brows. Thank you, Ronan was concerned. Petra smiled softly. It's not hard. And we can start to develop with peace of mind. It's all worth it, that's right. The reactionary strength of nearly 1,000 people. Once they master the weapons and launch a rebellion, the loss will be more than what it is now, sighing. Ronan continued, after these people are arrested, the other guys shouldn't dare to show up again, right? Probably yes, but they will definitely hide deeper. Once we reveal our flaws, we will be bitten by them. I think we can continue to investigate and arrest all these guys. Pay the color of determination flashed between Tara's brows. Facing her own people, she has always been very gentle and gentle, but for enemies. For those who are on the opposite side, Petra said that she still needs to get rid of the evil. Knowing this, Ronan felt a little moved in his heart. But when he thought of the next series of things, he suppressed this impulse and shook his head slightly. I don't need it for the time being. I will send people to keep an eye on this aspect. But there is no need for specific actions. Our current energy should be mainly on leading the people out of the city wall and vigorously developing Paradise Island. The attack of reactionary forces must always be maintained. But it is unlikely to be implemented on such a large scale as in the recent past. The new government only has so much military power and resources. Once it invests too much in one aspect, it will naturally reduce investment in other aspects, and the effect will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. Moreover, those remaining and deeply hidden guys, if you want to find them out, it will definitely not be completed overnight. Instead of continuing to investigate thankfully, it is better to let go of these things temporarily. Let someone special take charge of these matters, and then devote yourself to the main goal is heavy. In this regard, Petra agrees very much, and her eyes are full of approval when she looks over. Sometimes Esh even doubts whether Ronan is human. Why is he only 15 years old, and can reach such a height in terms of thinking and personal abilities, and is still making continuous progress, which makes people admirable and worship. When a woman starts to worship a man, it means that she has begun to fall. Unaware of the strange look in Petra's eyes, Ronan couldn't help asking, how's the research over there at Hange going? I'm not very clear about this, you know Hange's character. Once you devote yourself to the research, you can hardly see the existence of other people. I have been there several times, I didn't get any response. But it can be seen that she is very happy now. Speaking of this, it seems that she recalled something helpless. And Petra looked very speechless. Should I have nothing to do today? Ronan asked. It caused Petra to roll her eyes for a while. You really didn't. But you cried me and Ymir. And even Krista had to get involved during this time. So how long are you going to be a handoff shopkeeper? It won't be long. Standing up, Ronan walked in front of Petra. I'll go to Hange's laboratory to take a look. And I'll leave it to you. Without waiting for Petra to respond, she quickly left the office. It's too bad you know how to leave things to us. Pouting her mouth, Petra's atmosphere was very strong, causing the guards at the door to look away one after another. And all of them fixed their eyes on the ceiling, so as not to be accidentally injured. And they were full of desire to survive. It's just that they didn't see that even though Petra spoke like this, there was a warm smile on her face. Ronan has been throwing his hands away in front of the shopkeeper. In fact, to a certain extent, it also shows his trust in Petra and the others. After all, what he gives is not as simple as one soldier, but the management of the entire Survey Corps. Asking for flowers 0. The current Survey Corps is no longer the situation where grandma doesn't care and dad doesn't love. Among the four major corps, Survey Corps has the most resources and investment, and its own number of soldiers has also expanded much more than before, reaching 3,000 people. If it weren't for the fact that garrison and the military police regiment are indispensable for the defense and maintenance of the city walls, as well as the stability of the society inside the walls, Ronan might continue to expand the Survey Corps, thereby reducing the number of the other two combat corps number of people. Even taking this into account, the total number of garrisons numbers has dropped from 40,000 to 30,000. And those soldiers who are not paid or have poor abilities with bad records are all eliminated from the army establishment. With a streamlined organization, garrison has undoubtedly become more energetic and is no longer as lifeless as before. The reason is simple. Because garrison is no longer an iron rice bowl, which has joined the attendance system. There are a total of 10 assessment items, which are inspected once a quarter. Those who are outstanding will be credited and given priority for promotion, and those who fail will be eliminated directly. This system is very strict, but it has been strongly welcomed by the soldiers, after all. Most of them are ordinary soldiers, which undoubtedly gives them a way to be promoted. Garrison is no longer just a place for the elderly, and the military police regiment with only 2,000 troops is mainly responsible for the security maintenance inside the wall of Hina, considering that the law and order in other areas is also lacking. Ronan expanded the number of people to 3,500 after discussing with Irwin and others, not only in the wall of Hinas, but also in the wall of Rose and wall Maria. The regiment's resident began to take full charge of security issues. In the past, those garrison members under the command of the military police regiment were directly placed under the management of garrison itself, which is tantamount to completely separating the two corps, to avoid unnecessary troubles in the future. Now garrison is temporarily headed by Irwin, the head of the military police regiment, and will be separated when a suitable candidate appears in the future. Thinking about this, Ronan rode in a carriage, escorted by guards, passed through numerous checkpoints and outposts, and arrived at the gate of Hange's laboratory. Captain. Nodding to the surrounding guards, Ronan signaled his guards to stay where they were, and went directly into the laboratory. At first glance, I noticed that I was fully engaged in the experiment and was playing with a mechanical Hange. No, it shouldn't be like this. Why is it different from what I imagined? Is there anything I haven't thought of? It is impossible to be negligent. It should be that there is a problem with that link. What link is the problem? Hange was talking to himself, with a troubled expression on his face, which caused Mabrit to be very helpless. He just took a small notebook and recorded the questions raised by Hange for future reference. Sensing Ronan's arrival, Mabrit was about to speak, but 950 was stopped by Ronan. He walked to Hange's side and looked at the machine in front of him. Ronan's eyes showed a hint of admiration. The scientific madman ability of this corps is quite excellent. I just gave her some suggestions and ideas, and actually made the steam engine out. Although it seems that it has not yet reached the level that can be put into use on a large scale. Also too Ponzi, but this is undoubtedly an excellent start. And then it only needs to be perfected slowly. Many things are like this. The most difficult thing is to take the first step. Now that the first step has been taken, everything after that will be logical and will come naturally. At this moment, the moment he turned around, Hange noticed Ronan beside him and asked in surprise, "Why are you here? I thought you wouldn't notice me. But you saw me at a glance. It seems that I still have a high position in your heart," Ronan teased. In response, Hange, who has been in a state of bitterness and hatred, couldn't help laughing, and then a flash of light flashed in his mind. As if he had thought of something, and his face was excited. I know what's wrong, Mabrit, bring me the toolbox. And get those craftsmen to come too, got it. Mabrit hurried out of the laboratory, as Hange's assistant all along. He knows that he must complete the tasks assigned by his boss when he has inspiration. Otherwise, things will get worse after the time passes and his inspiration disappears. So it's over. Margaret didn't want to be Hange's test subject. On Ronan's side, looking at Hange, who was reinvested in the research, his eyes were shining, and he didn't pay any attention to his intentions. He shook his head slightly but didn't bother him. He knew the importance of this steam equipment. Once it is manufactured, the entire Paradise Island will enter a new period of development. Steampunk era. The first industrial revolution will break the inherent rhythm of life on the island, and everything will become different. But this is far from enough, according to the show in the plot. Ronan can be sure that the technological level of Marais is very high. Anyway, it is not the same as the current situation of Paradise Island. It should be in World War I. Some weapons and equipment have even reached the state of World War II. Fortunately, the timing of Ronan's entry into this world is quite appropriate. If it is changed to a few years later, then there is really no need to play. Marley must not have entered the state of technology in the plot now. There is still room for catching up in Parade Island. If you want to overtake on a curves, talent is undoubtedly the top priority. This is why Ronan has always valued Hange so much. At a time when the level of technology and the people's ideas about technology and the future have not been completely reversed, the power of Titan can be said to be the sharpest weapon in Paradise Island, which is insufficient in power. Period of stable development, of course. The premise is that Ronan can smash Marley's next attack, and all future people will stay on the island, so that they will not have the opportunity to contact Marley in a short time, or pass the island's information to Marley. The age of steam is not enough. Marley's level of development is converted to future generations. It should have entered or will soon enter the electric age. However, due to the country's dependence on the power of Titan, its technological development, the deformity is obvious. But it gives us a chance to catch up. Thinking about these joints, Mabrit brought a group of people to the laboratory. Met Hanjin started discussing, Ronan stood aside, watching the people discussing more and more intensely. But the results were outstanding, and his heart was shocked again and again. Only after surviving a series of struggles are they qualified to consider these. Ronan was finally paid attention to by Hange again. The discussion lasted for nearly an hour, and Ronan took the trouble to listen and watch the people transform the interior of the room. It took another hour and nearly 2 hours passed. Everything finally returned to normal lonely. As if hearing Ronan's words, Hange unconsciously revealed a smile, followed by a trace of crystal. Whether in this world or in previous lives, these scientific researchers who are pioneers of the times are worthy of admiration. Without their efforts and flashes of inspiration, the world would not progress so fast, and people's lives would not be more convenient. In this process, some social, ecological, and environmental issues will naturally arise. But these are not within the scope of Ronan's consideration for the time being. Ronan couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. Is it serious to drool while sleeping? Looking at Hange, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, he whispered gratefully, "Thanks for your hard work. Parade Island is about to enter an unprecedented new era." Well, fell asleep straight away, Ronan, we made it. The party flowed enthusiastically for. One Hange ran over excitedly and threw himself into Ronan's arms. With a look of satisfaction on his face, successful. Finally successful. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the laboratory, the steam engine started to move as the fuel burned. Seeing this scene, Hange couldn't help shouting out, "Successful. We succeeded, Captain." Captain Hange hasn't closed his eyes for 3 days and 3 nights, after Mabrit explained. He led everyone out of the laboratory with great insight, leaving room for Ronan and Hange. The voice became smaller and smaller, and finally turned into a burst of snoring. Everyone else in the lab also shouted loudly. The steam engine was successfully developed. Hange will definitely not be able to wake up in a short time after falling asleep. Putting it in the bedroom next to the laboratory. Covering the quilts, Ronan came to the steam engine that was still running. Just stared at it in a daze. A smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. The revolution started from this moment. Will be opened soon, not only the transfer of power, but in terms of social development. Paradise Island will also enter a brand new period. The steam age. I have to find a way to get electricity out after that. I have no idea as a liberal arts student himself. Ronan has no research on electricity and now he is at a loss. So he can only rely on Hange and the others. If you can snatch a few top scientists from outside the island, then the relationship will actually become easier. However, such people are generally national treasures of various countries, and it is very difficult to contact them, let alone capture them on the island. Don't think too much about it in the next few days, except for some necessary things in the core that Ronan had to deal with by himself. The rest of the time was spent in the laboratory, watching the improvement of the steam engine, and putting forward his own 14 opinions from time to time. Among other things, the scientific research ability has improved several points, combined with some common sense cognition of later generations. It has given Hange and others a lot of help. The image has undoubtedly become taller, strong. IQ on lines. Now that his scientific research ability is also very good, Hange suddenly felt that he seemed to be an ordinary person. As for the others, they had lost all sense of comparison and shouted 666 from the sidelines. For these, Ronan didn't care about it. The world of cheating is definitely beyond the reach of ordinary people. As for the happiness of cheating, it's boring and boring. With the witness and assistance of Ronan, the improvement of the steam engine is progressing rapidly. According to estimates, it may not take too long to be useful. Thinking of the impact it will have on Paradise Island after its advent, everyone is 1,000 full of energy. Ronan was also very excited, just when he was about to stay in the laboratory and witness the actual production and use of the steam engine, an unexpected incident interrupted his decision. Reporting to the head of the regiment, there is an urgent report from the Ziguinchina district. The corps led by the deputy head of Levi has been attacked by the Titan, and I request the headquarters to send troops to support it. To stagnate finally come. Standing up from his seat suddenly, Ronan said calmly to North Korea, "I'll leave this to you." Hange nodded heavily. Looking at Ronan's back as he turned to Levi, said Ronan, "Do you want to lead the team there yourself?" "There are no other available people in the corps now, Ronan responded. There is bitterness in the words. After clearing out a group of people, Irwin took another group away to control the other two major corps. And now the only one in the Survey Corps who can lead the team out is Ronan himself as the head of the Survey Corps. His abilities are lacking, and his prestige is even more unconvincing. As for letting Irwin lead the team, Ronan also thought about this option before, but finally gave up the idea. Now that the reorganization of the military police regiment and garrison has entered a critical moment, it is really not a favorable time to transfer them. So Ronan can only go there by himself anyway. There are Irwin and Zachary sitting here, and Petra led the Proguards to act as his spokesperson. So there shouldn't be any problems. And according to what Levi said in the information, Marley really sent Zeke over this time on his side. Grisha and Dana are still alive, which is undoubtedly a point that can be used. I hope Levi can hold on for a while longer until he is big. Ronan prayed in his heart, hearing his response. Hange said worriedly, "Protect yourself and come back alive. Don't worry me, life is very hard, I won't die so easily. And I haven't seen the country enter a new era. And I haven't seen our research results come out. So I can't bear to die like this, Ronan laughed, however. Hange couldn't help but yelled a few times, "Don't die if you don't move. Remember what you said and you must come back alive." Nodding his head and not staying any longer, Ronan turned around and walked out of the laboratory, leading the team back to the headquarters. It was found that Petra, Emir, Erwin, and even Zachary were already waiting in the office. Ronan, let me lead the team this time, Erwin offered. Shaking his head, Ronan looked firm. You stay in the mainland. The military police regiment and garrison have not yet been fully reorganized. As the head of the regiment, you must not leave, or all previous efforts will be wasted. This time I will personally lead the team to support. No. Let me go. You should know how important you are to Paradise Island now. Erwin looked stern. Captain Ronan. I think Captain Erwin is right. You should stay in the mainland. Zachary responded in a timely manner. Although he was put on the bright side, he seemed to be the first person under the king. But this is not the case. When Rhodes was arrested and the rest of the Lay Yissi family were killed, Zachary did not know the existence of Krista. Ronan was the planner and implementer of all these, and controlling the most tyrannical military force. And Erwin as a loyal ally as soon as the words were spoken. Emir's voice came from the door. I am willing. Sorry, I have reasons to go there myself, Ronan insisted. It's okay, but I still have to ask for her opinion, Tilda. Ronan, I'm such a person who is so afraid of death. I'm sure I won't take too many risks. So don't worry, Tilda, Ronan laughed. Pay attention to your own safety. What you are shouldering now is the future of the entire Paradise Island. Both Zachary and Erwin are just executors. No, the Corps cannot do without you. Ronan flatly refused, looking at Petra's eyes. Ronan really couldn't bear to refuse. The current development strategies in the wall are all from the hands of Ronan. And the control of the general direction requires Ronan to draw conclusions. It can be said that anyone can be in the wall now. But Ronan is indispensable. This made Petra a little aggrieved. But when she thought about the current situation of the Corps, she was helpless because Ronan did not make a mistake. But this did not mean that she compromised. And immediately said again, then you bring Emir. There is she is Hiran, there is still a guarantee. Now that we've talked about this, Zachary will naturally not object anymore, and as for Petra, he bluntly said, I want to go too. This is the consensus of 350 Zachary and Erwin seeing this. Erwin, who is familiar with Ronan's character, knew that it was useless to say anything, and he could only act according to Ronan's wishes. It's just that Ronan didn't change his mind. Whether Zeke can be used by him or at least used for a while, is undoubtedly an extremely important link for the rise of Paradise Island. So he didn't agree with the words of the two, and ignored Petra beseeching gaze. 2 days later, 30 kilometers to the north of Ziganshina district, a centurion quickly rushed towards the south. All of them looked dusty, finally reached. Looking at the city wall filled with gunpowder smoke in the distance, Ronan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The gunpowder smoke is still there, and there are no remnants of the defeated soldiers fleeing along the way, which means that the stronghold has not been captured yet. Of course, it is also possible that Levi and the others have all died in battle. But Ronan is more inclined to the former, because he believes in Levi's ability. When the soldier cuts down the monkey, he cuts one at a time. What's more, Kenny Ackerman should still be there now, with this guy and his men's tyrannical combat power. Even the Beast Titan should be able to deal with it if he is prepared. Thinking of this, Ronan felt a little relieved. Turning his head, he glanced at Emir beside him, who looked tired and shaky, but clenched his teeth and persisted. Ronan opened his mouth, but he didn't say anything. At this time, it's better not to interrupt his state. It was at this moment that a horse galloped over, and after noticing the figures of Ronan and others, he turned his horse's head and rushed over quickly. It's Gunda, Emir said loudly. A gleam flashed in his tired eyes. Stop. Ronan shouted, and more than 100 riders behind him, including the last carriage, stopped abruptly and stood on the spot in the whole area. Only the approaching horse steps up, and the heavy panting of the horse leader. You are finally here, hurry up, Deputy Head Levi is injured. Gunda shouted loudly. There were wounds all over his body, and blood was oozing out. After shouting, he fell off the horse and passed out. Emir, you take the medical staff behind you to station there. and the others follow me. The heel kicked the horse's belly hardened under the pain. The horse galloped towards the south quickly. With its right hand high, Ronan suddenly opened his palm. The cavalry who received the instructions stepped aside one after another, forming a character-shaped formation, keeping a distance of at least 10 meters from each other. And Ronan stood at the front alone. "Don't die, Levi." Ronan screamed in his heart and rushed straight to the direction of the station. In the rear, after Emir organized the medical staff to lift Gunda up for treatment, he glanced at Grisha and Dana, who were jolted to pieces in the carriage. Gritted their teeth hands, said, "I'll leave it to you. I'll help Ronan." Immediately, she stepped on the horse and chased after him. Suddenly, a barb burst out from the edge of the ring, worn on the middle finger of her right hand. At this critical moment, she couldn't control it so much. As long as there was a fatal danger on Ronan's side, she will immediately transform into a titan to join the battle. Back to Ronan as the distance shortened. With Ronan's hearing and eyesight, he could clearly hear the shouts in the distance. The speed of the horses has increased a little. It directly led to Ronan starting to outshine others, standing at the forefront, and gradually widening the distance from the members of the corps behind him. This made the soldiers behind him very anxious, and they all frantically waved their horsewhips, trying to catch up. There is a feeling that I can live without myself, but I can't live without Ronan's. When Ronan led the team to rush to the battlefield, the battle situation became more and more fierce in the northern part of the Shiganshina area, which was close to Wal Maria's garrison. Kill it. The artillery team takes aim and fires at me. The sniper team aimed at its eyes. Shoot me. Hurry up. Hurry up, doctor. Where's the doctor? The deputy head is dying compared with the plot. The equipment of the corps in this period is undoubtedly much more luxurious. In addition, it has been prepared for a long time. Even if it is the titan of the car, the beast titan and the armored titan attack together, it will not be able to completely take down the garrison for a while. Throwing the stone in the palm of his hand again caused a burst of smoke and screams to fill the ground in the distance. But Zeke was extremely irritable in his heart. At this moment, his right eye was blinded by the bullet and artillery, and he is still recovering. There is no way to recover in a short time. Both his left hand and his right foot were recovering. And when he heard the desperate attack of the short guy just now, he felt a pain in his liver. The manpower can reach such a level. If it weren't for Peak, who helped him unload a lot of artillery and snipers, he might have lost his fighting ability now. Reanura B********D. This is completely different from what he said in the information. Zeke cursed secretly, sensing that members of the Survey Corps were already surrounding him. There was no good way to do it. He glanced at Peak, whose limbs were all cut off and his body was covered in traces of artillery bombardment. He gritted his teeth and he reached out to the back of the Titan's neck and grabbed Peak out. Then he turned around and was about to evacuate, but he heard bursts of puffing sounds from behind, and his mood became more and more irritable. "Damn all of you, go to hell," put Peak in his mouth. Grab the stones around him with his right hand and throw them over. The tyrannical force made the stones turn into cannonballs, and with a terrifying sound of breaking through the air, they shot towards the Survey Corps soldiers who surrounded him behind him. Bombarded up, the blood mist filled the air, and the screams were endless, but no one retreated. Not even a single one stopped. Feeling the determination to never return, Zeke was scared. He was really scared. "Crazy, you are all crazy," Zeke thought to himself, not planning to stay here any longer. Reanur, who was trapped not far away, had no time to take care of it, and was about to flee immediately. However, before he jumped off the city wall, he felt a flash in front of his eyes. The light of the knife filled the air, and his only remaining eye was directly chopped off. Immediately I felt that the surroundings were dark, and I could no longer see any scenes around me. Not good. Zeke felt tight inside. Zhao Kaians. I regret it very much. I shouldn't be so big. I shouldn't break into the wall from this side. I can find a deserted city wall somewhere in Wall Maria and climb into the wall. Why do I have to fight and kill loves? But now everything is over for Zeke's thoughts Sanmao, who just succeeded in the attack didn't care about it, and sacrificed so many soldiers just now. Just to be able to achieve his attack this time it worked. He was overjoyed in his heart, but he didn't dare to relax at all. He gave Elder and Aluo a look in the air. The two of them understood and walked away from the Beast Titan. The movable artillery ambushed not far away aimed directly at it. Scratch the back of Beast Titan's neck, fire. The team leader in charge of this group glared and yelled. Boom tilde accompanied by a loud noise. The cannon shot straight to the back of Beast Titan's neck like a shooting star. It's done. Seeing that the cannonball was about to hit the back of Beast Titan's neck, San Mao and the others showed delighted expressions. You must know that the power of this artillery is not comparable to that of ordinary artillery. The power of its ammunition is nearly 3 times greater than that of ordinary ammunition, which is enough to directly blow up the back of the Titan's neck. And the guys hidden in it will also be destroyed immediately. There are only 3 such cannons in the entire Parade Island, 2 of which were transported here and 1 has been damaged. And now only this one remains. Under the circumstance that Beast Titan cannot be killed in melee combat. This is the only chance for San Mao and others, however. Just when everyone thought that this time it would definitely be successful, Beast Titan's body was suddenly surrounded by a puff of smoke. And his body suddenly became shorter, almost dodging the shells almost at the same moment, accompanied by a burst of lightning and thunder. A complete chariot titan appeared in the sight of everyone, ignoring San Mao and the others at all, jumping off the city wall with Zeke in his mouth, and entered Zigenshinna in the area. It attracted the attention of many Wugu titans, and they all followed. It saved Survey Corps a lot of trouble before that. The armored titan broke through the gate at the junction between the Maria Wall and the Higginshina district, and introduced a lot of 980 Wugu titans, restraining part of the army's strength. Damn it, they escaped, standing on the city wall, looking at the rapidly moving away shadow of Qi Jiten. Sanmao spat out blood with resentment on his face, and some regret in his heart. He shouldn't get out of the way at that time. He should go straight forward and use it. The 2 knives in the hand hit the opponent. Aluo and Elder reached the side, also looked at the vigorous figure of Qi Jiten, and asked, do you want to catch up? The physical strength of those 2 guys should have reached the limit. As long as we can catch up, capture their chances are great. In the high-level meeting before the war not long ago, they already knew the secret of Titan through Levi's narration. I can't catch up, let's capture that armored Titan first. At the moment when Levi was seriously injured and unconscious, San Mao became the supreme commander of this area logically. Aluo and Elder had no objection to this, and immediately nodded, organized the surrounding soldiers to surround them, and captured the 100 armored men. As soon as Bibi turned around, he saw the group of Ronan who was about to enter the station, and his expression was overjoyed. Great, the leader is here. I was still worried about the possible shortage of troops in the future, but now everything has been resolved, like the 2 of Or. San Mao also let out a long sigh of relief. Ronan came and brought so many soldiers. Everything was no problem, and immediately ordered, come on. First catch the armored titan, okay tilde. Accompanied by bursts of jets. There were more and more soldiers around armored titan, and thunder guns shells, and bullets bombarded him continuously, not for long. Only armored titans. Glancing at the very dilapidated garrison, he took a deep breath. The air was filled with bloody smell. Looking around, he found that all of them were soldiers from the Corps. He didn't see Kenny and his anti-human troops. Ronan couldn't help but frowned. That guy didn't miss out, did he? Because they are familiar with Ronan's strength, and know that such an armored titan, which is already a cornered beast, is not a big threat to Ronan at this time. Ronan naturally discovered armored titan's intentions, and the corner of his mouth involuntarily opened an arc. Failed again. Why can't these guys win? Reanur was frustrated, even if he didn't pull the trigger immediately. He seemed to be in a daze, until the armored titan came 20 meters away. And when he could clearly see its ferocious eyes and scarred body, Ronan suddenly moved, seeing this scene. Sanmao, who had just rushed over from the city, Wallach tense. But with their current position, they couldn't provide support. They could only pray that Ronan would be fine. But Aluo, an elder beside him, although also quite nervous, but relatively much calmer. No, I can just sit and wait for death. That guy should have a high status. As long as I can catch him, I can still live. The right hand that was holding the rein tightly exerted force, and the horse immediately slowed down and stopped on the spot. With its two front hooves raised high, Ronan roared. Facing the armored titan, who was already only 50 meters away, Ronan looked calm and glanced around. I searched around and found nothing that could be fixed by the retainer. Stop it, don't let it pass, because of Ronan's arrival. The soldiers were distracted for a moment, especially the position close to Ronan, and they subconsciously relaxed. Coupled with the sudden action of the armored titan, everyone was caught off guard, and a hole appeared in the encirclement net. Not good, it wants to attack the later. At the same time, I was extremely shocked in my heart. It has only been half a year. How come the changes on Paradise Island are so great? Is the promised hand-to-hand combat, the sniper rifle and the large-caliber artillery serious? It's over, let it pass, Captain. Without thinking too much about this aspect, Ronan directly drove his horse and led the team into the battle. The arrival of the reinforcements boosted the morale of Paradise Island. Reanur, who knew Ronan, was heartbroken. Having already fled, most of the fighting spirit that was left with only 5 points disappeared immediately. Thinking of this, Reanur's dejected eyes burst into a gleam. His defensive stance suddenly changed. I got up suddenly, rushed out of the encirclement net without hesitation, and rushed straight towards Ronan's position. There is also the kind of thunder gun that is easy to carry, has an extremely fast firing speed, and has a great damage value to the Titan, which makes him very anxious. Pinch me like a persimmon. The armor that was originally full of armor has become a burden at this moment. Under the bombardment of thunder guns and artillery, the armor was shattered within a short period of time, unable to recover in a short time, and greatly consumed Reanur's precious physical energy. Zhang tilde. The retainer directly sank into armored Titan's chest, and there was a sound of air jets. Ronan roared up from the horse and rushed towards armored Titan at an astonishing speed. The three-dimensional mobile equipment on his body is the latest improved one. Not only has the gas storage capacity increased by nearly 3 times, the fixer has become more sensitive, and the speed of the turbine has also been qualitatively improved, allowing Ronan to fly faster in the air, extremely fast. If the requirements for personal ability are not too high, there are only a few people in the wall who can control this equipment, and Ronan really wants to promote it to the entire army. The sound of the wind whizzing by, the rapidly receding scenery below, combined with the sense of freedom from gravity, made Ronan feel extremely comfortable at this moment. In contrast, Reanur was shocked. What a fast speed! But still within his reaction distance. The right hand swung over at the same moment, and the speed was also very fast. Seeing that Ronan was about to be caught by him, his waist and abdomen suddenly exerted force. Ronan changed direction at a huge angle in the air, dodged Reanur's offensive and waved his hands. Reanur's right hand was chopped off directly, and the retainer came off in time. 2 cold lights flew out. And because the distance was too close, they couldn't dodge at all, and directly fell into Reanur's eyes. It's over. At this moment, Reanur knew that he would definitely not be able to run away, unless Zeke and the others turned around to save him. But based on his understanding of Zeke and the 2 of them, this situation should not happen. I can't save myself. Reanur, who lost his sight, could only judge Ronan's position by his voice. The only thing left was his left hand, which he waved quickly. causing bursts of piercing sounds. The trapped beast is still fighting. In the shouts of the soldiers of the regiment, in the rear regimental commander mighty. Ronan thoroughly understood Rhaenyr's desire for life, and he crippled his head and limbs, and his body fell powerlessly to the ground, exuding vaporized smoke, standing with the knife closed. Ronan's body was submerged in the smoke. His eyes were fixed. His right foot took a step back, and his whole body flashed abruptly, just in time to dodge the attack of a palm. I still want to resist Tilda. Holding Rhaenyr's wrist tightly with one hand, he kicked out with his right foot, sending him flying. But because his wrist was under Ronan's control, he couldn't fly out but completely lost his balance, feeling the powerlessness of the imbalance as well as the severe pain from his ankle. Rhaenyr was filled with despair and shock, so strong. This was also Rhaenyr's last thought. And then he passed out directly, holding Rhaenyr in one hand. Ronan slowly walked out of the smoke, and the soldiers who had fallen nearly 100 meters behind him had already arrived in front of them, surrounding them all, with their double blades out of their sheaths. And their expressions were frenzied, especially after seeing Ronan walking out with Rhaenyr in hand. They all shouted excitedly, "The leader is mighty. The leader is mighty, the leader is mighty." There is no doubt that the army worships the strong. And this time, Ronan once again showed everyone that he is the strong. Ronan is getting better and better. I used to think I could try to catch up, but now, recalling Ronan's extremely difficult movements when he was fighting just now, and the process of many months without the slightest movement, Sanmal said that he was convinced and at the same time, he was envious of the new three-dimensional mobile equipment that Ronan is wearing now. But he has self-knowledge such a fast speed and frequency. With his ability, it is not very difficult to master. But it will take time in the current situation. It is definitely impossible to directly replace it. I seem to be worrying too much just now. With the strength of Captain Ronan, this armored titan is not without threat. Sanmal laughed at the two Alu and O beside him, hearing this because the battle was temporarily suspended. The two of them relaxed their minds and nodded in response. To be honest, neither of us thought that Captain Ronan would improve again. Yes, at the end of the day, we still underestimated Ronan's potential. He was far better than we thought. This time Captain Ronan came to sit in the town. I think that even if those two titans come again, there should be no chance of breaking through the wall. During the long-term communication and the project of jointly performing tasks, Aluo and Elder have formed full trust in Ronan. And in my impressions, Ronan seems to have never failed in any operation he participated in, and has always maintained a winning streak. Asking for flowers, General Chang Sheng. It should be about Ronan's state. There was a lot of discussion, and the three led the team to Ronan's side, Captain. Not as casual as before, as the head of the Survey Corps. Ronan's every move outside represents the face of the Corps. They don't dare to be too casual and appear very serious. Standing on the city wall, looking at the Shiganshina area still surrounded by titans, Ronan looked serious, turned his head, looked at Sanmal standing beside him and asked, "How are your injuries? I didn't see it." He had been leading human troops to patrol the edge of the city wall before. But since the battle started, they disappeared. Sanmal looked very resentful. Hearing this, not only Sanmal and others, but also other people felt warm in their hearts and said they were fine. If it wasn't for their many destructive equipment. And Levi took the lead in slashing the beast titan, reducing its combat power by nearly half. I am afraid that this time the opponent will probably break through the defense line, and the Maria wall may fall again. Kenny, you don't think it's because of Beast Titan's ability? Seeing the wounded Sanmao and the regiment soldiers behind them, Ronan asked with concern, "Where's Kenny Ackerman?" The tall image that the Corps has just created will also collapse directly. At this time, in front of the garrison at the entrance of the Maria wall, there were still soldiers blocking the Wugu Titan's invasion. Ronan didn't stay long and directly led people to support. With the arrival of a large number of reinforcements, combined with the use of heavy equipment specially designed to deal with the Titans. All the Titans pouring into the wall were quickly cleared. It is also thanks to the Titan on the car that directly led a large number of Titans away, which was considered unintentional and relieved the pressure inside the wall. Frowning slightly, Ronan looked at the direction in which Zeke and the two fled. Frownadand whispered in a very low voice at the same time. It also explained the reason. All because of Beast Titan's terrifying stone-throwing ability. One person is like an army zero after all, people are real. Knowing that the injuries of a few people are not serious, Ronan no longer entangles in this aspect. Some things will only appear fake if done. As soon as the door was opened to enter the resident medical room, the strong and pungent smell of medicine hit the face, mixed with many wailing sounds in this battle. The Survey Corps suffered heavy losses, with 2/3 of the soldiers in the garrison suffering casualties. The remaining 1/3 are almost all wounded, no way. Zeke's throwing ability is too terrifying, like Gatling, constantly pouring bullets. If Levi hadn't stepped forward and slashed him, I am afraid that less than 2 members of the Survey Corps could survive in the end number. The powerlessness of human beings in the face of Titan makes people despair. Even if they have a lot of new equipment, as well as powerful artillery and thunder guns, they still cannot pose a great threat to opponents with long-range strike capabilities like Beast Titan. It still needs to continue to develop. The current level of 153 is far from enough. Ronan thought to himself immediately. He took Petra and Ymir into Levi's ward. Saw Levi, who was still in a coma, felt his steady breathing. And still healthy Limsand Ronan breathed a sigh of relief. Levi's combat power is extremely important to the current Parade Island. With him and without him, the difference is really big, especially in the face of the Titan's attack. The role of a cutting-edge combat force absolutely cannot be ignored. Regimental commander. The doctor in the ward gave a military salute with a look of awe. After waving his hands, indicating that he doesn't have to be so reserved, Ronan asked, "Is there any problem with Deputy Head Levi?" The injury has stabilized, and it will take only 3 months to recover, however. With the physique of the Deputy Head, it should not take such a long time. It may only take a month and a half to recover. It will not leave any sequelae. The doctor laughed. Relieved, Ronan smiled and said, "I'm sorry. Please pay more attention to his situation during this time. Please don't say that this is my duty." The doctor said seriously, nodding his head slightly. He looked at Levi on the hospital bed with deep meaning. Ronan turned around and walked out with the second daughter. There are still a series of things outside that he needs to deal with, and Rhaenyr's handling and explanation issues are also brought up. Schedule. It seems too early to go public. Ronan thought to himself. Although the capture process of Rhaenyr this time was surrounded by smoke because his body was in gasification, the specific process was not seen by the surrounding people. But if a human being is captured in this way, as long as it is a person with a little IQ, it should be can think of the secret of intelligent Titan. Titans are transformed from humans. Although this idea is extremely bold, the facts are in front of us and we have to believe it. Let's take it slow. At least it will take a few more months until the Wall of Maria and the Wall of Rose are completely under control. And after Erwin completes the reorganization and control of the 2 major corps, then inform everyone in the party of this situation. Thinking of the scenes that might happen after doing this, as well as the shock caused, Ronan couldn't help but rubbed his temple, a headache. Seeing this scene, both Ymir and Petra felt helpless, and they couldn't help much. And the current situation in the garrison is already like this, and they can't be changed. They can only try their best to appease the soldiers and provide post-war pensions. Already working well, they've lost their minds. Walking outside the infirmary, Ronan went straight to the headquarters and saw San Mao, who was scratching his head and dealing with various documents. Obviously, Mao is not good at handling these heavy weights. Seeing Ronan's return, immediately rejoiced and said, "You're finally back, then I'll leave these to you. I'll go and appease the soldiers outside." As he said that, He couldn't help but ran quickly to the outside of the headquarters. Looking suffocated, puffed Tilda. Unable to help laughing out loud. Petra said with a smile, "It's the first time I've seen the leader of the Sandmao branch show such an expression. The image of aloofness is completely ruined. It turns out that he is so afraid of handling official documents. I'm afraid too." Ronan pointed to the various documents piled up on the table. "I'll leave it to you here. I'll go and see that armored titan should have woken up." Like Sandmao, there was no room for Petra to react at all. And she turned around and walked out of the headquarters as if fleeing. Opening his eyes in surprise, looking at the young and overbearing Ronan, Rhaenyra suddenly reacted, "That's right. Egerton is already under your control. She has memories about us in her mind. And you know my name very well, Normals." With Ronan's perception at this moment, he easily knew the reality that Rhaenyra was pretending to be asleep. And immediately laughed, "Don't pretend. I know you are awake, Rhaenyra Bronze." Soon, only Ronan and Rhaenyra were left in the prison. Regimental Commander Tilda. The guarding soldier gave a respectful military salute. Hearing the Semir was very calm. And responded indifferently, "I've been used to it for a long time. Anyway, I've always been here like this." Thinking of Ronan's attitude of letting go of the shopkeeper all the time. On the one hand, I felt happy that he was trusted. And on the other hand, Petra was very helpless. Obviously, he was just an ordinary soldier. But he had to bear the responsibility, and obligation is also too uncomfortable. Imriu know what Ronan means, so many official documents. How long will the two of us have to deal with? Petra was speechless. "You actually know my name." Ronan, Petra stomped her feet, obviously dissatisfied. Emir, who was standing beside him, sighed slightly. "Okay. Don't be dazed, let's start the work directly." At the same time, Ronan has arrived in the prison where Ronan is held. Tilda. It seems to be, smiling and nodding to several people. Ronan ordered, "You go out first. I want to interrogate this prisoner alone." Tilda, "Yes." Despite this thought, in the end, Petra obediently took the lead and handled all kinds of documents, while Emir assisted on the sidelines. Since the regime change, the two of them have become Ronan's secretary. There is something for the secretary to do, it's all right. Ignoring Rhaenyra's soliloquy, Ronan didn't beat around the bush and said bluntly, "Rhaenyra, I'm so sorry you are going to die." Regarding Ronan's words 3.7. The few people did not hesitate at all, saluted the military again, and walked out of the prison quickly. Ronan has no hatred for Rhaenyra, in other words. He has no prejudice against Marley's so-called Titan squad. As he has always emphasized before, this is a confrontation between two countries, with only positions and no opposition wrong. With Rhaenyra unable to use it for himself, Ronan has no other choice but to let him fulfill the most meaning in life. Of course, not directly. Who should inherit the power of the armor titan is a question worth investigating. Originally, Ronan thought that since Levi was seriously injured, if he could not be healed, he would undoubtedly be an excellent candidate. But now Levi's injury is not a big problem, as for the others. To be honest, Ronan can't fully trust them just yet. So in a short period of time, Rhaenyra will still linger, and will not die at this moment. Hearing Ronan's words, Rhaenyra's frowning brows slowly loosened, and he said with some meaning, "Has Hoover been killed by you? Otherwise, keep him for the new year." Ronan said calmly, "Demon, you guys are Devil 14. It's so naive, Rhaenyra Browns. It seems that you launched the attack first. If you didn't blindly want to seize the power of the founding Titan, the people on Paradise Island can live in harmony all the time. Even because of the royal family's suppression, will not produce the idea of going out of the wall." Speaking of this, Ronan looked at the past with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. "But you have destroyed this peace. Then there is only one road between yous, and that is war. Tilda. As if hearing the most ridiculous joke in the world, Rhaenyra mocked, "Do you think that the power of Paradise Island can pose a threat to us? It's a big mistake. We are far bigger than what you imagined. Powerful. Don't underestimate the desire of millions of people to live Tilda. Ronan looked as calm as ever. It was this calmness that caused Reonur to frown again. But he didn't continue to speak immediately. As if he had made up his mind, there was a stern look in his eyes. And he was about to, his tongue stuck out. But before he bit his tongue to kill himself, he only felt a crackling sound coming from his face. With a muffled sound, Reonur was kicked on the cheek by Ronan. And the whole person flew into the air. If it wasn't for the iron chains binding his body, he would have hit the wall and his jaw was directly kicked off. Without the slightest strength. Although I'm curious about whether you can get the power of Titan by eating you now that you are dead. I don't want to take risks, so I'm sorry. You don't have to talk in the future, don't worry. The rest of your Titan team will soon. I will come here to accompany you. After speaking facing Reonur's hateful eyes, Ronan kicked him unconscious again, and immediately called the soldier who entered the prison because of the sound just now, and ordered, seal his mouth. Tilda, yes, Captain. Seeing the miserable appearance of Reonur, who passed out, several people couldn't help but feel excited, and their eyes looked more respectful. Don't look at the fact that the team leader is very young, but he is definitely a ruthless person. Walking out of the prisons, Ronan was thinking about who should inherit the power of the armor titan. But he felt a commotion in the residence, and couldn't help but look towards the place of origin. Kenny was covered in blood, and walked into the garrison with a murderous look, along with a dozen members of the anti-human army who were also injured. Looking back, Ronan saw behind Kenny Zeke and Peek, who were tied up and described as extremely miserable. The corners of their mouths raised upwards. It's really reliable. Carrie Ake, he had already guessed that Kenny Ackerman, who had never made a shot in the previous battle, was probably targeting Zeke. After all, Beast Titan's ability is too powerful, and its terrifying throwing ability is full of visual impact. Compared with the Car Titans, which mainly focuses on mobility, and the Armor Titan, which focuses on defense, it is obviously easier to make Kenny Ackerman excited. After all, this guy is a pure violent element. Extremely fanatical about power. Stop. Don't be rude to the leader. The so-called way is different. Do not conspire with each other. Zeke is not a partner but an opponent who uses each other. Even if it is cooperation, it can only be a short-term cooperation. And it is impossible to reach a long-term agreement. Instead of being like now, some people are huddled on the island of Paradies. Although the island is very large, they just barely live within 700 meters of the city wall. They don't know the world outside the wall all their lives. And they don't know that this world is taking off middle. No need to do that, let's all spread out. Captain Kenny was just joking with me. I thought I would have to wait for a while. But who knew that the two of Zeke were caught that day? Which surprised Ronan, and followed by a happy trouble. How to deal with these two people, logically speaking. Zeke killed so many Survey Corps personnel. He should be killed to pay homage to the undead. But compared to directly killing this guy, keeping him alive and using them for Paradise Island is obviously more fits Ronan's goals. But what urgently needs to be dealt with at the moment is Kenny Ackerman's anger. Stop it or we'll shoot. After all, Ronan's purpose is not to prevent Aldia's children from coming to this cruel world and being tortured like hell. He hopes that Aldia people will get the freedom and human rights that should belong to them. Directly denying Ronan's words, Kenny Ackerman said angrily, I need an explanation. Seeing this scene, Ronan couldn't help smiling gratifiedly, and immediately waved to the soldiers who kept asking him with their eyes, saying, it's just that Zeke's thinking and Ronan's obviously have a big deviation, or are different. As for the other part of the people, they are reduced to slaves or exist like low-class people. They charge forward in wars and live like dolphins in peacetime. I'm not kidding you. Just like no. After discovering Ronan's figure, Kenny Ackerman walked over quickly, angrily, holding a pistol tightly in his hand, which caused the surrounding Survey Corps members to tense up, and hurriedly took out their weapons and shot Kai, a group of people surrounded by Nai. As another captive, Peek is much easier to deal with, Ronan, who is well aware of his resourcefulness, Dare not release him. It is better to find a suitable candidate as soon as possible to devour him and grab his ability. Didn't I tell you the reason before Tilda? Ronan smiled faintly. The Survey Corps soldiers around him admired Kenny for not being intimidated by having his gun pointed at him. Everyone knew that Kenny was a lunatic. Facing the anger of such a lunatic, Ronan was still able to maintain his composure. All he could say was that he was worthy of being their team leader. Inadvertently, Ronan's status has risen again. What reason? Kenny said that he had no memory at all. Glancing at the needle held in his other hand, Ronan whispered, "You are a pure Ackerman." What's wrong with that? The pure blood of the Ackerman family has always been the pride of Kenny Ackerman. But now he is questioned that this is the reason why he cannot obtain the power of Titan. And he can't stand it. Only people with the blood of Aldia can do that. Obviously you can't do it, Ronan explained. Only Aldias can at this moment. Kenny was a little absent-minded. His goals and dreams all along disappeared at this moment. He was completely confused. And many memory images could not help but appear in his mind, including Uli and Rhodes. When the topic of the power of the Titan was touched, both of them secretly said something like "no way" to themselves. Before I just used it as an excuse. But now that Ronan said Thaith immediately understood. It turns out that I have been pursuing an impossible goal. Kenny was dazed. Ignoring these, Ronan walked up to the two of Zeke. Saw that they had fallen into a coma, were tied up, and seriously injured, and told the human army members who were also in an unclear condition, go to the infirmary. These two men were taken over by a Survey Corps. This, although the heart was very moved. But when they thought of their boss's temper, they did not dare to act. And Kenny Ackerman's voice came from their ears in a timely manner. Leave it to them. You lose, yes, Captain Tilda, the team leader, had spoken. And they naturally had no other thoughts. They immediately handed over Zeke to the Survey Corps members who came forward. While they went to the infirmary, after signaling to the soldiers to put Zeke in prison, and ordering them to be guarded at the same level as Reanur, and to be separated, Ronan walked up to Kenny, who hadn't fully recovered. Let's find a quiet place to chat for a while. And Tilda nodding his head slightly. Kenny's expression recovered a bit. When he entered the secluded place behind the headquarters, Kenny launched an attack without warning. He didn't use a weapon but directly held it with his hands, and hit Ronan directly on the back of the neck. Ronan, who was always on guard against all of this, reacted immediately, spurted his attack, and took advantage of the situation to bully him, slamming his right shoulder fiercely, while Kenny held his hands in front of him. There was a muffled sound. Ronan stood still, but Kenny took 7 or 8 steps back before stopping, staring at Ronan in surprise. It's so powerful. It's not just strength. Stepping forward quickly, Ronan punched swiftly and Kenny had to defend passively. His paralyzed hands obviously couldn't react in time, and he fell directly into a disadvantage. But I have to admit that Kenny Ackerman's skills are very good. Even though Ronan has surpassed Levi in fighting skills, he still can't take him down easily. But after all, time is not forgiving. After more than 10 rounds, Kenny, it was a flaw. Seizing the opportunity, Ronan kicked Kenny to the ground. But he didn't take advantage of the victory to pursue. Just smiled faintly. I won. I lost. Looking at Ronan, whose face was too young, Kenny showed a look of nostalgia on his tense face. Back then, Uli also defeated himself. The difference is that Ronan relies on his own power, while Uli relies on the power of Titan. In contrast, Kenny is more convinced of Ronan. Kenny, who never thought that he would be defeated by a human being, felt frustrated but had a glimmer of hope in his heart. He thought he had already reached the ceiling of human beings. But now from Ronan's, he saw the possibility of further progress. Ronan, who saw Kenny's thoughts, smiled even more. This is a talent. You can't learn in terms of talent. Our Ackerman family is definitely the strongest among humans, Kenny said proudly. Immediately, he sat on the ground like this, looked up at Ronan's face that seemed too young to him, and recovered his cynicism, if I remember correctly. The premise of our cooperation is that you help me obtain the power of Titan. But obviously his premise no longer exists. And I think there seems to be no reason for us to continue to cooperate. Is Levi a reason if it's not enough? There is a descendant of the Ackerman family beside me. She is also talented. And she is not a purebred member of the Ackerman family. She should maybe be able to get a Titan power. Okay, 300 people is enough, Ronan laughed. Why not, Ronan countered, I can wait. And during this process I will clear some obstacles for you. Of course, the premise is that you ask for it yourself. Otherwise, I will not act without authorization. If it weren't for the current situation inside the wall, Kenny's existence has a certain stabilizing effect. And the rest of Levi and Mikasa have family ties. He might directly choose to kill Themas for now. Let him continue to live Bar, Li Zhao, who can't do it now. Ronan said calmly, there was a look of longing in his eyes. Thinking of this, Ronan couldn't help saying bluntly, finally. Your request, nodding his head and saying nothing. Kenny turned around and Levi's back was quite determined. It made Kenny choke, but he recovered quickly. And said with a smile, I don't like your self-confidence. And you don't know me, although I advocate violence. I desperately hope to get the power of Titan. Let's take a look at the state of Titanization. But since this state cannot be achieved now, then I will not stubbornly insist on this point. Looking directly at Kenny Ackerman's playful eyes, Ronan realized that he really couldn't see through this guy. And his original estimation of him was completely dissipated at this moment. After knowing that he could not obtain the power of Titan, the guy in front of him became an unknown number. But for this guy in front of him, Ronan doesn't have any trust. Seeing this, Ronan couldn't help raising his eyebrows, expressing that he couldn't see through this man anymore. Speaking of this, thinking of the price paid for capturing the two of Zeke this time, Kenny couldn't help but add, in addition, my subordinates suffered heavy losses, and I hope to obtain resources to supplement them. I've been staying inside the wall all the time, and suddenly I feel so depressed and meaningless. I want to go outside the island to see, Kenny responded. By the time he can leave the island, there is no need for him to continue to sit on the island of parodies for a long time. Want me to teach her. Kenny looked playfully, enough station prison gate. Go in, I'll wait outside, no one will come to disturb you. Looking at Grisha and Dana with hesitation on their faces, Ronan signaled them to enter first. Although Zeke reported the restoration organization that Grisha and Dana belonged to, the two have been reflecting and self-examining over the years, and found that they had many problems in educating Zeke. And their inner resentment dissipated a lot, after all. Blood is thicker than water, and now it's more about Zeke's guilt. If they hadn't been miseducated, none of this might have happened. Knowing this, Ronan felt that he should not enter together for the time being, and that he still needed to give the three of them enough space to be alone. He just hoped that Zeke would not mistake himself or be too stubborn. Otherwise, he would have to take coercive measures. Compared with Grisha, and Danathi should also give weight. Of course, backup candidates are always ready. Grisha didn't know what Ronan was thinking. And when they heard Ronan's words, they both nodded in agreement. Then let's go first, Grisha whispered, a little preoccupied, looking at the two men who hesitated, their eyes full of excitement. Ronan couldn't help reminding, I only have one request. Don't let go of his bondage, I understand. Tightly holding Dana's right palm, Grisha walked into the prison with her steps. Looking at the backs of the two, Ronan looked deeply, and whispered in a voice that only he could hear, don't do something stupid. It will only hurt you. It was at this moment, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, Kenny Ackerman stepped over here and said with a smile, those two people seem to be very important to you. You saw it, Ronan replied flatly, it's boring. Whispering, Kenny whispered, I just went to see Levi. That kid was hurt badly. If you can reinforce in time, this will definitely not happen. Ronan glanced at Kenny with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Ignoring this point, Kenny spread his hands indifferently. If I hadn't gone to arrest them. You might still have a headache because of those two people. I think you should be grateful to me. Then I really thank you, Ronan smiled lightly. You're welcome, Tilda. Immediately his expression changed. And Kenny said with emotion, I'm going back to the mainland. Didn't you say you were leaving Paradise Island? I can't go out for the time being. I waste time here? And this time in order to catch the two guys. My men suffered heavy casualties. And I urgently need to replenish soldiers. I don't think you will set up any obstacles for me. Kenny asked meaningfully. Of course not. I promised you, Tilda. You are very cunning. You promised to give me the power of Titan before. But the fact is I can't get this kind of power at all. Kenny looked directly into Ronan's eyes. With the same calm expression as before. Ronan responded calmly, every be the way. This time you will be in the mainland. I hope you can do me a favor. What's the matter? Kenny asked curiously. I hope you can help me integrate the power of the underground shopping mall. Underground street, that's right, Tilda nodding his head. Ronan continued, I placed a lot of reserve soldiers there. And I promised them at the beginning of the recruitment. Once the time is ripe, I will transfer them all to the ground. Now the time is ripe, reserve soldiers. Looking at Ronan's, Kenny smiled knowingly, you will be a qualified ruler. Much better than that trash, Rhodes, no problem. Leave the underground street to me. Having said that. Without waiting any longer, Kenny turned around and left. Looking at Kenny's receding back. Ronan squinted his eyes. It's easy to talk to smart people. Judging from the current situation, it is absolutely impossible to let Kenny Ackerman go. This person's ability is extremely strong. And it will be a big help to Ronan and even Paradise Island. It has to be reused, which tests Ronan's ability to control. Letting him recruit the back soldiers of the underground street weakens his influence to a certain extent. After all, those soldiers are respected by Ronan. It is equivalent to controlling the human troops in his own hands. And there is an extra excellent instructor to help lead these soldiers. For these, Kenny naturally saw it but did not refuse. This made Ronan heaved a sigh of relief, indicating that the other party didn't have the idea of being caught in a deadly trap. The world is so big, and the willingness to go out and have a look also has a certain degree of authenticity. But it must not be fully believed. With the character of Kenny Ackerman, he must have other ideas, but it is not known for now. He shook his head slightly, not thinking too much about it. Some things when they should happen will happen to him. There is no need to waste too much brain cells. I found a seat at the gate of the prison and sat down, signaling to the soldiers around me not to relax. Ronan quietly waited for the call of Grisha and Dana, thinking about the power of the chariot and the power of the armor. The problem of power attribution. This is a big problem in front of you and it needs to be solved. Otherwise the two will always be imprisoned in prison. And there will be too many variables. Gonda's injury is very serious. If his loyalty is high, he can still be trusted. He can be used as one of the candidates. Aluwu and Elder can also be considered. The obedience of the various team leaders in the Corps depends on its much higher. If they get the power of Titans, it should be more convenient and controllable. While thinking, Ronan couldn't help frowning during the inheritance of the power of Titan. The memory will be transferred to a certain extent, and it will even affect the thinking and judgment of the next successor, which is not very friendly. Thinking of this, the image of Armin can't help appearing in Ronan's mind. In the plot, Armin has gradually improved from being cowardly and indecisive at the beginning, and has become a qualified counselor and strategist. After the Force, everything seems to be back to the original point. Hesitating, indecisive, and stubbornly wanting to rely on negotiations to achieve a peaceful situation for Paradise Island. Disappointing time and time again. Although his overall view is still very clear, and his judgment of the situation is particularly accurate. But the final decision has a clear Hoover style, which is disappointing. It can be seen that in the selection of successors, character and willpower as well as the way of doing things. also need to be paid attention to in such thoughts. The prison door slowly opened and Grisha walked out of it. It can be seen that Grisha should have been crying just now. And there are even faint crying sounds from the prison at this moment, including Dana Fritz's and Zeke's. And there are also some angry whining sounds. Most likely it was sent by Reborn after all. Among the 3 prisoners in the prison except him, the other 2 are not restrained. Successful in convincing him. Ronan asked meaningfully, nodding her head. Grisha said seriously. Zeke agreed to cooperate but, glancing inside the prison, Grisha continued, still can't completely believe it. Is he your own son, Ronan? Who could clearly see the suspicion in Grisha's eyes. Couldn't help complaining regarding this. Grisha naturally would not deny it. It's because he is my own son. So I said that. After all, I haven't seen him for so many years. Although I feel very guilty for him, it's just me, Ronan. You must be on your guard. The hopes of the audience rest on you. Sensing the solemnity in Grisha's words, Ronan's expression changed. I will tilde how to operate. I think you should understand by yourself. I won't say more. Just follow me in tilde, okay tilde. Following Grisha into the prison, Ronan was able to see Zeke, who was whispering to Dana Fritz. Reborn, who was struggling crazily, and Pi, who was faking or was still in a comagram. Sensing the arrival of Ronan and Grisha, Zeke looked over in a timely manner. Because he had been in a coma before, had never seen Ronan. So naturally he would not know him, Ronan. Looking Ronan up and down, Zeke's eyes flashed brightly. From the words of Grisha and Dana, he learned about Ronan's strength and depth of thought. But he never thought that such a powerful person would be so young. Zeke Yeager, are you really willing to cooperate with me? Ronan asked back. It also acquiesces in its own identity. The color of astonishment became more and more intense. But Zeke didn't respond immediately. He just looked into Ronan's eyes. And the color of surprise in his eyes became more and more intense. He was too young to entrust such a huge plan to such a young man. Is it really all right? Zeke said that he really had no idea. Seeing that he didn't open his mouth, Dana couldn't help being a little anxious, and hurriedly tugged on Chee's tightly bound palms to remind him. Zeke reacted with a serious expression on his face. What do you need me to do? Technology tilde, Ronan said simply, just this. Zeke thought about countless answers, but he didn't think of this one. He was very puzzled and asked involuntarily. You should already know my combat power tilde. No matter how strong the combat power is, it is still a prisoner. Ronan calmly said, you are truly powerful when you are strong. I think you should have experienced the power of technology in Marais. Although the power of Titan is very powerful, there is a huge gap in the face of the ever-changing technological development. It is gradually shortening. Are you really a native of Paradise Island at this moment? Jai felt that the image of Ronan became tall and wise. Slightly nodded, Ronan said bluntly, don't try it out. I'm an aborigine on the island. And you don't need to guess my source of information. You just need to know I'm very clear about your situation tilde. What the hell are you trying to do? Zeke said seriously. I want the people of Aldia to no longer be enslaved. To live in this world freely and without threats. This is my dream and what I have always pursued, to be honest. I have always been. I think you guys who have Aldia's blood and are working for Marley are all damned. Unabashedly, Ronan's eyes showed killing intent. Dana couldn't help showing Warian wanted to speak, but was stopped by Grisha. At this time, the two of them could not speak. Once they intervene, based on Grisha's understanding of Ronan, the matter will not be resolved, but will develop in a direction that Dana does not want to see. It's heartless, but what can we do? The sad look in his eyes flashed away. Zeke whispered, we have no other choice tilde. It wasn't there before, but now Ronan has pointed it out. Zekuho understood what Ronan meant, took a deep breath, looked at Peak and Reborn in the next, Cell squinted his eyes, and asked the two of them, how do you plan to deal with them? Taking a deep breath and forcing himself to calm down, Zeke didn't dwell on this topic anymore, and instead said, technology doesn't make progress overnight. It's a long-term process of research and experimentation. I don't think there is that kind of atmosphere and conditions on Parade Island. And asking for flowers. Looking at Zeke with playful eyes. Ronan said, "The way you inherit the power of Titan seems to be to swallow the previous holder of the power of Titan directly. The lifespan of the holder of the power of Titan is relatively short. The successors of the various Titan powers on Marley's side have changed for several generations." Sukakal, seeing this, Zeke pondered for a while, and then said directly, "I can try my best to help you with your request. So I really want to know, who can you provide me in the plot?" The remnants of the countries destroyed by the Malay Empire got in touch with Paradise Island through Zeke's matchmaking, and provided the most advanced technology in the world for the technologically backward island, which greatly promoted Paradise Island. Laddie Island development. Knowing this, Ronan's deepest desire is to bring these people to the island. This is the result achieved when only the Survey Corps trusts them in the entire Paradise Island, and no one else trusts them. If it is replaced by Paradise Island, which will agree now, the arrival of these people will definitely be able to collide with more brilliant sparks. Speaking of the word sincerity, Zeke deliberately emphasized his tone. The arrival of these people is undoubtedly the key to making technological progress and achieving great development in a short period of time. Kill tilde. Ronan didn't hesitate. 00. Ronan understands this at this time. After hearing Ronan's words, Zeke gritted his teeth and said, "I can provide you with an opportunity, but whether you can succeed or not depends on your sincerity. Your news is out of date. I just put forward my request. Whether you are willing or not is up to you. And I don't want to achieve this goal immediately. I just need some help and seeds. I think you should. It can be done." Ronan met Zeke's eyes. "Why?" Hui said. "Russia was cruel, you. But this must be done through Zeke's matchmaking. They themselves are headless chickens, and they don't know how to start.